if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello everyone, super excited to be here today at the Esports World Cup. I'm Wardy with Cats and Artosis, and we have got the hottest topic in StarCraft II, the GOAT discussion, live on the round table. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready. Yeah.
Well, I'm always ready.
Brilliant, well go on.
So who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT? This is going to be really fun for me. Okay, so here, first let's just get something out of the way. What makes a GOAT?
I mean, you have to win, right? And you have to win a lot, and you have to win the big stuff. Definitely one thing that's holding certain players back, like Maru, he's not won a world championship.
What would you say?
You have to win consistently, and you have to do it over some long period of time. So
Okay, yeah, so the actual definition is it's the most successful and accomplished player.
the greatest of all time. Yeah.
Yes, the greatest of all time is the most successful and accomplished player.
Yeah. I mean, I could make an argument against that to some degree, but yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the definition in the dictionary. That's literally
no.
the
It's the
definition in
greatest
the
of all
dictionary.
time is the definition, right? Like greatest of all time.
Yes, but
Yeah.
that has a definition in and of itself, which
In the
is
dictionary.
exactly
It,
what I
it
just
does
said.
kind of need a definition. Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's go
so
with that.
just to be clear, like we can just decide that your definition is better than the dictionary's definition, but I would prefer. to just go
I
with
mean,
the
I haven't seen. I doubt there's a goat in the dictionary
Yes.
and it has the definition.
Merriam-Webster dictionary.
Do you
Okay,
have an
look it up.
up-to-date dictionary, Kat?
I don't have
The modern
one,
day
no.
dictionary has
I
goat in
just
it.
don't.
So, anyways, the most successful and accomplished player, right? That is my definition of GOAT. That is the definition that I grew up with as a kid into an adult, and that's the definition that I use.
Let's go with it. Let's go with it.
That's the one that I use for this. So, and I would definitely agree with you, Wardy, that the GOAT would be a player that has won a lot over a long period of time, that type of thing. And so, I looked at the accomplishments and tried to weigh them reasonably. And when I did that, Rogue was the GOAT.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of discussion around how everyone pretty much thinks that Cyril is the GOAT except for you, right? And so I think it's important that you frame maybe your points on why Rogue is the GOAT, and then we can go over that.
If you actually look at their tournament victories, if you wrote down their big tournaments, okay, and the ones that I get rid of are online and region lock. Looking at that, if you write down what they have both won, they have basically the same accomplishments, and then Rogue also has 4 GSLs. So how in the world does everyone just brush him off?
Rogue obviously got a bit of a hit because he had to leave for a little while, right? The
sure.
last couple of years really hurt. I think if he was playing the last couple of years, he really would continue to rival. But my problem with Rogue is he's got the numbers, he's got the consistency to some extent, but sometimes his consistency isn't there. I guess this is also where it comes into kind of how they win events as well, because we've got two very different players when you talk about Rogue and Serral. Rogue wins on the mind games. He wins on a lot of the strategic stuff, whereas Serral wins on the strategy of how do I get into the best possible position to play that super late game macro. And those are two different kind of weighed options as well.
Rogue and Cyril's accomplishments are actually pretty comparable, like when you take out all of these things that you just don't like. But to me, it's like, why would you remove online play altogether, right? Like for me, there has to be a value allotted to something like the European tournament, which has some of the best players in the world, especially when you consider max packs. Like even Hero said, online max packs is better than I am, right? And then there's Clem, I think a player very comparable to Maru and Raynor, and these are players that you cannot discount. So to me, when you just say those tournaments just don't count at all towards the discussion, that's where I have a problem.
Well, I think that a big problem with the majority of those are not only are they online, which is less pressure and less involved, right?
But why is that more StarCraft or less StarCraft?
It means more to travel to a location, sit across from your opponent and beat them.
There are two beasts here, and you're discounting one altogether and giving it 0% importance. Whereas I think that maybe, it's a little more subjective, where you should put a little bit of value towards online play, because in some sense, online play is where most of StarCraft happens, and it's probably even the highest caliber of StarCraft in some sense, because you play without that pressure.
The championships that matter are the ones where you're playing under the pressure.
My point is not that one is not more valuable than the other. I agree with you that offline play is more valuable. I'm just saying you cannot allot 0 value to online play.
So what if the online play is region locked?
Well, I think there can be an argument made for that. The GSL is in some sense region locked as well.
Well, it's not region locked, so let's just stay on
Not-
my
I
point
mean-
here. So if the online tournament is region locked, does that change your value? Because if
I
Rogue,
think it has to do with the caliber of players either way that play in it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the caliber of players. If you take the top 16 players at any point from right now to the beginning of StarCraft II, if you take the top 16 players in the world, I would bet that minimum 12 are Korean at every moment. When you talk about the caliber of player, it's like, yes, there's great European players. Like, I really respect those players that you mentioned there, but it's not the same caliber as Korea.
It's not the same
and
depth.
the Koreans aren't allowed to play.
It's not the same depth, but in terms of caliber itself, I think you can make an argument that it's even higher caliber.
I do think
maybe
though,
because Cyril is playing.
Because
you
Cyril
could
is
say that.
playing, I mean, Raynor, MaxPax, and Clem
They're
at their
fantastic.
peak, they have been as good as or better than the top 4 Koreans, the 4 of them.
you guys put so much pressure on the European regionals, but Cyril doesn't even do that well in Europe. Like, Clem has won more in Europe than Cyril
That's
has,
true.
right?
Yeah.
But I think Cyril, never mind the European stuff, but when it comes to the online stuff, still
side
continues
is
to
the
dominate. And so Rogue definitely has those GSLs, and it's a big thing, but Cyril has gone out to Korea and won in Korea as well. Cyril, for a long time, has gone into the tournaments with the target painted on his back.
Yeah.
So all of the top players have to go into a tournament with a plan against Cyril. Now, yes, you can't just commit all of your time preparation-wise as how am I going to beat Cyril, but for guys like a Rogue, a Hero, a Maru whose goal is to win, they know they have to go through Cyril, right? And yet Cyril has continued to be so dominant despite these guys preparing against him, and he can't just play the same stuff, and he has played a wide variety of things over time as well. So I think there's a lot to be said there as well for Cyril.
I think Cyril is better than Rogue. He's a better player, but that isn't what the GOAT is, right? Like, we don't just discount players that are retired or something because the skill level keeps going up. And Cyril, if StarCraft II continues for 10 more years, Cyril will not be the strongest, highest peak we've ever had.
This is exactly what I was going to say. I think the more time goes on with things looking as they do right now, the more it goes to Cyril.
I look at Maru kind of in this way where it's like, well, you haven't won the World Championship. He's come so close so many of these times, but he hasn't stepped over that line. What about Cyril? He hasn't won GSL. That's like one of the Grand Slams. He's never even tried, and that's fine, and he can do whatever he wants, and he doesn't have to travel to Korea. And people are like, oh, you know, it's hard to go to Korea, and like, Cyril's a millionaire, okay? He can do whatever he wants, and he can play what he wants, and he can make the choices he wants, and I respect it, and it's fine, and MaxPax doesn't ever have to come on offline, but I'm never gonna call him the best Protoss in the world because he doesn't play in LANs, and Cyril hasn't played the GSL. And the thing is, I agree with you that as we go forward, it's like eventually the GSLs won't matter. But like, at what point did we decide that GSL doesn't matter because Cyril doesn't want to go to them?
Your argument is the GSL has all this weight to it.
It has weight to it.
It has weight to it.
It has a very big weight to it.
It has weight to it.
Okay. How much does this weekend count? It's the biggest prize pool of all time in StarCraft II.
Does that matter, prize pool, money?
No, no. Prize pool doesn't matter.
Prize pool does matter, for example. So like, these are the metrics that you can bring in for Cyril as well, right? That are quickly dismissed and discounted is how much money he has actually made from the game, for example, or his win rate against other players for that matter. He has the best win rate against every pro player that he's ever faced for the last.
It's because he's the strongest player.
Yeah, for sure, but also consistently for like 6 years or something like that. It's a longer period of dominance than anyone has had. Really.
Okay, yes, a couple things. So you said many things there. Okay, as far as the longer dominance period, Rogue was forced in the military, forced retirement, right? That's rough.
That's tough.
You can't, it's like,
You just can't be the GOAT if you
maybe,
go away.
Maybe that's what it ends up being. And then as far as prize money goes, you know, Rogue is banned from so many tournaments Cyril gets to play in.
I see.
He really is, right? So that does inhibit that. And Cyril's gotten to play longer because Rogue had to go to the military. And I mean, if we're talking about prize money, there was a tournament back in 2011 where 5th through 8th got 25 Bitcoins. That's more than Cyril has won. So are those 5th through 8th place players
they didn't know
in the discussion for
I mean,
GOAT?
it has to be priced in for what it was back then, right? Like, you can't just reprice the Bitcoin because the money is an incentive for sure for players, right? So players are going to practice for this event both for the prestige and the amount of money that it has. I mean, we keep saying it's the largest prize pool of all time, and it is because it matters, and that makes it so that players are more invested in winning.
I would disagree with that, and I think that you can actually find studies about this where it's like the players are invested completely, whether it's for $400,000, whether it's for $1 million, whether it's for $2 million. It's not like they're trying harder because it's a $10 million prize pool, right? They're trying as hard as they can. So I don't like the prize money being brought into it, honestly, because
I think it has to
with
do
how
with
much the
preparation
Koreans are
and such.
banned.
Like, it's super active right now. Like, for the last few weeks, everyone is practicing for this tournament, right? If there are many tournaments alongside this one that have different levels of prize pools, people are probably going to hide strategies for this one.
Yeah, well, it's the World Championship.
Yeah.
That's why. It's not the
It's
400K.
both, I think.
It's super important. So
Yeah.
I think we're all in agreement that this weekend
Yeah,
is
for
going to be
sure.
important.
For sure, yeah,
and we
for
could
sure.
probably do with 3 more roundtable discussions about the GOAT. Unfortunately, that's all we've got time for today. So we'll see you on the battlefield.
Wait. If Cyril wins this week, is he your GOAT?
Oh, I mean, he's getting closer and closer all the time. you got to count that really high.
has to
Like in
count,
the
yeah.
current day, the World Championship is the most important thing.
When it's been hours of grinding to the top and the world is watching, yet with a simple distraction, the moments can be lost entirely. Clear Men eliminates all distractions, on or in your head. Here is your moment of confidence and clarity. Clear Men. Keep a clear head.
Get us out of here!
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
안녕하세요. 트위스트 마인즈의 클래식 김도희입니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 웨이보 게이밍의 김준호입니다.
제가 군단의 심장 때부터 프로토스를 플레이했어가지고 8, 9년 정도 한 것 같아요. 한 9년 정도?
저는 솔직히 횟수로 정확히 기억이 안 나는데 거의 그래도 한 10년은 하지 않았을까 싶습니다.
저는 원래 이제 자유의 날개 때는 테란으로 플레이를 했었는데 프로토스가 좀 되게 유닛이 많아졌을 때 한방 병력이 굉장히 강력하고 또 이렇게 마법 유닛도 뭐 템플러라든지 좀 멋있는 게 많아가지고 뭐 역장이나 이렇게 쓸 게 많아가지고 좀 멋있어 보여서 플레이하게 되었습니다.
저도 도호 형이랑 마찬가지로 다른 종족 플레이 하다가 이제 넘어온 건데 다른 종족에 대한 궁금함도 있었고 약간 그 브루드워 시절 저그 플레이 했을 때 약간 질렸던 부분도 있기 때문에 프로토스로 넘어오게 됐던 것 같습니다.
사실 프로토스가 좀 종족이 약하다라고 생각을 해서 우승이 쉽지는 않을 것 같은데 그래도 이제 준호도 최근에 우승했었고 예전에 저도 이제 뭐 몇 년 됐지만 아무튼 우승을 했었고 이제 좀 할 때가 된 것 같긴 해요. 근데 쉽진 않을 것 같은데 그래도 저나 준호나 요새 좀 폼이 괜찮아서 충분히 우승을 노릴 수 있지 않을까 싶네요.
그렇게 오래된지는 몰랐는데 사실 일단 패치도 됐고 요새 도우 형이 말한 것처럼 프로토스들의 움직임이 심상치 않기 때문에 이번에 뭐 많진 않지만 프로토스가 좀 알짜배기로 또 왔기 때문에 우승을 노려볼 수 있지 않을까 싶습니다. 사실 프로토스로 약간 프리미어 우승 자체가 거의 전무한데 이런 좀 기념비적인 대회에서 우승한다는 것 자체가 더 기억에 남을 거고 더 훌륭한 역사로 남을 수 있을 것 같아서 더욱더 하고 싶은 것 같아요.
저는 그냥 지금이라도 종족을 바꾸는 게 낫지 않나. 왜냐면 좀 약하다라고 생각을 해서 저조차도 이거 월드컵 끝나고 종족을 바꿔볼까라는 생각을 가지고 있을 정도로 좀 파워가 약하기 때문에 뭐 근데 굳이 할 거면 이제 너무 이기려고 하지 말고 그냥 즐기는 식으로 플레이를 해야 스트레스를 안 받고 그럴 것 같아요.
미투입니다. 한번 레더 플레이 해보시고 댓글 달거나 뭐라 하십시오. 마스터까지 찍고 오시면 제가 인정해드리겠습니다.
푸사기를 아는 사람이 있나?
있다는 가정하에
말이 안 되긴 하는데 뭐 그냥 항상 대회에서 프로토스가 성적이 안 좋아가지고 뭐 이제 그런 기록적인 걸로 토스가 안 좋은 게 팩트이기 때문에 뭐 대회에서 우승하지 않는 한 푸사기라는 말은 전혀 와닿지가 않네요, 저는.
Welcome to the fifth and final day of the StarCraft II Esports World Cup, live from Riyadh. We've had 4 absolutely fantastic days of StarCraft II, and today is the day that we crown a new StarCraft World Champion.
You're absolutely right, Rotterdam. The entire year of StarCraft II has been building up to this moment. The fiercest competition in StarCraft history, from 18 players down to 4, but only one of them can become the champion.
Those 4 players are absolutely amazing, but don't forget, it's not just about the StarCraft II Championship. We also have the club rewards, and I am sure that everybody over at Team Liquid is rooting violently for Clem.
Dark, Cyril, Hero, and Clem are the 4 best players in the world, but today we're going to decide who the best among them is. I cannot wait to get started. Let's kick it off.
There's no doubt about it. Over the last year and a half, we have had 18 phenomenal performances from players from across the globe. On a nomadic journey now through the desert, they find themselves here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup. Over the past couple of days, we've seen strength, ingenuity, and fortitude exemplified by all of these players. We've said goodbye to previous world champions like Bjorn, like Oliveira, like Reyna. We've said goodbye to hopefuls who have always been on the cusp, like Solar, Classic, Gumiho. and we've even said goodbye to GOAT contenders such as Maru. Now we find ourselves in the top 4. We find ourselves in the pantheon of the elites here to figure out not only who is going to become our next StarCraft II World Champion, but also who is going to walk away with $400,000. An unbelievable figure to even comprehend here 15 years into the history of StarCraft II. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get ready. It's time to get the show started. My name is Kalaris, your host here, and I am welcoming my gentlemen to the stage to get everything ready and roaring to go. As we have got ourselves Demu, we've got ourselves Rotterdam, we've got ourselves, damn, you're looking good. We've got Lambo here as well to get this rolling. How are you feeling about that, Ben?
I'm feeling good, and you're right. Lambo coming in as if he's doing a Lambo Talks over here. And yet again, it's looking good. It's looking good.
How about yourself, Roddy? The final day.
It's the day that we've been looking forward to for a long time, ever since this tournament got announced. I love our Final Four. All 3 races are still represented. The storylines, I mean, we can talk about them all day, every day. It's just fun. It's exciting. I really feel like it's 2010 all over again. It's like one of the first StarCraft tournaments because it just feels different today.
Lambo, obviously, we have witnessed excellence over the last couple of days here, and it feels like it's only going to get better. We've got best of 7s, a best of 9 grand final. How do you even begin to approach it when you're alongside these kinds of names here on the stage?
I think at this point, I don't think anyone hit anything the entire way through, but they just showed the highest level of play. All of them prepared for this a month in advance. All of them were grinding ladder games. They were playing custom games against each other, and it all comes down to this single day. All of them are they all just want to be the world champion here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible.
We have previous world champions, we have young hopefuls, we have, of course, the outside shot when everybody had counted off Protoss. They'd written them off, Ben, but we got one in the Final Four. And even last time when it came to Katowice, it was Hero that was able to kind of stand strong for the race as well. There is no Protoss on the planet when it comes to offline performances quite like Hero.
I mean, honestly, the top 4 that we have right now, it's just incredible. You've got 2 foreigners, the best 2 foreigners we've had in a while. I know Raynor absolutely is a contender for up there, but Clem just showcased a different level, and yet again, truly peaking. And the Koreans you talked about, I mean, Dark, he went through so easily in that winner bracket, like so fluidly as well. And the fact that we've got Hero, he really is doing what Maru did many, many moons ago, where he's the only Protoss left standing. And the level that he's brought to this tournament, it's actually insane. Like, you're seeing his play, and it's absolutely beautiful play.
It may end up being a little bit of a cliche here, but it does feel like Dark was always an excellent player, right? We've seen him always being able to take the highest of heights. He's a previous world champion. However, there's that little bit of me that does feel like he's playing for a higher purpose here. We know that it's likely to be his last tournament before Military Rotterdam, and we know that the dynamics have shifted for him personally as well. So for Dark, you can really see it in his performances.
The higher purpose gave me some chills going down my spine, James. That was perfect. It is just perfect, man. Our top 4 is amazing. Dark is a previous world champ as well, 2019, of course, and what a tournament that was. We have Sarah, of course, is also a 2-time world champ. Then you've got 2 non-world champs, all 4 races, 2 Koreans, 2 Europeans. It's beautiful. We all love Dark. We've been rooting for him for a long time just because he's so fun. And Lambo, you know, in the past, some of the Europeans have been somewhat critical of Korean EWC. In my eyes, Dark was always the exception because he was good in late game. He was excellent with the spellcasters, and that really set him apart from a lot of the other Korean Zergs.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Dark is a strategic mastermind, honestly. He gets ahead early on very often, but he's also a master of the late game. He actually is the person, the only Zerg in Korea that really is looking to get into that late game. He can play defensive, he can sit back, and he's so good at counterattacks in late game, Nidus tactics. I think he has the best tactics in all of StarCraft. He knows what the game-winning maneuvers are. He might not be the quickest overall, but he's like, you know what? You like some vision there in your main base, let me pop a Nidus in there, and then at the same time, go across the map with everything else when the opponent is distracted. He's one of the smartest.
The funny thing is that he's actually not had any opportunity as Dark to crush some keys as we've been watching this go down, because he didn't even fall down into the knockout bracket here. Alongside Clem as well, didn't even need to fall down into the lower bracket to get things going. And Clem is a point of contention here for me, because again, when it feels like all the other names have stood so strong, so stalwart throughout the entire history of StarCraft II, Clem is technically, to this level, the newcomer. And yet, a lot of people are saying maybe it can't be done, but some people are definitely saying it can be done.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, Serral was definitely the guy to really pave the way for the foreigners. Like, absolutely, we didn't think that could ever be done. And then you have Reina very quickly in his wake, and then Clem. We never thought Foreign Terran would ever reach these heights, and the level that Clem got to earlier this year was just absolute insanity. Nobody could touch him, and I really feel there was one game against Serral on Alcyone, I believe, and he made the comeback happen. He made it, and then he went all the way, defeated Dark in the final. And the level he's brought, it's actually the quickest Terran I think we've ever seen.
Yeah, we never thought a foreign Terran would be able to reach these heights, Ben. And
No,
if we
I
had
mean,
to rely on Ben...
I mean, to
Ben,
be fair, our hopes were on you in the past, Ben. We're like, yeah, we didn't really think it was going to happen.
Sorry, lads, sorry.
Maybe in another game. All right, well, we've got ourselves our Doritos top reactions from all the players that were either eliminated or advancing on throughout the tournament. And let's be real, Roddy, there was a lot of heartbreak yesterday for these players.
It wasn't just heartbreak in-game, but like just seeing them in real life as well, seeing the emotions, knowing how much it means to them. I mean, being close to it, if you're in that arena, it just feels like it hits you even harder, it hurts even more. We saw amazing games though, and we saw like unexpected ending to games as well. We saw games that we've legitimately never seen before play out in ways that we didn't think was humanly possible. We knew that yesterday was going to be the ultimate roller coaster day because everybody was here and all the games mattered. But suddenly yesterday it was like bye, 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 so quickly. And yeah, the feels were very, very real more than once yesterday.
It was a tumultuous day. I mean, it was not only high-octane action in the game, Lambo, it was high-octane action for these players off the battlefield as well, because emotions were riding high. It's very, very clear here that when it comes to a stage like this, there has never been a stage like it, with this kind of prize pool like it for these team players to try and compete for.
Yes, you could see how much it means to every single player. Yesterday, obviously, we had 15 players duking it out for one spot. That means 14 of them are going to end up super sad.
Yeah.
And I think it's still important to show these pictures as well, so you can see how much it really means for these players.
Agreed.
You put in so much, you put all of your soul in the practice, you spend so much time in it, and afterwards you sometimes feel like, oh man, it was all worthless if you lose there in the first round. But all of them are trying. All of them have prepared like crazy, and that's what's beautiful about this.
All right, well, let's take a look at the Aramco top 5 highlights coming in from yesterday, zooming thick and fast through as we take a look to start things off with number 5. We've got Cure going up against Hero, Roddy.
Yes, we did, and this was a bizarre game. We had a couple of Vikings chasing Disruptors towards the end. I mean, Cure was in so much trouble here, but at one point he took a really good fight, and we were like, is there a chance? Is there a world? Unfortunately for Cure, there wasn't.
We're sticking with Hero versus Cure as we have number 4, Ben.
I mean, honestly, this series between them was real damn classic. I mean, Hero made such a lot of good moves. He was also quite fortunate in a lot of ways, but I mean, clip after clip of Hero. I think he absolutely deserves it after yesterday.
Number 3 going up against Reina, Lambo.
Yeah, I mean, it was the Hero show all along. He showed that he can play the standard games. He showed that he can play Blinkstalker Storm, and here he actually surprised by staying on 3 bases, going for a more of a trademark Hero style where he tries to kill his opponent straight up, and you see that he still got it.
Is it just Hero wall-to-wall? No, let's find out with number 2 in a few moments' time here, as it is going to be Gumiho versus Showtime, Roddy.
Yeah, this is one of the most bizarre games of the entire tournament, and at one point, even though these guys are world-class, even they lost track of the game. Because at one point they both said, I gotta end it right now, and then we had this fight, and was like, wait, what? I was gearing up to attack you. This game was bananas, and it comes down to 2 Marauders hopping in and out of a medevac, dodging Stalker projectiles. Yeah, you can't script this stuff.
I sort of wouldn't be surprised if that was number 1, but anyway, we'll finish up our number 2 and see what we're going to get here because, yeah, I mean, it's difficult to pick highlights in terms of what we've had from all of these days. Lambo, pro perspective, show us what number 1 is, mate.
Well, number 1 is actually the same game. I feel like we could have just picked 5 different clips of that game. So let's get into it. I just want to highlight the very end. We had 4 Stalkers with 10 probes against 2 Marauders, 3 Medevacs, and 2 Liberators. And you can really see how all the different decision makings come into play here. Gumiho tries to force the Stalkers to blink, so he goes to the Stalkers. He obviously tries to stay in the Liberator circle. Showtime now focus fires down the Liberator circle where the Marauders are at. The Marauders barely escape. Gumiho knows, okay, now I can snipe 1 single Stalker in that time. And the probes get so close to killing one of the Marauders right here. And I think this is where Showtime kind of messed up because he has the DPS still on the Liberator, so that Liberator will fall. But he ends up pulling the probes away, which I think was a game-losing mistake because now he blinks forward And the Stalkers, they're shooting projectiles. So whenever you see the Stalkers shoot at the Marauders, you can actually dodge these shots, while the Stalkers can't dodge them the moment Blink is off cooldown. And that's why in the end he loses the 2 Stalkers versus 2 Marauders fights. And it really came down to, I mean, after a game like this, as a player, you think, if I just did X or Y differently, it's crazy.
No, definitely so. And of course, here that requires a lot of APM, a lot of fast thinking on the moment. And in fact, Rotterdam actually commandeered some of the players and did some real-life APM tests. Let's take a look.
Over the years, our StarCraft II pro gamers have developed superhuman abilities when it comes to multitasking in-game. But how well does all that speed, or APM, translate to real-life situations? I am going to present Hero Marine, Spirit, Acero and Showtime with a very messy living room, and they've got 2 minutes to get as much done as humanly possible. Welcome to real-life APM. Hello, Piotr.
Hello.
Welcome to real-life APM. Do you know what this is all about?
No.
As you can see, we've got a very messy living room. There is messy bed sheets, there are pillows on the floor, there are clothes all over, an open drawer. And the goal for you is to complete as many tasks as possible within 2 minutes. You can make up a game plan or you can just go for it.
Well, I'll just go see what bothers me.
Alright.
You say go.
3, 2, 1, let's go, Gabe.
Okay, let's go.
Wait, what the hell is that thing?
That's the baby. The baby needs some love.
Okay, this first. Baby's crying. Wait, not a baby, it's a bait.
That child can wait. The socks are
We are not going to comfort the baby, Gabe.
Oh, shut up.
Cold water there. Hey, relax. hey.
Okay, you just put them all in here. Maybe ignore the baby. Don't care about that.
Oh, another pair of socks. Put these on nicely in there.
Nope. What am I supposed to do? Brush the teeth, maybe.
Yeah. Put in the light bulb. Put some butter on bread. Make a cup of tea.
Yeah, you know.
I'm not sure what it is. There we go.
Oh, it still doesn't shut up even though it's out of sight. There's another t-shirt here.
Or I'm not gonna... I don't want to get cancelled or something.
Alright.
Nice.
I'm starting to get very competitive. Isn't that nice?
Let's get these, put them nicely here. Just like that.
I gotta say, Hero Marine was folding everything, Sarah.
Yeah, me too. That's how we do it.
We don't have unlimited time, Piotr. I still see a very messy drawer, pillows on the floor. Fold it a little, make it look a little more cozy.
It's so huge, what the hell?
Not sure where's the garbage can nature, but
we can also make a cup of tea. We can do some jumping jacks. 10 jumping jacks after we make the bed.
Again.
Okay, this is not how you comfort a baby. So let's clean up. Do some jumping jacks. Put in a light bulb. Brush your teeth. You sure that baby doesn't need its bottle?
No. The light bulb. Where does it go? Oh, it goes at the top.
This man is a natural. There is way more pace and urgency than with the other gamers.
That'll work.
That's all good.
Work.
Are these?
Wait, what the?
Well, yeah.
Like in the front or?
Let's do it.
No.
And the baby could use some love.
The page.
This works as the bed probably. Let's make the beds real quick.
Yeah, baby.
It's the most random things I ever did. Delicious.
No, I don't know how to make this better. This is a little bit of a special case here.
Do you get points if you drink?
No, you do not get bonus points if you drink. Stuff it all in. Stuff it all in. Close the drawer. With the baby.
10 seconds.
With the baby.
No, we got you.
Baby is happy. All right, Gabe, that is it. I still see a floating sock on the television, but that happens to the best of us.
Baby, you know what? Here, come on.
That is the perfect ending of real life APM right there. Tobias, you absolutely crushed it, mate.
Nice.
You've absolutely crushed it when it comes to folding clothes and putting some socks in the
If
drawer.
somebody folds a t-shirt this well, they deserve a prize, you know.
How do you think we did?
Never again.
No, you're done. This is not what you signed up for. No, all right. Well, GG, mate. I think you've completed real life APM.
Better than human?
No. GG's. You have completed real life APM. Thank you so much, Showtime, and good luck in the tourney.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, what did I just watch? I mean, well done, Rotterdam. That was something special.
I can guarantee you when they asked me to come over here to Riyadh to talk about StarCraft II, they never mentioned me doing this kind of stuff.
No.
But we had fun, and I gotta say the boys handled it really well.
All right, well, let's get to the serious business now. We have got the schedule for today. Of course, we have 2 best of 7s and then a best of 9 later on. Maybe something sprinkled in, who knows? We'll leave that to your imagination later. However, we have got an excellent set of matches. Later, Hero versus Clem. Brief thoughts on that Lambo.
I mean, a great match. Both of them are very good in that specific matchup. I think it's almost 50-50 if I were to guess.
Potentially. It's really kind of down to the wire as to who is going to be able to attain the finals here. It's a match for the ages. But let's talk about our upcoming match. It is Zerg versus Zerg. It is Dark going up against Serral. Best of 7 to figure out who is going to be able to win things out. You've got Dark, $1.1 million in prize pool, Triple Crown winner, 2019 World Champion, the most recent GSL champion, the Foreigner Killer, maybe his last tournament of all time. And on the other side, you have Serral, $1.5 million in prize pool, 2-time Triple Crown winner, 2018 World Champion, 2022 World Champion, 2024 Katowice champion, and wall-to-wall domination this year. And yet, the immortal has become mortal here in Riyadh. All importantly, this Zerg versus Zerg Rotterdam is big. It's a big fight field here in Riyadh.
It is absolutely beautiful, man. Whenever these two go up against each other, we always get fantastic CVZs. In Katowice, Dark was the only one who made it look even somewhat possible to take down Serral, and with that I mean he won a map. But that was better than everybody else did, because no one else was able to take a single map. Serral has been somewhat vocal in the lead up to this tournament that ZVZ is the matchup that he's most worried about. But when Serral says that he's most worried about it, it still means that he's the best ZVZ player in the world. I mean, he's incredibly good. Yes, he looked very human against Clem, and even Hero made it look like there is something to be gained there, but everyone is allowed to have an off day.
Yeah.
I think Yona is still an absolute god. I think he does come in as the favorite. No matter how awesome Dark has been, Serral is Serral.
Well, before I get the other thoughts here, let's hear from Serral himself. I'm very interested to see what Serral has to think before going into this round of 4 match.
I am here with Serral. Serral, you have to face Dark next. And he is an opponent that even though you've beat him the last 5 times or so, he always manages to at least take a map or 2. So what makes him different than other Zerg players in your mind?
Well, he has his own style a little bit. He likes to do a bit more crazy stuff. But I think in general, I have a tendency to lose some games in CVC. I think everyone has that. It's just hard to win every game in that matchup. So he has his differences, but at the same time, CVC is just very volatile.
Yeah. You mentioned that it's your most difficult matchup as well earlier in the tournament, even though you ended up losing to a very strong-looking Clem that you'll likely have to face later should you win, well, and I guess if he wins as well. But yeah, I mean, now that Raynor is out, do you think the biggest threat in CVC is gone, or is Dark just as dangerous?
I think Dark's 1 milli% less dangerous, but practically the same. They are both very strong, and I think winning against Dark is not easy.
You had a day off yesterday. Did you manage to figure something out, prepare for Dark?
Well, I mean, I have not played any CVCs in this tournament so far, and I've done preparation beforehand already. So I have ideas coming into the series, but at the same time, usually just doing my own thing is good enough. So I have to see what the games bring, I guess.
I see that you brought your hat. You put it on the floor just now, but yeah, you haven't been wearing it. You're just carrying it around. So what's up with that?
We are inside.
All right, and with that, some thoughts from Cyril, of course. Ben, before we get into this, but before your thoughts as well, they did play each other in Katowice 2024 in the round of 4. Cyril was victorious 3-1 there, so what are your thoughts coming in?
I mean, I'm going to give Cyril the edge just because I believe he is the most well-rounded Zerg of all time. He can do it all, and trying to cheese him out, it's tricky. Going to the late game with him, it's almost impossible. If there is one Korean Zerg that can go late game, it is Dark, because he's had these games where he's very far behind.
Yeah.
He knows how to turtle down and make you absolutely work for it. And when it comes to a best of 7 as well, that's a real marathon.
Sure.
So going up against a guy like Cyril,
You guys at home can predict as well. You can probably see it on screen at the moment. I won't detail it because I want to get Lambo's thoughts. We're 1 minute out from the game. You're one of the best people to even talk about Zerg versus Zerg when it comes to it. So what's your thoughts coming in?
I think this is going to be a battle of builders. Neither of the players has faced another Zerg before. Both of them have something prepared, probably for every single map. And in a best of 7, you get to play all the weird maps. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be quick-paced. I don't think either of them are going to play too many late games. It's going to be an early game fest, and I favor Cyril slightly.
Okay, he's got his trademark hat, it seems, ready to go here. Does Cyril make another World Championship final? Or does Dark here, Roddy? That's the question.
I think Cyril is maybe a tiny bit concerned, not just because it's Dark and he's amazing, but historically ZVZs on the massive stages can be scary. We think back of Shin in 2023 Katowice, we think back of Solar as well at Game S8, but I do believe that this Yona has really put in a crazy amount of effort and thought. I believe he's ready.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to get to this. It's our best of 4, round of 4 even, I should say, for a best of 7, as these two are going to go head-to-head with one another. Either we get Dark in the final or we get Cyril in the final. They're awaiting a Protoss or a Terran in there as well. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get this rolling.
The final day has dawned at the Esports World Cup. Here at the StarCraft II stage, only 4 players remain. Fancy, I'm excited to be here with you. We've got world-class talent bringing you the casting and analysis, and we have the best StarCraft players in the world here ready to compete.
We started off this tournament with 18 players from all over the world. We are down to the final 4. Every match from now on is worth $150,000 to the winner. We can't wait to get these matches started.
It's amazing the value of these matches, but what is even more amazing is how hard these players have worked to get here. All year long, they have been fighting for ranking, they have been fighting for qualification, and now only 4 remain, Fancy.
Absolutely, and these 4 players have went above and beyond to be able to get to this point in the tournament. So how about we welcome the first players for our first match of the final day here at the Esports World Cup. It is going to be Dark versus Cyril.
Dark is here competing in potentially his last StarCraft II tournament before heading to the military. He has scraped the ceiling so many times without breaking through. His opponent, Cyril, is #1 in the world and every player's most feared opponent. Will he keep Dark from the spotlight once again, or will Dark crush this basilisk in his talons?
Players, please shake hands. If this tournament taught us anything, is that even the GOATs can bleed. ZVZ matchup. Casters, over to you.
Our first best of 7 semifinal will be between
Dark bring in some new energy since having a family versus Cyril, the disputed greatest of all time, perhaps, but looking to further cement that legacy here today. It all starts with a Zerg versus Zerg, one of the most volatile matchups we have in StarCraft II.
It is such an exciting matchup. The new dad energy from Dark that he's been bringing, it really does give a lot of hope. I think there were periods of time where people would have said, you know what, Cyril's looking unstoppable. But this tournament, as Fancy was saying up there, he's looked a little more mortal. We've seen that even goats can bleed a little bit, and Dark historically has had excellent head-to-head series with Cyril. Cyril does have the head-to-head advantage historically, but Dark's got a few massive wins over him. Interestingly, though, this is the first time they've played a best of 7 series live in person. They've played multiple times online these longer series, but in this sort of longer drawn-out format, you're going to see mind games. You're going to see players evolve their strategies over time, adapt, and get a read on each other, and I honestly have no idea who that is going to favor.
It's a very interesting time for ZVZ. It has been. If you are returning back to StarCraft II, you might wonder what the heck has happened. Have we not just seen 20 ZVZs this tournament? No, indeed we have not. In fact, it's such a rare matchup that oftentimes the players aren't even practicing it. With the people they would practice with would be the ones that they're facing. So why would they do that? So you have a lot of mind games just around the matchup as well as between these two. While Cyril does have the lead in the head-to-head score, Dark was the only one to make him bleed in Katowice 2024 by taking a single map off of him. Can he do a little bit more here today and take down the GOAT? In the top right of game number 1, spawning on Dynasty here, we do have the Red Zerg, Dark.
And his opponent in the bottom left-hand side of the map. One of the strongest players in the world right now, and inarguably the greatest player of all time in StarCraft II. Representing Basilisk Esports, it is Cyril. Love to become the 3-time world champion. First time anyone has ever done that. It would be very impressive. But it is something where, of course, Dark won a world championship in 2019, almost got his first one back in 2016 and was barely denied by Beyond. Both of these players have had massive histories with the game. Dark did hit those heights a couple of years before Cyril. 2015 is when Dark started winning tournaments. Cyril, it was 2018 when he just exploded into dominance. But they have both been neck and neck, back and forth as the Titans of Zerg within their respective regions ever since then.
Yes, very different styles as well. Cyril, slow, methodical, almost perfect. Dark on the opposite end, brutal, bringing in right hooks whenever he can. And perhaps that means that his builds look a little different. Perhaps he gets a little supply blocked, but it doesn't matter when he's punching you right in the face. That is what Dark is bringing, and I'm sure we'll see something similar in this ZVZ matchup. We do have a slightly different opener coming down here from both Zergs on Dynasty.
Interesting, very interesting. As we see, I love this split screen view. You know, the two Zergs, the chaotic red Zerg Dark there, and the more conservative Cyril. But it's Cyril who is actually doing a wild build order right now. Not only is he securing his gold base, he's taken a 3rd hatchery without gas. This is crazy. This map is almost all about securing your gold and then getting out in the middle of the map and looking to win a battle. Because if you win a battle, you can get behind their gold base, deny the mining, you have a massive advantage, and it snowballs from there. Dark's doing that, the standard thing. Cyril, though, has said, you know what? I can actually just be extremely greedy. And this is the sort of thing that he did get punished for against Clem in Zerg vs. Terran.
Very nice of Dark to actually bother scouting that as well. You see that first Overlord typically going to a natural. Of course, this map is a little bit odd, so they want to check with that hatchery timing. But then the second Overlord might not be over on that potential 3rd in time. This one actually did go into check. Sees the exact scenario. He knows the gold base was taken. That's not surprising, but the 3rd hatch so much faster than his. Double gas now going falling down for Serral as he adds on roaches. Dark going to be going for speed, and he is adding on speedlings.
And Dark's Overlord's coming in, I believe. I'm not sure if he saw the third hatchery earlier or not. He definitely has good vision of it now, so he knows exactly what's happening. And Dark is committing to the Roach Horn slightly later. He's going to have the Ling speed advantage, something that Serral has not opted for just yet. Already looking for a Ling pressure is Dark.
Yeah, exactly. He does have his own Roach Horn coming on down, but these Lings are going to threaten Serral's third base. The natural will be protected by the gold, at least for a limited amount of time. If we do go on in this game to 10, 11, 12 minutes, that will be another access path. This is Serral's first sight on the Lings, the speed timing as well, and the sheer number of Lings too. He does need defenses. He needs to get a wall up to buy some time for these roaches to pop.
Oh, that drone! It kind of bugged out a bit there as it had to move out of the way of the other evolution chamber. That means those evolution chambers are very, very weak. Serral kind of baited this attack by opening so greedy in this game, and yet is he ready for it? The roaches and the queens trying to block the wall, but they don't get in position. The Lings getting the surface area. There's not that many Lings though. I think the roaches and the queens should barely be able to defend. Dark, though, taking down 1, 2, 3 queens. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
That is a decent amount of damage, and 2 drones do end up falling. The queens went down. We had those cancellations on evolution chambers, and 1 even killed as well. And that actually did it. The drone kind of blocking impacted that. The amount of health that an evolution chamber would have to give those extra seconds for the roaches and queens to tear down the Ling numbers. Dark finding an avenue with that first attack, but now following up with the second one.
Serral's on 35 drones the whole time. He may have traded terribly in that last fight, but it doesn't matter if you're mining with 10 more workers. Serral's early greed has paid off, and now finally his economy gets damaged, and that is the scary part. Dark denying his gold mining. Serral has to move back to the other base. But Serral knew this was going to happen. It's all part of the plan for him. Is, yeah, okay, you can deny my minerals. I'm still up 10 workers. He has baited Dark into being highly aggressive. Question is, does Serral actually have the answer? Because he's moving out right now, and Dark could surround this army.
Exactly.
If Serral moves down there and gets surrounded by mass Lings, he's done for. He's got to be really patient with this move out.
Yeah, well, the Lings are going to show themselves in the numbers to an Overlord spotting this, and maybe that wasn't the right move. Perhaps Dark needed a little more surprise to actually get the full surround. Serral going to be very hesitant in actually moving out, does pull back, wants his back up against the wall, wants to negate the Ling pressure here, and the Roach number just is not equivalent. Dark needs that surround desperately, and Serral is denying him it. He's going to be pulling back now. He's also reinforcing. He's got defender's advantage. Dark pretty much all in with this, guys, and it does not work.
Serral baited him into this aggression. It was very close to working off that early Ling wave. But the problem is Dark's work account was so low, even denying the gold minerals wasn't enough. He needed more damage. Serral knew that, and that's why Serral so patiently moved his workers to the second base, the third one I should say, and now has defended. He's adding a Baneling nest of his own. Serral wants to counterattack very hard. He's massing Lings. The Baneling addition will allow him to clear up the Zerglings of Dark very well. Dark's going to go around for a counterattack though. There's one thing Dark knows how to do, it's get himself out of sticky situation.
Yeah, finding some Ravagers, the more expensive slow building units as well. Nice catch. Most of his Lings will be able to escape as well. Extra seconds absolutely necessary to buy here because Dark even has a problem on the army supply. Of course, the bigger overall problem is his lack of drones, and eventually his army supply will reflect that too. So he's got to get some in there. He's having serious trouble killing an Overlord because you do need 3 Corrosive Biles doing that, and he has 2 Ravagers. Finally, maybe it'll go down. No, it will not. This means that Serral very comfortable with the vision on Dark side of the map.
10 Banelings morphing, a massive attack preparing. Dark finally able to take down that Overlord, but he's trailing in the army and the worker supply. Serral's gold base is back to mining, and this is a massive attack coming forwards. The thing is, if Dark can somehow manage to defend this, then he's going to be back in a decent spot. The thing is, how do you defend it when there's Banelings there for Serral? A big part of both armies is the Zergling count, and yet a Baneling can blow up about 30-40 Zerglings in one go.
Oh, the surround comes in, but on the backside as well. Dark does the top of the Ravagers, but Banelings are available for one player and not the other. Serral with an almost picture-perfect play on Dynasty ends the delivery with the killing blow, and that'll be game number 1 of the best of 7 going to Serral.
He's so good at adapting his builds to these specialist maps. We saw this back in Katowice as well, taking the gold base on Equilibrium and baiting, I believe it was Dark as well there, into a massive Ling Flood and walling it out with Roaches and Queens. This is something, I feel like when there's a gold base like this, Serral's very good at showing his opponent greed, baiting. A very logical response from Dark, which is, I can't let you get away with this. 3 hatcheries is ridiculous right now. But the fact that he was willing to give up the mining on the gold after the initial defense, and Serral just said, hey, if I get 35 workers up really quickly, bait you into massing units off 25, I'll take that 10 worker advantage any day.
I gotta wonder what could have happened if the Lings of Dark were a little more of a surprise. Either he might get a surround on a still growing Roach army from Serral, or he causes a lot more chaos. Gets a surround perhaps on the Ravagers, gets into the 3rd base, the main, and then the natural as well. That could have been a very big interruption. Instead, Serral saw it, read it, defended against it perfectly.
Both players looking incredibly focused up there. It's a best-of-7 semi-finals. This series will not be over with just 1 or 2 maps. There's going to be 4 wins to close it out. And now on a more standard map with a chance to fight back in the bottom right side for Talon Esports. He is Dark.
And in the top left of Golden Aura, now up a game for Basilisk. He is Serral.
We got to find out about Serral's Zerg Broodmother, instincts earlier there, watching him in that real-life APM challenge. The only player who actually took care of the baby that was crying.
Yes, he did. little there, right? That's obviously going to be the Zerg, right? They definitely care about all their units, 100%.
They're definitely not expendable. Don't look at how the Broodlord of the Swarmers works.
Yeah, don't look at that one. Of course, Dark not in that particular piece, but I got to wonder, a year ago, would he have also thrown that baby to the side, as Spirit did? Or now, will he actually take care of it first and foremost? It's the dad energy that he's bringing in. If you have not watched his GSL victory speech, I highly recommend it. He was a stone cold badass, basically. And now he's one who also has emotions. It's a perfect blend, but he's up against an absolute machine, the greatest of all time. A lot of people would argue that he has cemented that already, and perhaps if he did it here again by winning the Esports World Cup, he would truly do so. Dark, one of the only men who could actually say, I could stop this. He almost got a little more bleed from him in Katowice. ZVZ is a weird matchup, but it is a tough call for Dark. What does he do here? Totally normal Zerg opening so far.
He's got to get very focused. I noticed him fiddling with his armrests on his chair there during the early game, and that's something, if it is bothering him, we'd love to see him, sort that out. They can take those off the chairs. They can do anything here. The stage team and everything are fantastic at taking care of these players. So obviously, a setting like that is normally sorted out before the game starts. But I think it's when you're nervous up here, things like, this feels wrong. There's something slightly off about my chair. You fidget a little bit. We need to see Dark get established in that position and flow with it. And if there's one player who I never worry about tilting, about kind of being emotionally, just thrown out of their element, Dark is one of those players. He is absolutely comfortable in chaos. His entire training regimen is, some players would say his builds are inefficient, or he plays too many crazy wild variance builds. What he absolutely does is he puts himself in bad positions continually and then fights his way out of them. In every single ladder game, all of his tournaments, he does a lot of high variance play because that Dark is very good at making comebacks. For now though, Baneley Nest on both sides, a very small 2 Zerglings poke, getting some damage on the hatchery. Dark is trying to be greedy and delay those Zerglings. But for both sides, it's been respectful. Lots of drones in the production tab, extra overlords. Neither side committing to a large Ling pressure. Serral, you'll see building a few more Zerglings. Now, that doesn't mean he's pressuring. Serral likes to block scouting from his opponent, and he likes to have a few Zerglings there just to intercept your scouts.
Keeping your opponent in the dark, even if you both are doing the same macro build, is still very important. There are so many more hesitations in a ZVZ compared to the other matchups, I would argue, as to what exactly is happening as far as what the larva is producing. Is it drones? Is it army? You cannot tell until they actually pop, so it's a very, very scary matchup. Roach 1 coming down first for Serral. Dark not too far behind him. Once upon a time, it was more of a macro game. You're going to get that evolution chamber first. You're going to get +1 missile first. Not anymore. Back to the aggression, back to the fear that this matchup does instill in you. Speaking of denying scouts, Serral not going to be able to get into the main base at the very least. Did see the Roach and Baneling Nest on the front.
Quick lair for Dark. That's a lair very early. Could be a Spire play for him potentially. You probably have to make some Roaches no matter what, but more gas is going down for Dark as well. Now, Serral took an earlier second gas, whereas Dark's just kind of been a bit greedier and then jumped to 3 at once. There goes up a little later for Serral, and an Evolution Chamber in the back. So Serral here looks like he's playing very standard. You know, he's just kind of like, I get the Roach Warren for safety, but I'm only going to use it if I see a need. I'm going to go for the tech a bit slower, both sides droning up.
It's a lot of Overlords coming out for Dark. Temporary supply block, but then an overcompensation or room. Basically, don't have to put it in later in your build order. The lair is on the way, so if there is going to be an attack, we're going to have to see that utilized first, right? So it's going to have to give you something, and then you might want to time it up with a push, perhaps with Roach speed, perhaps something a little bit different. We do have Spire play in this matchup that can be hidden as well. Ling of Dark gets into the main base of Serral. Did not get into the back of the natural where the Evolution Chamber actually is, and glad I brought up that Spire. That's exactly what Dark is going to be adding on here. Spire coming down, hoping that he continues to deny Serral scouting, not just on the Spire, but also on the gases. Going to be pressuring with a couple of Roaches on the forefront, getting Serral to be maybe a little bit distracted as well. The Ling is coming through, the Queen and the Roach holding the wall.
Serral's building 2 Evos and a Spine Crawler. He sees the Roaches, he's scared. He's kind of going, oh gosh, this is actually really frightening. It's not though, it was a fake, and he has to cancel those structures as Dark says, this was just 7 or 8 Roaches. I'm just turning around, walking back. He was looking to get an overreaction. Now, Overseer coming in, if it sees the Spire, that is massive. Dark doesn't seem to have noticed. His Queen's very slow to intercept. He's got to get rid of that Overseer, but it comes in, gets a full scout of the main. It's going to try and rotate around to the natural. Those Queens should follow it. If you can deny it from seeing the Spire, it will be a big difference maker.
I don't know if that's going to happen. Yeah, it's going to be able to see it just barely. Unfortunately, as you pointed out, those Queens not quite helping each other in the main base. Overseer with a decent amount of health just compared to the Queen's actual attack. Now, a really important thing about going into Spire is being able to actually go into a Spire, guys. If you see that planted immediately on the, on Serral's side, maybe you could have actually done a very fearsome attack. Now, if you do decide to attack into Dark, it could still work, but you're going to have mutas that are free firing on your Roaches. They don't do a lot of damage, but every little bit counts.
Serral's building 3 more Queens. They've just popped out. He's going to go for the Overlord Highway, and he's going to march forward. It's non-stop Roach production of 58 workers. Serral feels like Dark, investing in mutas, will not be able to defend a large Roach push. Indeed, Dark's +1 range is behind. +1 in Roach speed kicking in. Here comes the Queen Walk Roach attack for Serral. Serral's building a few Spore Crawlers behind this as well, so he's getting some insurance in case the Mutalists go past. Incredibly safe for a player who does appear to be doing an all-in attack. Dark building Roach, a Ravager. If he can get his +1 range finished, then this is going to be so much better for him. He needs another 25 seconds. Serral is unlikely to give him that time.
Yeah, they're both supply blocked, actually. Dark desperately needing more army, though. The Mutas wanting to get any amount of damage at all on top of the Roaches, preferably be the Ravagers, but the Queens are guarding them. They won't be able to transfuse, but Creep should be coming down as well. Well, there's also your opponent's Creep. 10 Overlords on the way for Dark. Well, that's what you want to see when you're about to defend an attack.
He's panicking right now, is Dark. He feels the pressure. His Overlords are about to pop, but he wasn't sure if they'd actually started or not, so he built an extra round. The Bile's coming down, though. His positioning's great. Dark's got a good angle. Yeah, I think he's holding this choke point rather well. The Queens on the front can help out. The Mutalists, of course, not really doing much at all, as there are enough Queens to handle them.
Wow, actually, Serral going to push in here through the choke, thinking that he might have the numbers, and he might just be right, but Defender's advantage will eventually kick in, and actually, Dark, realizing he's got a time here. More Roaches on the way. Queens have been pulled to the front as well. Ravager still, actually, for both players, going to be able to help a retreat or actually push Dark back. Which one is it going to be? Serral just barely pushing over the edge. It is a very tight tug of war. Dark supply starting to crumble.
Dark does not have the numbers right now. He does have Defender's advantage, though, which means his units are rallying out closer into the fight. But Serral just barely has the numbers, and those 10 Overlords were a big problem. It's a small mistake like that that will be lethal when you are facing Serral.
Yeah. 10 Overlords when you are just about to defend is just not what you need to see right there. It means that you weren't spending those 1,000 minerals on army, and whether that was Roaches or Lings, anything would have helped. Unfortunately, despite the good position, Dark unable to hold. Maybe should have taken some of Serral's retreats as a time to just buy more time, basically, or a time to decide, should I pull the drones? He did have 10 extra drones compared to Serral. He could have lost a few. They do provide good buffer when the roach numbers do get a lot lower, but unfortunately, did not have perhaps the peace of mind to do that while you are panicking, while you are realizing that you are in a less than ideal position. Serral coming in with a 2-0. That last game was a little bit closer, but it does feel like the snowball is growing.
Cannot afford mistakes like that. I like the strategy from Dark. I liked 80% of that game, or 95% I should say. It was just the supply block you pointed out. And the thing is, he was just cutting his supply a bit close in terms of being like hugging the supply cap, and then Serral got an overlord, and then Serral got another overlord, and another overlord. And Dark, he kind of replaced the first one with like 1 or 2 overlords, and the second one died, and then he built a few more. He just needed to be a little bit more crisp on realizing how much Serral was committing to that move out, because if you don't realize early, I'm telling you, the tiniest mistakes get you in trouble. But it is not over for him yet. He is getting established in that setup. He has to dig his heels in now. He is down 2 games. He cannot lose another, or it's going to look very bleak. In the top left side of the map, representing Talon Esports, it's Dark. Played almost flawlessly in his series against Serral and Katowice. He's going to need to bring back some more of that energy.
In the bottom right, as the Blue Zerg now up 2-0 in this best of 7, he is Basilisk Serral. Dark was the only man to take a game off him at Katowice 2024. That is his legacy for that tournament.
And they were all close.
They
Even though
were
it was
very
3-1,
close. Yes.
every game was nail-bitingly close.
Yes, yes. We know that they can actually go toe-to-toe, but historically, Serral does manage to actually get that series win. Dark coming in with a bit of a newfound perspective on what he really desires from tournaments. He wants to support his family, and he also wants to get a win before military. He also wants to get his 10th Premier win. Nice round number, despite his legacy as a player throughout the years. Started playing StarCraft II in 2012. The amount of actual championships that he's won is shockingly low. So he's looking to add that to his title. Serral, of course, once he got ramped up in around 2017, he won all of the championships in 2018 on our side of the world, and then just kept on going from there. That is why he is definitely considered one of the greatest of all times. Dark certainly up in that list, but needs something going better for him in this CVZ.
Serral does get his queen started very early here. So he's got like just that nice quick ling speed. Queen's out a few seconds early, which means the injects will be a couple seconds earlier as well. And that can always lead into some nice tight Ling Bane aggression, right? You got your Ling flood out a little bit faster, your Ling speed a few seconds faster. It's a good map for it as well. Site Delta. I mean, you might think, oh, standard Ling Bane pressure against a third hatchery, that's out of fashion. But this is the one map where it's absolutely in fashion, because the bases are so spread out. The Ling Bane is always a way you can apply heavy pressure and catch your opponent off guard. It's actually something Dark does very frequently on this map.
They do, I guess, default to thinking that if someone needs to make the game a little more chaotic and throw a little more jabs in before the final punch, it's going to have to be Dark. It's going to have to kind of screw up Serral's build a little bit, make him actually think more rather than just have to execute his build. Obviously, he did have to kind of pivot once he saw that Spire last game, but it was an almost seamless transition. We got some Lings nibbling. That's not too bad, but it can add a little bit if you also start to under-defend Serral's upcoming Ling pressure. Suddenly, those little nibbles mean a lot. That's a lot of Lings on the production tab now for both players.
Serral has delayed his Baneling Nest massively. He's going to be trying to be defensive by being aggressive, basically saying, I'll skip the tech of the Baneling Nest for now, and I'll be the one putting on the aggression. But Dark, he's doing the same thing off of just 1 or 2 more drones, and he's got the Baneling Nest, which means if he can counterattack, he may be able to cause some vicious damage. But now 26 drones aside. Roach Warren goes down behind this for Dark, which means he could follow up with a quick Roach Bane once the dust settles. Serral, on the other hand, is looking to get an economic advantage. He's gone back to building more workers behind.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to have to be very aware of the possible follow-up of an all-in, so the drones might stop for now, especially as he gets some Lings into that natural base, realizing the option is absolutely there. He's going to grab his own Roach Warren and then continue scouting in the main base.
He just split a single Zergling off to to distract Dark Zerglings. Dark was on attack move. He was not watching. He was distracted on the front. So another 2 drones go down in the main base. Brilliant maneuver by Serral. That is always a problem. If someone's chasing you and you realize they're not watching, you can peel one of the rear Zerglings off in a different direction and lead them in the wrong path.
Okay, well, this can't happen in ZVZ, guys. You got to be controlling your Lings very precisely. Serral now just making some more. He's got a couple, and that's going to save him. Well, he missed micros right there, letting one Baneling for one. Oh, no, the second one goes down, too. This Baneling of Dark trying to get a fantastic hit is going to have to be satisfied with only a handful of Lings. But Dark is not done yet. He did on a couple of more drones to replace the ones that he lost, but that is all army on the production tab for Dark. He's going to go for it, and can Serral hold?
Dark needs to realize Serral's making roaches as well, because Dark is planning to do a Roach Bane attack. Serral is kind of doing the same thing, but it looks like Dark's going to move out first. And Serral does see those roaches coming out. He's got another Ling counter attack. I love this picture-in-picture. ZVZ, there's so much going on. The players looking to stress each other out and getting more and more drones in the main base. Serral has been relentless with his Ling counter attacks.
Yeah, both of them are realizing the situation. Serral seeing that there's not such a big army, that his army currently would not match up against it, adds on his drones. Dark realizing that Serral does have the possible defense, goes into his drones as well. Unfortunately, Dark just straight up has lost more in this game, so understandably he should be a little bit behind, but that is the ebb and flow of ZVZ. It is actually difficult to track for the players especially, and now we got more Lings looking for just a couple more drones, and these are really going to add up.
Serral is a drone sniper in this game. His Zerglings have been so incessant. On the other hand, Dark's been droning up very, very quickly afterwards as he almost headbutts into a Baneling. Remember those Banelings, massive splash damage, bonus burst light. They will one-shot Zerglings. If you go into them, they can get fantastic trades. Zerglings of Serral are so active, there's no secrets, and this is the difference between these two players is not only is Serral getting damage with these Lings, he's seeing every single thing Dark is up to. On the other hand, Dark, when he runs in, his Lings are getting sniped instantly. So Serral's doing a bit of a better job of controlling Dark's vision, and he's using this to build an economic advantage. He's adding a lair, evolution chamber at the same time. He's got an 8-worker advantage. Feels like Serral's got control over this game.
Absolutely. Able to actually already afford the lair. His evolution chamber was only seconds behind, but he also continues holding that drone lead. Dark is coming into the mid-game in a bit of an inferior position. The only thing he's got going for him is maybe a 10-second lead on that +1 missile, if that. 32 Lings did go down for Serral again. Like, you got to track also what was used for the larva and what was sacrificed, right, instead of building drones. So that is worth considering. But as we move into more of a roach game, Lings might become less and less of a problem, especially when that +1 missile is done. But you know what? Dark never actually added on a lair. So, what's going on with that?
Yeah, he's incredibly committed. I have been staring at that for the last 30 seconds, Zombie Grub, saying, I think you need to click that, because if he doesn't, the problem is that Serral has the lair, he's getting the roach speed, but he's only up 5 workers. If Serral's going 70 workers in a 4th base right now, a 50 drone roach attack can work for Dark. But right now, Dark is essentially committing to a low-tier attack. It's a mass roach attack with +1. It's normally quite a scary attack, but what he wants is Serral to be droning, and Serral just is not. Serral has such a good read on Dark's playstyle. He knows that Dark wants to be aggressive, and Serral is prepared for it. Without even knowing this is coming, he's like, you know what? He did click on the gas, actually, when he scouted there as well. So he knows there's a gas missing on the 3rd. That's the only real info he has. But it's enough for him to say, hey, 58 worker of Mass Roach, this is a safe way to play. This is a good way to play. And it's a hard counter to what Dark's going for.
Yeah, it's just... You build the army a little bit later, and then that's the little bit that Defender's Advantage also kicks in for, right? So 7 drones, really not that massive of a difference. Dark is going to have to try and win with this push. If he has to evacuate, he's not going to have roach speed. He's not going to have lair. This is a huge problem for Dark. Now, he could perhaps decide not to go for the attack, right? Because if you're going to attack into something that is clearly not going to work, you clearly are going to lose. If you pull back, you can at least try and hope that, 1, you find other avenues, maybe a little roach run by or Ling run by later on, or Serral makes a mistake, but that is a really difficult thing to hope on.
This is the sort of game where if it was any other Zerg than Dark, I'd say they are just pretty much in the grave at this point, but Dark is such a good player at making comebacks. It's going to be tough against Serral, but let's see what he can do. He's got the roach numbers, and if he's got them set up correctly, he could do nicely. Banelings in the worker line! Serral finding 5 workers, not bad for 4 Banelings at this stage. And the roach is poking forward. That roach speed advantage is massive. Dark's Link counterattack comes in, but there's Banelings ready for it. Does not find any damage on Serral's worker line. At the same time, Serral pushing in the front. He's not able to get a great angle, but with the roach speed, you can see he can move in and out just with so much more nimble agility. Dark has to stand and fight, and he might not have the numbers.
I don't think he does. The supply is telling the tale. Dark's defender's advantage not going to kick in fast enough. He can't pull the drones because he's already behind in the economy. This is another Serral victory. This is Serral with the 3-0 ahead of Dark. Dark just simply cannot seem to catch Serral off guard. Even in a matchup where there are so many things to consider, Serral is considering the exact right things.
Serral just has such a good read on Dark's playstyle today. He's ready for everything before it comes, and his scouting is indomitable. You can see the frustration on his opponent's face, the focus there for Serral as everything continues to go according to plan for the Finn.
Yeah. This is him absolutely locked in a very scary sight, not just for Dark, who is the first opponent of him, but perhaps whoever actually makes it in the other semifinal to the finals. You are facing a Serral who is incredibly locked in. He's keyed in, he's scouting, he's macroing very well. He's able to adjust on the fly as well. And this is just looking very grim for the Korean Zerg.
Not Dark's day so far. He is going to need to lock things down and turn it around. And to do that, he needs more control. And I know that's kind of a vague word to use here, but what I mean is control over the vision and the pressure that right now Serral has complete feeling of everything that's going on in the matchup. He says, I'm going to go in here with some links, scout this. I'm going to go in that angle, scout that. I'll get a few links here. I'll get a few drone snipes. Serral has complete control over the matchup right now. Dark needs to find a way to get back in the driver's seat. But we're going to be continuing the series in just a moment. Let's go down over to the stage with Wardy.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
We are heading into a game number 4 where this man trails 0-3. It is an almost impossible, if not actually impossible task to reverse sweep Serral in a best of 7. Not just Serral, historically in StarCraft II, the amount of reverse sweeps in a best of 7 incredibly limited, below 5, I believe, overall, when it comes to offline premier tournaments. But history can be made here at the Esports World Cup. Dark still with a few more chances.
Dark's body language has been a little bit worrying throughout. He's looked a lot more fidgety and a little more nervous than normal. I mean, the stakes get to you. When you're here at a $1 million tournament, you're in the Final Four, you're moments away from a second World Championship, everything is running through your head, so many thoughts, and the players have to find a way to zone all of that out and focus on the moment, to be purely present, because they are playing the highest level of Zerg vs. Zerg in StarCraft II. In the bottom right side of the map, ready to potentially start a comeback for the ages. Representing Talon Esports, it is Dark.
In the top left of Oceanborn, just one map win away from making it to the finals, he is Basilisk Serral.
Serral's all over the link control this game's. He's just been so good at controlling the back and forth, the flow. Dark needs to find a way to just be a little bit better at that dance, that kind of treading water. Not necessarily throwing a big knockout punch, but just saying, hey, I'm poking in, I'm poking out. You know, not everything has to be a killing blow. And Serral, I mean, those Lings in that last game, they saw everything, and they did lots of little pinpricks of damage that added up to a big lead in the mid game. So it's going to be tough to see how you fight back from this. As Dark, there needs to be a way to find confidence and get in that rhythm when you're up against a guy whose whole MO is taking control away from his opponents, never giving them momentum, never letting them get into that flow state and that rhythm. Playing Serral's frustrating because he's just a little bit more ready for everything than any other player. There's guys like Raynor, I think, kind of, you know, they fight back from behind and have to make the comeback. Serral tries to avoid ever being behind in the first place. He is one of the best players at never giving any edge to his opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not that Dark wasn't trying to get his own little punches and jabs in that last game, for instance. We did see, you know, our excellent observer trying to keep up with the action. Dark was trying to get some Lings over. You know, the Serral did make a mistake with the Banelings, right? So there are some humanizing factors in some of these series, but it just wasn't enough. It wasn't comparable. We were constantly on Dark's side of the map, watching him take damage after damage, and by the time that he actually decided to have to go, Serral was already all on top of it. And in retrospect, it would be maybe, I'm not gonna say obvious, because nothing is in this matchup or in StarCraft II in general, but after you kill, what was it, something like 8 drones with little Ling nibbles, what else would your opponent do other than try and all-in you?
100%, especially with what Dark has shown as his forte in this matchup historically against Serral. Back in 2020 in the online PSL, Dark got a 4-0. But everyone said that Serral is just not the same online as at LAN. When you're here live in person, Serral levels up on the big stage. He lives for these moments, and he is right now showing that he is a force to be reckoned with. Both sides opening up standard so far. Baneling nests at a safe timing, so they can both defend any Ling pressures from the opponent, and Serral will be the first one to queue up a few extra Zerglings.
It worked out well for him last game. You were pointing out that not necessarily aggressive, but rather making sure that his opponent never gets a scout. Well, their aggression worked out wonderfully. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Dark is not going to be able to get that same type of, I guess you called it, flow state going as of yet. Perhaps if he does get a little bit of an edge, just one little thing goes wrong for Serral earlier on before it goes wrong for Dark, perhaps that's what he needs to get his confidence. But Serral adding on a Roach Warren already, I mean, you are up 3-0. Now the options are basically unlimited for Serral. He could all in, it could fail, and he goes, okay, whatever, I got a few more games. Now Dark has an extra worry on top of what is already this very difficult matchup to read.
Evo Chamber hidden in the back for Dark. I like this. His Roach Warren's also a bit later. Somehow Serral is still ahead on the workers, though, despite getting a bit of that infrastructure up quicker. So Zerglings does. not get in. Nice scouting denial. We need more of this from Dark. If he can keep this up, this is really good. Dark recently has been doing a lot more of these old school kind of +1 range, just macro plays as well. But I may indeed go again for a hatchery tech timing, as we don't see a lair just yet. Serral hiding Banelings on the north. He's building a few more Zerglings and building a lot more Overlords as well. Serral definitely wants to apply some pressure and use this to figure out what Dark is up to.
Baneling's going to be coming in here. Now there's a bit of a wall, and there's not, I was going to say there are some drones at that third base that could be vulnerable, but Dark does have army over there. Target firing the Banelings, at least initially, and then maybe a little bit of a misclick. One Baneling heading on in here. Second Baneling going to be able to grab those last few drones, and we are still taking drone damage. Dark's Baneling did not quite collect all of Serral's Lings. Roaches will be able to clean this up. 4 drones do go down, putting him behind by exactly 4.
Exceptionally greedy for Dark, not having extra Banelings at all, nothing on defense, and on a shorter map like Oceanborn, Serral gets across. Serral does take out a bunch of workers. He's going for a heavy Roach commitment behind this as Serral, but then he starts droning and building an Evolution Chamber, and this is interesting, because to me it looked like Serral was going 100% for a Roach Bane commitment, but building 12 Roaches, then building another round of drones, and now a bunch of Overlords. It feels like Serral is kind of in this middle ground, where he's not 100% committed to an attack, but is definitely very ready to be safe. You can tell he's expecting Dark to just throw an army across the map, and he's looking to receive it. And Dark's done this so many times in this series, has not found the mark. It seems like he's doing it again. We don't see drones or a lair for Dark, and it is once again another one of these hatchery tech timings. Serral has read this perfectly. He knew this was coming even without scouting it, and that is why he's got so many Roaches ready at home.
Yeah, this does not look good for Dark, but he does have that +1 missile over his opponent. He's going to be extra effective against any emergency Ling Serral makes, because maybe the gas is a problem. This could still work out, but things have to go perfectly for Dark to actually stop the clean sweep. He's going to take the engagement, hoping there's not enough Roaches, realizing he has the upgrade lead, but more were coming in on the left side. Serral with an overwhelming number of Roaches. His defense was absolutely perfect. His read was perfect, and Dark completely unsuccessful in this attempt. Is just, what is he going to do beyond this? He's actually going to take the engagement, but he's not looking very well.
Serral is just a rock right now, and Dark is waves crashing upon it and leaving no visible impact. I mean, Serral weathers the storm easily. He's just inside Dark's head today. I mean, there's no other way to say it. He's reading his mind. He knows what's going to happen beforehand, and then he's scouting to confirm that is indeed exactly what Dark is doing. Dark retreating across the map. He was the one meant to be going for the killing blow. Serral even sliding 2 Banelings into the middle line with a 4-drone snipe. And you can see on Dark's face the stress, the frustration. He knows he is way down. Right now, wriggling out of this situation is going to take nothing short of an incredible, amazing effort. Serral is knowing that he's in the driver's seat. He wants to push in. He wants to take that victory right now, Zombie Grub.
Could be a 4-0 if Dark cannot hold right here. This is a lot of Ravagers also adding in. They are very effective. Dark still only with that +1 upgrade, trying to help him out here, but that's a lot of Lings. They could also get us around, making the Wombo combo with the Corrosive Bile extra dangerous. That could happen. Now the Roaches do manage to avoid that, but they go into a Baneling. They are going to get some decent splash. Defender's advantage is kicking in. Dark barely going to be able to hold, but he is behind by 7 drones. He has not started his lair either. He still has that upgrade, and perhaps he's going to double down on his own all-in, hoping that Serral was going to go for the drones, but no. A few more drones for Dark, meaning Serral's decision to pull back, get his drones, get his lair, is in fact a good decision.
That seemed like there was a window there, Zombie Grub. If Serral kept droning and Dark kept building army, maybe the counterattack could have worked. But now, as you said, Dark going back to lair, drones of his own, and he is playing a macro game from behind, down 13 to 14 workers right now. And Serral, he's already back into the Roaches. He's like, hey, I've got a massive army. Let's keep working on it. Finally, the Evolution Chamber upgrades, the thing that Serral's been behind on all game, are being started. But upgrades are good. They give you a marginal increase on your units, usually about a 10 to 20% attack or armor boost. And that's pretty cool. But if you've already got 30-40% more Roaches, which Serral's going to have here in this next battle, it's going to be hard to come back for Dark. So he has to defend. He cannot go and attack Serral at all. And he's got to try to get some more upgrades or some more tech and slowly drag himself back into a competitive position in this game.
incredibly difficult, but Dark is still alive. He is going to be trying to take those little risks, perhaps getting a few more drones than you would expect, trying to get away with it. Perhaps we could see faster technology, but that is also extremely risky. The best bet probably will just be making sure you get enough drones to saturate all 3 bases, worry about the 4th a little later down the line, and get maxed out. If you're maxed out, then it's an equalizer, although in this case, it would still lead him with an upgrade lead. So then it would be about concaves, corrosive biles, number of ravagers, which then we'll get to that if we do. But if Dark can get maxed out, this game can be arguably even in his favor to a certain degree, in a certain manner. 5 Overlords having to be made. Serral snipes on all of Dark's Overlords, adding up, also taking away vision, making Dark a little more uncertain. He's got to trust his gut. He's got to trust the gamble, basically. And Overseer will get into the main base. That's thankfully going to get some scouting done. And, well, Dark is up to 56 drones to 59. Army supply definitely in the range where Defender's Advantage would kick in. And perhaps we can get that scenario. Obviously, Serral, with the superior economy, more map control, will have that going for him. But Dark, hoping that his one-punch army will work out.
That's the play. And it's an old comeback play. It's worked many times in this matchup over the years. Something that Serral's very aware of, though. And the longer this goes, I mean, Serral's maxed out. Now would be a good time for Serral to push. Start trading. Yeah, you got +1, so does... Oh, Dark. And actually, we are seeing +2 with a massive time advantage. Stark just doesn't want to fight right now. He wants to catch up on that army supply. He's down about 35 so far. He's also supply blocked, and that is a problem. He needs these roaches out so desperately. Roach Ravager coming forward. Serral's army is monstrous, and the upgrades are even. This is a scary moment for Dark. He's got to defend and survive. His 4th base gets cancelled. He's going to pull back to 3 bases. The Biles scaring him back right now. Both sides avoiding the corrosive Biles for the most part, and I'd love to see some spreads from Dark as well. Trying to maintain a concave as well as dodge the Biles could add just that little bit of extra damage to these fights.
The army supplies have actually evened up over the course of this battle. Dark also inching ever closer to that +2 missile. That is about 15 seconds away. Burrow's going to finish as well for Serral, but not yet on the tunneling claws. It is a physical, graphical upgrade, guys. Dark should be paying attention for that. He actually does have that +2 lead as of right now, but it is so scary to push into your opponent through your own choke that you're using to defend. Yes, it's a good advantage, but is it good enough to actually confidently take this fight? Not so much. Dark gonna have to wait for more opportunities. There's tunneling claws. Did Dark notice? Yes, he did. Baneling's helping out as well. Overseer's tracking them. He might just be able to stabilize on 3 bases, but Serral's bank is getting bigger and bigger. He has so many more options in this game. Dark's only option is to survive.
Dark has to survive. He's got to take a fantastic engagement and then get back into punching Serral in the face. And it's got to be a knockout punch because Serral's got thousands of resources. This is what Serral wants. He wants to right now shave Dark down. He says, you've got less economy, so you have a bigger army. If I fight you in one big pitch battle, maybe you smash me. But look at this. Serral harasses there from the high ground. He's got roaches in the natural still. Roach Ravager still just running forward, throwing a volley, pulling back, running forward, pulling back. He's keeping Dark pinned in an impossible situation.
Dark is going to have to actually just all in. He's going to trade out the drones, knowing that that will make his army better, but that upgrade lead no longer exists. Carapace was down for Serral. In fact, Serral with the Carapace and the +2 missile will then have the upgrade lead. Dark is going to need a dramatic difference of the army supply plus a fantastic angle for an engagement if he actually hopes to push this back. Serral in absolute control of the game, continuously slicing off roaches, slicing off drones, getting ahead in other ways, and Dark just is trying to hold on. He is paddling in the water right now, and there is no lifeguard to save him.
The window's disappearing, Zombie Grub. He's not just losing drones, he can't replace them with roaches anymore. Dark's running out of money. This is literally, Serral is playing full sandpaper Zerg right now. He's just grinding him down to dust little by little. And he's saying, as long as I keep the fighting on your side of the map, I've got room to do things behind it. Spire, +2 Carapace on the way. Serral refusing to commit to one big frontal fight, but just picking away units little by little. Dark is in so much trouble right now. He's got a monstrous army, but he's down in upgrades, and look at that. Even the Ling's running at the same time. Serral's going to push forward in the front. So much damage coming in. Serral refusing to stand and fight, just dropping Biles, throwing a volley, and pulling out to avoid his opponent's shots from ever landing.
Unfortunately, this might end not with a bang, but with a whimper. Dark never getting his opportunity to shine with that hook. And that is Serral ensuring victory with the Spire. If he can get Mutas out, there's no way for Dark to ever go across the map without taking severe damage. A base trade wouldn't work out for him either, but we are reducing our options. Dark just simply on less economy, less army, despite having the less drones. He cannot get maxed out.
His army supply is also deceptive. Dark right now at 133 army supply, but it's mostly Ravagers. They cost 3 supply, but they do not have the stats to back that up. As long as Cyril dodges the corrosive vials, his army just has so much more meat to it. 56 roaches to 33. Yes, he's down in the Ravager count, but that doesn't matter. He's got Mutalisks on the way behind this. And Dark right now is up against the wall. He is facing down a very probable 0-4 loss to the greatest player of all time. He's played well today, but well, that's not good enough. You need to play absolutely fantastic if you want to be going to the finals of the Esports World Cup.
And it does not look like that's going to happen. Serov closing in, actually going for the push, realizing that he might just have an insurmountable number. Mutas are on the way too, and he's going to combine these attacks. Serral could push in. He could win with the Mutas, or he could continue drawing this out, ensuring he never lets Dark even have a chance at a game. It is brutal, but that is what's going to happen in the semifinals of the Esports World Cup. You're going to solidify your chances of moving on to the best of 9 finals.
$70,000 extra between top 4 and top 2. And of course, the chance to get an extra 250 in that finals as well. I mean, it's just such a massive amount of prize pool stakes on the line for both sides. They both want it so badly, but Dark knows he's out of options. And Serral with one of the most dominating semi-finals performances we've seen from him in a while.
And the question now is, will this be the form of Serral heading into the finals? We don't know whether he's going to be facing Terran Clem or Protoss Hero as of yet, but either way, the opponent should be terrified of a Serral looking like this.
That is a frightening performance throughout. A lot of good attack timings from Dark and the things that have worked well in the past, but we saw, you know, the supply block against the attack when he was trying to get up to Mutalisks on a Golden Aura was a little unfortunate. It was one of these series where it really felt like small little mistakes with the area control on site Delta meant you're losing these drones constantly. And these tiny mistakes just look so bad when you're playing Serral. You don't even notice them when you're playing anyone else, but Serral is just a ridiculous freak of the game. What an impressive performance.
What a dominant swift 4-0 for Serral against Dark, making it the first ever grand finalist of the Esports World Cup StarCraft II. Dark, if you please could hand over your key to Serral so we can crush it later on. Congratulations on making it to top 4 and guaranteeing $80,000. But now, Serral, we all know how ZVZ matchups are always so volatile. But you always seem like to have a cool head and just calm throughout the whole match. How do you do it?
Well, I don't know. It's just part of being Finnish, I guess. No reason to panic.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, all of that dedication, everyone thought that because you lost 5 games, like in the group stage, you might not have it in you to make it to the grand final, but you definitely proved everyone wrong. That you definitely proved that you are the final boss of this tournament. So I do want to ask you, you have grand finals, like compared to all the players in StarCraft II, you have the most grand finals from all of them, and you are in one today. Does that make it like at all nerve-wracking, or is it just another day at the office?
Well, no, I don't think this is another day at the office. This is the biggest event of the StarCraft scene ever, so it's a bit nerve-wracking, but at the same time, I don't think my past finals changed too much. I usually win the finals, so it's like being at home.
Honestly, you are definitely at home, and you couldn't make it to the grand final in Riyadh last year, but you are now. So who do you rather face from your next opponent?
I mean, I think it would be nice to face my European friend, but at the same time, I kind of want Cross in the finals. They haven't had it in a long time, so maybe Hero there would be very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether it's Hero or Clem, we definitely know that it's going to be a great match. Ladies and gentlemen, Serral is now the first grand finalist at the Esports World Cup StarCraft II. So let's send it off to the analyst to talk more about what's going to happen next.
Our first finalist, and my goodness, what a way to get their utter domination throughout the entire ZVZ best-of-7 state. It doesn't usually look like that against Dark.
No, I mean, I am a little bit taken aback, and normally I wouldn't be because this is Serral that we're talking about, but keep in mind, this is a 5-day tournament. Up until now, he kind of looked beatable. He even fell to the second place versus second place match when we were thinking, you know, he's just gonna steamroll his way through Group B. But against Dark in that best of 7, he looked nigh untouchable. So Cyril, now here on the final stage, I think he is getting ready to go into his best form.
I love that interview as well. He's saying, you know, it's nerve-wracking because it's the biggest tournament we've ever had in StarCraft 2, but he feels comfortable because he usually wins in the finals, and that's obviously a stat he can live on. Do you think that benefits him going into it?
I mean, Cyril over the past couple of years has won more finals than basically anybody. He is the GOAT in that regard. So when he says on stage that being in the grand finals, it feels like being at home, I 100% believe him. I think he is going to be a dominating force in that grand final.
Man, amazing to see Cyril perform like that. He was looking so good today. If he brings that to the finals, the other two are going to have to step up. We're going to keep it moving along and head on over to the desk to see what they have to say about the ZVZ domination.
Just 2 days ago, when an immortal became mortal, the veil of invincibility descends once again. Nobody in the world makes ex-world champions look hopeless like Cyril.
The perfect best of 7 may not exist, James, but this was pretty damn close. Cyril, honestly, everything he touched turned into gold. It starts off with a really good hold on Dynasty. That was a lot of Zerglings heading his way. The man loses like, what, 2 drones and a queen?
Yeah,
and at that point, it almost felt like he set the stage to just play a close to perfect best of 7. Everything coming out of Yona was awesome. The man is an absolute animal.
Yeah, I think he won on the mind game front almost every single game. Every single time it was Dark trying some attack and trying to hide it as well. And even though Cyril didn't have full information every time, he prepared for the attack, he absorbed the attack, and then he just had more stuff. Almost all the maps played out that way. He just played it super safe.
Yeah, I mean, Cyril, he's just an absolute beast. It really feels like being made vulnerable on the first day was almost like a trick kind of thing at this point. Like, you see it in play continuously, and it's just like he's just been better ever since. Yeah. It's like Clem kind of made him angry, and now he's got himself to the final. It's just phenomenal what we're seeing.
I don't know, there's so many attacks that Dark tries to go for here, and it's as if the Roaches step forwards. He sees how many Roaches Cyril has, and in his mind, he must feel like, I don't think I can win this fight, but he goes for it anyway. How do you get into this situation with Cyril, and how do you defeat it? Erosion? I don't know what you do.
I think Lemmo makes a great point there, because a lot of the attacks, they were pretty well hidden, they were pretty well set up, and no one has full information. But at one point, if you're Dark, it starts feeling hopeless. It's like you're playing poker and the other guy can see your whole cards.
Yes.
That's what it's feeling like, because you're like, all right, I don't think he's seen it all. You're there, and you take a look at his arm, you're like, what? He's got more? How does he always have more? I thought I'm the one attacking. I thought I hit this well. Haven't you been building any drones? At one point, your heart just sinks because you're like, it doesn't matter what I throw at this man. He seems to always be ready.
I mean, memes aside, for people that may just be tuning in for the first time to StarCraft 2, we have actually had pro gamers use map hacks against Cyril in an agreed situation, and they've not been able to beat him. It just, that kind of paints a picture alongside Dark, who is an ex-world champion here, Lambo. It's so difficult to break this man.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Cyril is just so solid all around, and I feel like if Dark had map hacks, he would play every single map a little bit differently.
Sure, yeah.
Because Cyril just played overly safe, and I wish Dark mixed it up a little bit more with the greed. Maybe trying to fake an attack, then making a lot of drones behind it, but he always ended up going for it himself, and Cyril was just blindly making roaches. He never made drones. Yeah. He was always ready for it. I wish Dark had maybe a little bit more confidence in the later stages of the game, because Dark is also good in the late game. If he gets a good start, he can still beat Cyril, but he fell into Yona's trap card every single game.
Roddy?
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely the golden aura game. I think Dynasty, after the Ling Rush, almost over at that point. It is incredibly difficult to make that many Zerglings. Just don't get enough done and then play a solid game against a Cyril who's working with the same units as you have, but a 10-drone lead. Like, that is pretty much a goner. But the golden aura actually looked pretty promising for Dark, and the casters did point that one out. Dark made too many Overlords at one point. And normally a long game, we don't talk about somebody making a few too many Overlords. But if your opponent is getting ready for a game-ending attack and you're supposed to build 2 or 3 Overlords and you're building 10, yeah, you can get away with that kind of stuff against perhaps every other Zerg on this planet, not against Cyril.
All right, well, let's check in. Pro's perspective here. Lambo, what do you have for us from this series? I'm sure it's probably Cyril looking really cool, but what have you got?
I actually have exactly the segment that Roddy just talked about.
Okay.
It was Cyril's attack, and this was the one game where I really feel like Dark should have won it, because Dark was on the defensive. Cyril overmade units, and then he realized it was Muta, and then he was like, okay, let me attack anyways. And we're on Golden Aura, and I think one thing that Dark could have done differently there is kill this Baning Nest, because the moment he kills this, he can hold a Concave like this. He will have way more Roach Ravager actually firing, whereas now Dark has this Concave versus this. It's barely, you can barely call it a Concave, honestly. It's just two lines that are very similar, which allows Cyril to just move into him and crush him there with slightly more numbers. Also, if he didn't make the 10 Overlords, he would have had like 8 more Roaches. It's also a thing of Larva.
Yeah.
I think Dark there with the defender's advantage should have held this push 100%. It was really just not taking the perfect defensive posture, combined with that one mistake with the Overlords. I just wish he played a little bit more defensive like he did in this game.
You just can't afford to make a mistake against Cyril. I mean, I've never seen somebody make some of the absolute best players in the world look so hopeless. Like, you know, this, a 4-0 against Dark, he made it look easy, which is so impossible to do. I remember in the past as well, he played against Rogue on LAN, and Rogue, at a point in time, was like, hey, he's the GOAT Zerg, and he just 3-0s him, and Rogue looked absolutely hopeless.
Yeah.
Cyril a special player.
That's the thing, right? When it comes to Cyril versus Dark especially, we've oftentimes, throughout the history of StarCraft II, and it's a glorious, long tenured history, thought to ourselves, he's a great player, but maybe he's not that confident. Or, he's a great player, but maybe he's not that confident. About any name in particular. You never think that about Dark. Dark always comes in confident, always happy to take the fight to anybody, any name in StarCraft II, and then for Cyril to just look like that.
Sometimes overconfidence can be a tiny bit of a killer, and perhaps if Dark would have been a little more extreme, either more extreme on the aggression or more extreme on the greed, he would have done slightly better in this series. But it's almost like he was going to go middle down the road, because he is Dark and he is one of the very best players throughout this long history of this beautiful video game. But perhaps against this Cyril, who's clearly on point, playing a close to flawless best of 7, extreme greeds would have really done well for Dark. Whether it's like, you think back of Dynasty, we don't make 20 links. No, we're going to make 38 Zerglings, and we make these links with the intention to do game-ending damage. Making a lot of links to get ourselves ahead, but if it doesn't work, we're so far behind, that is perhaps just not the play. And Dark can be a man of extremes. He has done that in the past, so yeah, clearly he believes in his own skills, rightfully so, because he's Dark, but today it was not enough.
And Cyril, of course, crushing the key of Dark. Dark is no longer in the tournament. He walks away with $80,000. However, now that means the Finnish Phenom himself has guaranteed at least $150,000 for that second place position. It's a lot of money, Ben.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I mean, that jump to the ground, or jump to winning it all, $400,000. And I mean, the two people that are lying in wait for him, Clem and Hero, so far they've been the two that have really pushed him to the limit. Obviously, Clem kind of dumpstered him on that first day, which was a big surprise. And Hero, he's been coming out swinging with his PVZ. It's not going to be easy for Cyril.
It's a perfect situation. We have one Zerg in the final. We have one Protoss and one Terran looming as they try and find themselves in that final as well. All right, our next matchup coming up here on the main stage for our final 4. It will be Hero versus Clem. Two players who have never been to the World Championship final. One of them will make it today here at the Esports World Cup.
안녕하세요. 탈론 e스포츠 다크 박영우입니다. 우선 감사드리고, 솔직히 이거는 제가 뭐 아버지에 대한 소감, 아버지가 된 소감 이런 거를 말로 설명하기가 정말 굉장히 어렵고, 여러분들도 나중에 아버지가 되시면 아시겠지만 인생이 좀 굉장히 많이 바뀝니다. 우선은. 그리고 제가 평소에 진짜 제 딸이 태어나기 전에는 눈물 같은 거를 이렇게 흘려본 적이 많이 없는데, 요새는 미디어 같은 데서 이제 뭐 애기 내용이 나온다거나 딸 얘기가 나오면 우선 눈물부터 나오더라고요. 그래서 정말 제 인생을 완전 바꿔놓은 그런 소중한 존재, 그리고 너무 행복한데 너무 힘들어요. 네. 그래서 뭐 인간이 살아가는 막 욕구들이 있잖아요. 그런 것들이 우선 너무 힘들다 보니까 다 사라지고 수면욕만 지금 남아있는 상태입니다. 그냥 자고 일어나서 딸 얼굴을 보면 그냥 자연스럽게 웃음이 나온다? 그냥 행복하다? 근데 이걸 제가 어떻게 말로 설명해 드릴 수가 없어가지고, 그냥 어쨌든 뭐 와이프도 있었지만 딸이 생기면서 좀 가정이 좀 완전 좀 이루어졌는데 되게 행복하기도 하고 안정감도 들고 그냥 좀 살아간다는 느낌을 많이 받는 것 같아요. 우선 이제 솔직하게 말씀드리면 육아랑 프로 생활을 같이 하는 게 정말 말도 안 되게 힘들다는 사실을 깨달았고, 그리고 이제 대회 같은 큰 토너먼트가 있을 때는 와이프가 정말 많이 배려해줘서 뭐 그냥 예를 들어서 이렇게 해외에 가는 경우 밤낮을 좀 제가 미리 바꿔요. 일정 같은 뭐 시차 같은 것도 적응해야 되다 보니까 그러다 보면 밤낮이 좀 바뀌고 이러는데 근데 아기가 보통 아침 일찍 일어나서 저녁 일찍 자는데 제가 일어나면 거의 아기가 잘 시간이고 이러다 보니까 와이프가 거의 혼자 본단 말이에요. 그래서 솔직히 저는 몇 시간 안 보면 돼서 되게 좀 편하긴 한데 병행하는 것 자체가 정말 힘들다고 생각하고, 그리고 와이프가 희생해서 지금 더 노력해서 돌봐주고 있는 거니까 그런 부분에 있어서 굉장히 좀 마음 아프고 미안하고 약간 이런 감정이 있고요. 솔직히 좀 많이 힘든 것 같아요. 근데 이게 마지막 대회다, 저한테 있어서 마지막이 될 수도 있는 대회다 보니까 그 부분에 있어서 서로 으쌰으쌰 하고 그런 식으로 잘 해결을 하고 있습니다. 근데 뭐 연습하는 시간도 옛날보다는 줄어들 수밖에 없고, 제가 한다고 열심히 했는데 옛날보다 많이 줄기도 한 것 같아요. 그리고 거의 뭐 먹고 자고 하는 시간 빼고는 애 보고 그냥 나머지 시간에 뭐 놀지 않고 연습만 했던 것 같아요. 뭐 미래에 대해서 크게 걱정하진 않았고요. 우선 뭐 미래에 대해서 와이프랑 얘기를 해봐도 그냥 미래의 일은 군대 가 있을 때 생각하면 된다. 제 군대 가서 시간 많이 남으니까 라는 얘기를 했기 때문에 딱히 미래에 대해서 크게 생각해보진 않았고, 그냥 이번 대회가 어찌 보면 마지막일 수도 있으니까 여기에 최선을 다해서 그래도 마지막 유종의 미를 좀 거두고 이때를 하면 좋겠다, 그런 생각을 좀 많이 했던 것 같아요. 일단 뭐 사랑하는 와이프, 사랑하는 딸에게 대회를 준비하면서 거의 한 달 정도 밤낮을 바꾸면서 생활을 했는데 밤낮을 바꾸면서 나도 힘들었지만 가족 전체가 좀 많이 힘들었거든요. 그래서 그런 부분에 있어서 정말 많이 열심히 했고, 그래도 놀지 않고 쉬지 않고 열심히 했고, 힘들었던 부분에 대한 보상이 이번 대회에서 잘 이루어졌으면 좋겠고, 돌아가서 이제 뭐 군입 때까지 아마 한 달 반, 한 달 정도 남을 것 같은데, 네, 힘들었던 거를 잘 케어하고 열심히 놀고 쉬고 행복하게 잘 지내다가, 뭐라 해야 되지? 진짜 처음 해봐가지고 잘 편집해 주세요. 근데 뭐 그냥 사랑한다고 전해주고 싶네요. 그리고 지금 하루 정도 됐는데 벌써부터 너무 보고 싶고, 둘 다 너무 보고 싶고, 얼른 이 대회를 잘 마무리하고 가족한테 돌아가고 싶습니다.
It is time to find out our second grand finalist. You have Hero on one side, $600,000, GSL champion, DreamHack champion, Star League champion, the Prince of the Intel Extreme Masters. Then on the other side, you have Clem, $365,000 to his name, the Prodigy, the ESL StarCraft II Masters champion, dominator of the DreamHack Masters Europe, the Terran hope for the Western world, and it couldn't be closer. There are only two names that go as close as these two in history of StarCraft II in this tournament. They are 16-16 in series against one another. They are 46-46 in maps against one another. It is straight down the line. And now in a best of 7, we will figure out who is going to go to the grand final. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk here. Felt like I just introduced a Game of Thrones character. But to my left-hand side, two members of the Iron Throne from the South Korean commentary team. We have ourselves Artosis and Tasteless to talk about this one. Dan, this is one for the ages.
Yeah, I mean, you just said it very, very well, how they are so even against each other in matches. It seems kind of unrealistic that it could actually be that close. And now here they are, both looking for their first finals in the World Championship. But I got to tell you, I'm looking at this. I do think it's going to be close. I think we're going to go to 7 games. but it's Hero's birthday. Okay.
Call it. It's over. Call it.
It's Hero's birthday.
Hey,
He's been
privilege.
playing like a man on fire. You look at the quality of games he put out. He should have beaten Cyril earlier in the tournament. Okay. I think that he is playing out of his mind. So I am looking at him with a bit more experience as the player that might be able to advance to the finals.
Well, that's the scary thing. The fact that Hero can make people like Cyril bleed. It's terrifying a prospect here. But Tasteless, your thoughts coming into this one?
It's exciting. The whole narrative has been broken, right? Cyril does not look as scary through most of this tournament as he has before. Obviously, he had a very easy 4-0 versus Dark.
Very much so.
Kind of reasserting himself today. But Hero had an incredible series coming in here. Maybe one of the best series we've had all year. We've been excited about Clem to see how he's going to perform, how he's going to look. He's managed to get this deep. He's in the top 4. Hero's somebody who came back from the military service. He looked extremely strong, extremely scary. But I think nobody thought he would be getting this deep or making the games that he was making now. And he's really giving a lot of hope for Protoss in general.
He has carried the flag for Protoss high, so much so that people have crunched the numbers out there and they have seen that Hero stands above, far and above any other Protoss when it comes to representation here on the offline stage. It was all smiles and laughter between the two just then here. But let's actually hear from Clem before we get into this semi-finals at EWC.
I am joined here by Clem. Clement, how are you feeling today and about your opponent, Hero?
Yeah, I feel pretty good, not too bad. Hero is a very hard opponent, of course, but I think if I can play like I did the other day, I have very good chances. So yeah, I feel pretty good.
All right, we were talking yesterday over dinner, and you were saying that Hero is a little bit different because he plays the early game so much better than other opponents. So if you could elaborate on his play style and what he does better than every other Protoss out there.
Yeah, I think he's very good at, well, first he's very good at mixing it up, like mixing up his builds, but also his way of playing. So it makes it very hard to go up against him because I don't really know exactly what to expect, and I have to adapt and play differently depending on what he's choosing on playing. Like, sometimes he likes to stay on very low probe count, for example, and get a big army, and then either attack or counter-attack if I want to attack myself. And sometimes he plays for like kind of the opposite, right? Like many bases very fast and more of like the greedy play, a bit like what Max Pax usually does. So it makes it pretty hard to go up against him because I need very good scouting and be aware of what he's doing and then react accordingly.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And finally, if you manage to, you know, like place well or win this tournament, Team Liquid will be solidified in a very strong position to actually get second in the rankings. And I think they would win something like $4 million or something of the sorts. Are you expecting a bonus from Nazgul?
maybe if he wants to give me one. That would be sick, though. That would be sick. I will do my best for them, of course.
All right, let's hope Victor's watching then. Back to you.
Geez, very clear that Clem has broken down exactly what Hero is going to be throwing at him here. And I think one thing that's very important about this tournament here, Dan, is the fact that if this had been Clem coming into this tournament, having never won an international tournament, I would have condemned his chances here completely. However, winning the ESL Pro Tour Masters over and being able to actually get an international tournament under his belt offline was the monkey off his back. And now I think that that has been shrugged off completely. It was a little while ago now, a few months ago, but obviously now there's an opportunity for him to become a world champion.
It absolutely is. Like, I think right now you can look at these two players and name them both as the best of their races. Like, I love Maru to death. You know, there's a lot of great players out there, but they are both playing out of their minds. They're like, Clem is obviously having a fantastic year already. And Hero, like, honestly, he's the only Protoss that really has been delivering for a couple of years now.
Yeah.
So we're looking at this. I think that they're the absolute best, and they're the best matches to go up against Cyril as well in the finals, which is a very important aspect of this.
Yeah, Cyril obviously has been given a run for his money every single time against Clem. Clem made his name on beating people like Cyril. But on the other side, Hero is a whirlwind of aggression in this matchup and the next. So it's going to be scary for Clem to go up against Hero.
It's going to be scary for Cyril no matter who gets through this. You know, Hero, we always knew that he had some really strong play. He had been somewhat inconsistent. He had moments where he really shined. He looked brilliant. But it seems like right now at this tournament, he's completely calibrated for every opponent he's going to go against. We were talking earlier about how Maru was sort of the de facto Terran god in the entire the entirety of all of StarCraft II. Well, now Clem is coming in here, and he's sort of usurping that. So this is going to be an exciting match. I think it's really tough to call who's going to come out. Both these guys looking really strong.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no matter who moves on here, it's going to be a tough match for Cyril.
All right, let's get to it then. It's a best of 7. Hero or Clem will go to the grand finals at EWC.
Well, there you have it, gentlemen. Cyril is looking better than ever, and he's waiting in the grand final, but his opponent is on the horizon, Seltzer.
Absolutely. This next matchup, though, does prove to be a little bit more even. Like Kyleris was saying, the same matches, the same number of maps. So this is going to be a big decider between Hero and Clem.
We have waited so long for a Protoss Grand finalist these past few years. Weibo Gaming's Hero is making that dream a reality for so many fans. But he is up against Team Liquid's Clem, the man that took down the final boss himself in the biggest upset we have seen this year.
Players, shake hands and take your seats. Let's get this match started. Casters, it's up to you now.
It's time to hop into our second semi-finals of the day. A Protoss versus Terran. Team Liquid's Claymore is gonna duke it out with our Korean Protoss Hope Hero. I'm Roddy, joined by Benny. What a series, Ben. I mean, we've been excited for this since yesterday night. We've been talking about it with the Arabian talents as well. And a lot of us have very different picks, and I think that goes for the fans as well.
I mean, like, I've not been this excited for a long time, and I was trying to think about the feeling of this moment right here between these two. And it's kind of like, you know, when the fireworks show is happening, the 5th of November, you're waiting, you're all excited, it's so quiet, everybody's waiting. And then I think fireworks are just going to happen between these two. They're both so good at a micro, so good at aggression. I can't see this thing being nothing but just pure chaos all the way through.
Yep, I think we're going to have a couple of games that are going to be incredibly hard to call, and those are the most fun games. The PvTs throughout this event have been mega fun. Gumio Showtime on El Saini, of course, being the highlight of craziness. These two have a lot of history with each other. They've mentioned it, the stage host mentioned it, online included. Dead even. It could not possibly be more even between these two. It is important to mention though that they've only ever played against each other twice at offline events, and Hero did win both of those series, most recently being in Dallas really not that many months ago at the ESL Masters, and Hero getting a pretty convincing trio. I mean, game 3 was bonkers, and I really hope we get to see more of that Ghost River stuff here in this semifinals. So offline, this man with all his experience may have the edge.
Absolutely. Spawning over in the bottom left-hand side of Crimson Court to get things going. It is the Red Hero, or Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero.
He can be the Red Hero, Ben. That's absolutely not.
He is the Red Hero. He's my smiling assassin hero for sure.
In the top right side, playing by far and away the biggest series of his entire career, representing Team Liquid, hailing from France, it is Clem.
The golden boy of Team Liquid. I mean, Team Liquid has such a long history throughout StarCraft II. Right there from the beginning, right there before as well with StarCraft Brood War. And they've always had strong Terrans to carry the flag. Tasia in the early days, Bunny afterwards as well. But the things that Clem, this man, have been doing, I tell you what, that was a legacy to live up to, and he's doing it.
What is Hero up to here? This is interesting, because the second pylon is kind of in the middle of nowhere. He's already starting to mine out some of these mineral patches. I mean, we're going to see a lot of cool builds, obviously, that these guys have been sitting on. So Hero is opening up with a second gate. Absolutely not mega common. The most standard opening in this matchup is the gateway into a cybernetics core, into an expand. And sometimes they go expand before the cybernetics core. We're like, wow, so greedy. It's bad against Proxy Reaper. But Hero is going to show us something a little bit different already. He knows that Clem can be a tiny bit of a greedy boy. And in game 2 of those ESL Masters on Dallas, they had a game on Amphion. Hero also opened up similar to this, and he basically had the game won at minute 4. He was all over Clem, made it very difficult for Clem to actually get the expand going. Clem, however, had a safe opening here. There is no like Reaper, no Scout with a CC on the low ground. We've got a factory already on the way. So build order-wise, this shouldn't be problematic for Clem, but Hero is Hero, and his execution is always top-notch.
No, you're absolutely right. This build gained popularity with a player called Zaun quite some time ago, and actually changed the whole meta with Terrence being against this build so much. That's where the 2 gas opening really came into play. So the fact that he's doing this on this map, I like it. I mean, a best of 7, it hasn't quite lined up build-wise for him, but it's a long journey to get there. And if you can get a cheeky win like this and just showcase your opponent, I am capable of doing anything. That is scary.
No, Clem really doesn't want to end up losing this Reaper here, but this Reaper is going to fall as that Adept just showed up way before Clem ever expected it to show up. And that is a rough way to start off your best of 7. I don't think Clem is necessarily in all sorts of trouble, but it's just annoying. He's not supposed to lose that Reaper. And that Reaper could have been so useful to give Clem some information he absolutely needs on the other side of the map to figure out what the follow-up is going to be. And a single Hellion ban is really not going to put up a very good fight against those 2 Adepts that deal bonus damage. The Zealot is here as well. The Marines are going to do their best to keep this reactor alive. I wonder if Clem is willing to pull SCVs to repair this reactor. I kind of think he should, because the moment you don't, and if even more Adepts show up, it's going to be so annoying to deal with Adepts in your main base.
It certainly is. Stalkers have joined the fray now as well. I mean, Clem has quite a bit at the top of this ramp, but these are very wounded Marines, and doing a good job here. He's sniping down a few of the units, but that Adept will most likely die. Cyclone very quick to pop out here, and Hero has to get on out of town, and overall, good defense out of Clem.
And it's so big for Clem that he gets the lock on there immediately, that he continues to get vision of that Stalker. For a split second there, Clem was like, hey, my unit is a little bit quicker than yours. Can I get the Hellion in front of your Stalker to make it harder to get home? A force field shows up out of nowhere. The Stalker survives with 1 HP, and only Hero would ever think that it's a good idea to bring it back with 1 HP. Clem punished him for that immediately. Cyclone is quicker than Sentries, but obviously Clem doesn't want to overextend. He doesn't want to end up losing that Cyclone to a force field or going up this ramp. This is exactly the stuff that we were hoping for, Ben. Chaos from the very beginning, hopefully till the very end of Game 7, and these 2 are absolutely capable of giving that to us.
Yeah, I mean, Clem does have to be careful that he's not caught out on the map here, because Stalkers are very mobile, but going to use those sentries just to kind of get a hallucination scout going in here. And I mean, Clem, he's very good, and he'll spot that this is not doing anything immediately, so no quick pull here, but he has to be careful, Kev, as I talked about here, because that's quite a juicy amount of Protoss units, and they are ready and here to battle.
Yep, a force field will go down, does not push the Cyclone forward, but Hero grabs a lot of Marines. One thing that is problematic for Hero, though, is that he doesn't use this Twilight Council yet. I'm pretty certain this Twilight Council finished up a little while ago, and there we have it. It's going to be a Dark Shrine. He absolutely could have built that a little while ago, but maybe he just wanted a few more units. He is gaining momentum, but I think a single tank is absolutely going to shut down these basic gateway units. I think Hero probably needs to slow things down a little bit. He's even firing up Charge before Blink, which I think makes sense, because it would take a little too long right now to wait until Blink comes online.
Yeah, it's such an unusual army to go up against, because Clem right now, he'd be reading this. He's like, okay, if it was going to be like Blink Stalkers or something afterwards, why would you add those next 2 Adepts? And everything that Hero's making right now, he's saving up that gas for those DTs that are inevitably going to come, and a fast charge as well. This is one of those games you play on the ladder where somebody does this against you, and it's just like, what the hell are you doing? This doesn't make sense at all, but it's Hero.
And Clem's starport is very late. It is incredibly unlikely this is going to be a Raven first. So there is going to be a moment where we absolutely need to keep a very close eye on these orbitals. 50 energy is what you need to drop a scan and reveal some of these DTs. And Hero may not have a warp prism or has a gateway on this side of the map, but that proxy gate is still going to allow him to warp in those DTs relatively offensively. He is going to be so happy when he sees no eBay yet. Obviously a Terran, you can scan, you can have missile turrets, you can have a Raven. A Raven is not out, and it will most likely never come out. Missile turrets are nowhere near done yet, even though he is going to fly the starport over. He may be expecting it.
Yeah, that's big actually, going for the Raven afterwards. He is getting the engineering bay. I counted the mules there. He has 1 scan available. Now he's going to go for Blink DTs well after this
Hero. Hero's a mad lad. No Raven on the production tab yet, but he's absolutely going to fire one up as soon as his first DT, but the depot is lowered. Clem has not seen it yet, and he has flown the starport over to a reactor. The first DT is in the main base. We've got a scan, we've got 2 scans to work with, but if you're Hero, you got to be loving it. There's the first scan. Second scan is good enough. That is so big for Clem, because there is no worse feeling for a Terran player to drop a scan and don't kill the Dark Templar. All things considered, that went about as good as it ever could have gone for Clem, even if he lost 6 SCVs. But, I mean, without missile turrets, without a Raven, this could have been lethal damage.
It could have been, absolutely could have been. You're totally right. 6 SCVs dying to that, not too much lost mining time either. And you got to remember, he's actually got Stim and Combat Shield ready with this as well. Now, this is good use of these DTs by Hero. We've talked about it in the past, even some of these previous games in the tournament, where it's like those DTs can act like observers. And if you don't have medevacs to heal up your units crossing the map, they will keep you contained for a little bit of time. So Hero trying to get a lot of stuff going behind this, but that army of Clem is so scary if it does get to cross the map.
Yep, we had a game on Oceanborn this weekend where Protoss was all over the Terran, and if a single DT would have spotted the move out, it would have all been okay. Turned out that's not the case. A DT does make it into the main base. I guess Shadow Stride was used, and he got high ground vision with the hallucinated Phoenix. Honestly, cool plays here, and Hero's making this uncomfortable for Clem, but you're definitely not wrong when you say, hey, that's a pretty powerful Terran army. And without Storm or Colossus or Disruptors, there is going to be a moment where Hero's going to be forced to fight this, and that is going to be really difficult.
It's going to be really difficult, Clem. Oh, rather, Kev. I was calling you Clem there. I have him so much on the mind right now. He's even going for a Raven as well. Like, that's a late Raven, but just realizing how annoying it is to have to use all your scans. And honestly, every second that goes by, Hero's army is getting bigger and better. He's not got any splash in the mix right now, which is one big loss for him. But he's surviving a very stage of the game for Protoss.
Very quick RoboBay. The moment that the robotics facility was done, Hero dropped it immediately. I think he looks at his army and he's like, okay, I was maybe hoping for like a little bit more trading. I can fight 8 Marines, 2 Marauders, that's okay, and a tank. But if you are waiting and you're banking up this many bio units, eventually there is so much DPS in this bio ball that a few Zealots won't cut it anymore. Hero's well aware of that, so that's why he's dropping his RoboBay immediately. And I would almost like, man, a Disruptor first here. Even if Colossus are in general the superior units, it takes a while until you get Colossus out, and you obviously want thermal lens as well, especially when tanks are in the mix. I think getting a quick Disruptor here, just so you have one thing that is scary for Clem to deal with, would not be a bad call.
No, it wouldn't be. And I mean, you know, like those Colossus, they're going to die to this amount of Marauders because he's been pumping out so many. They've got decent upgrades online. What is it going to be? He's going to go for that Disruptor, just like you said. Drop does get into this natural here. Now Hero does have some Warpins available. DT dealing damage on the other side of things as well. It's already getting a little bit chaotic here, but Clem really respecting the position of Hero. He went for charge before Blink, right?
Yes.
Does he even have Blink available?
It's been chaotic since the very beginning.
Oh.
He has Blink on the Dark Templars, but he absolutely does not have it on the Stalkers yet. This is something that Clem cannot be 100% certain of, though. So if you're Clem right now, you're obviously going to be very cautious with these medevacs. Hero, throughout this entire tournament, where I think he really leveled up, is expanding non-stop and always building workers. In the past, Hero would find himself in these crazy games and then just be stuck on 3 bases for a little while, and he's kind of winning, but at 59 probes at one point, you're no longer winning against a Terran if they get 60 SCVs as well and a bunch of orbitals. Hero, in every matchup we've seen him, does a great job in just expanding non-stop as he's looking for a big Nova, and Hero is going to land the first big Nova of the series. It will absolutely not be the last one, but that is a monstrous hit, taking full advantage of that side blocker. What a moment for Hero.
That was a sick Disruptor. That was a Disruptor with a dream, Kevin. And now the tanks are in the back line, taking out these Widow Mines. Nice start here by both players, but especially for Hero. The force fields bought quite a bit of time here. And I mean, Clem's army, it's still a really scary one. I mean, anti-armor missile is on quite a few of these Zealots, and Hero's army's charging in here. A bit scrumbled up, though, it's got to be said.
He is going to get on top of the tanks. We've got another Nova coming online. Force fields are going to help him. Clem needs to pick up, and Clem immediately goes for the hot pickup. I love the confidence that Clem is bringing here as well, because after a big Nova like that, when you're looking to move out and the Nova explodes in the middle of your bio army, a lot of Terrans will immediately turn around. But Clem still believed in the power of his army there, and honestly took a pretty decent fight. Really picked off a lot of those gateway units, and Hero still does not have those Blink Stalkers to rely on. And eventually, you do want to get get some Colossus. Because Disruptors alone, yeah, the more that Clem is going to be ready for them, the harder it will be for you to connect with your Novas against Clem. Because Clem truly is the best in the business in making Disruptors look silly.
Yeah, I mean, I was so surprised that one connected as well as it did, but Clem has kept that drop alive. The first one he did with a couple of Marauders and such, and he's been so good about taking no damage on these medevacs. It's a really big deal for just being a damn nuisance against a guy that you do know can struggle a little bit when it gets to these late game armies and keeping units in the right places.
In Clem's defense, he didn't know that was a Disruptor. And then it was hiding behind the side blocker as well. So yeah, that one can connect. But at this point, from here on out, Clem is completely aware that a bunch of Disruptors are out there.
A bit of a self-harm there going on, right? That was actually quite a lot of damage being done. And here you can see Hero's trying to deal with these drops in his bases. He's got good upgrades on the way, soon to finish +3. Blink is coming online as well. The supplies are climbing from both these players, but Hero trying to take 5th base from this moment in time is going to be tricky. The way that he's situated, he doesn't want to be in this position necessarily where Clem's got him surrounded, he's got him on the back foot, and he's got drops here, there, and everywhere.
Yep, it really is time, I think, to get a few Colossus out right now. I think we've got more than enough Disruptors. As a Protoss, sometimes you think it's awkward to go from like 3 Disruptors into Colossus, because then it's too easy for the Terran to just disengage a couple of times and go for it. But at this point, we need something a little more reliable than just Disruptors, because Clem is so freaking good in not taking too much damage from them, as we have a tiny drop of a couple of Marauders distracting Hero. A much bigger drop in the back of the main. This is Liquid Clem, the guy that everyone is talking about, as he is attacking you on 3 different locations, and Hero really is in a lot of trouble here in the first game.
And look how Clem engages. Even if it's a small amount of Zealots, he is just stepping all the way. Robovay taken down. No more splashy units to join the field. EMP galore. And Clem, that army is here to stay, Kevin. Hero just doesn't have enough to deal with it.
Nope, he needs maybe a flanking Disruptor, right? A Disruptor going the long way around, because from here on out it's going to be so hard for him to connect with these Novas. That was a beautiful attack by Clem. A tiny drop, a bigger drop, and then the main army. And of course microing everything close to perfection, as Clem immediately realized that Hero does not have that much vision here. He's been using that Robo non-stop for an Immortal, for Disruptors, does not have a lot of observers out, and that gives even more potential to all these drops. It is good to see that Clem is playing an excellent first game here in the semifinals, because sure, he has won Atlanta, he's been on some big stages, but he's out of the 4, he was by far and away the least experienced playing a match for these stakes. But so far, this is the Clem that we got to know, that we got to love over the last few years. He's playing excellent.
Yeah, so far nerves don't seem to be affecting him at all, because this is the biggest stage you'll ever play on ever in your life, and these Disruptors trying to get the connects going. Clem with a decent surround coming from downtown as well. He is absolutely obliterating this army. What is the resources lost have at this point? It feels like Clem's been trading so damn well. Almost a 2-to-1 ratio going on. And Hero, he's got his back against the ropes. Clem running in, dealing damage. You can see the face of Hero. I think Clem's gone and busted him, Kev.
If not even battery overcharge is scary anymore, nothing is really going to stop a Terran from just powering through. Hero does have a little counter-attack going on the other side of the map. Zealots picking up a few SCVs, but a few Zealots and a few Stalkers will never deal as much damage as that large bio army of Clem. And to make matters even worse, Hero lost the Robo Bay, lost the Robo there as well. The only thing Hero can really do is warp in a couple of DPs and hope no EMPs or scans are available. But it is the man from Team Liquid who comes out guns blazing, takes the 1-0 lead, and this is the best possible 1-0 lead that Clem could take, because it wasn't easy. There was no build or advantage. He was even off to a rough start, losing that Reaper, wasn't really ready for the DTs. One DT snuck into the main base with the depot being lowered, so a lot of things kind of went wrong in the early game. Even ate a big Nova in the middle of his army before he even knew there were Disruptors. But Clem, his macro was still flawless. The drops were fantastic. The micro, from the moment he knew what to worry about, was picture perfect. That is a game that is going to give Clem a lot of confidence, that it wasn't just in the earliest stages of the tournament that he was going to be able to bring his A-game. He's bringing his A-game so far in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, Hero has been a big obstacle for Clem in the past. You talked about it. He hasn't beaten him on land yet, and that Disruptor, that actually was a huge saving grace for keeping Hero in this game earlier on. But as soon as the fights really start happening with the bio for Clem, you can see how he engages them. He'll just be constantly stepping back. He'll do all the micro tricks in the book, and he'll do them second to none.
Yep. And Hero opened up with the Disruptor, the way that I kind of said that I would have liked to see him open up with the Disruptor. I think it's safe to say that that first Disruptor was fantastic, but I really think after 2 or 3 Disruptors, he should have been making his way towards Colossus. Not just because that is consistent, reliable damage from a far distance, but also Hero was only getting attack upgrades. Disruptors do not benefit from those melee upgrades. Colossus would have. And if we only want to stay on Disruptors, then we may as well get armor upgrades, because Disruptors always deal the same amount of damage.
Absolutely. And Golden Aura will be the game to get Game 2 going. Spawning over in the top left-hand side, it is the Red Protoss, Red Hero.
In the bottom right side of Golden Aura, the man who has already picked up a lot of incredibly important points for Team Liquid in regards of those club championship leaderboards. But he's obviously looking for his own success as well. And he pick up even more points if he makes it all the way to the grand finals. Taking the 1-0 lead and looking good as ever. Team Liquid's Clem. Or Clément. Or Liquid Clem, as the fans like to call him.
I tell you what, he's looking really calm on that stage, Kev. Like, the escalation that Clem's had over the past few years alone, like, we saw it. He was playing back in, like, 2015-ish, and, you know, he's this little lad. You saw he was fast and stuff, but he's managed to make everything join together in all the right ways, and the way he utilizes his speed, his micro, it's just absolutely perfect. Now, this opening from him, this game, this is the one that Hero would have far preferred to go up against in Game 1 with that 2-gate proxy build. He's gone for a 1-gas fast expand here with a Marine first. So this would have found out about that so much later on a map like this. And that's just how the stars align sometimes in StarCraft 2.
Yep, Clem getting a little bit fortunate perhaps with the builds that he's choosing so far, but I'm sure he's done his homework. He has taken a look at a lot of the games that Hero has played throughout this tournament. Hero has gone up against multiple Terran players. Of course, Clem also opened his journey up by playing against Classic, so he had to review a little bit. And on top of that, if there is a lot of information about one player in this tournament in one specific matchup, I would say, yeah, probably Clem against Protoss. I don't think there is anybody else in this tournament that plays more public games in a certain matchup than Clem, with all the weekly tournaments that he participates in and those finals that he has against Max Packs over and over again. But, you know, in the end of the day, yes, that is very useful for Hero, but Clem is such a complete player. Clem doesn't just have 2 or 3 builds, 2 or 3 different openings. No, in a weird way, that could scare you, because the more games you look at him, it's like, is there anything this kid cannot do with Terran? No, he can pretty much do it all, and he will continue to switch it up.
Yeah, he's so different about how he approaches TVZ, right? Like, TVZ's a lot about perfection, but we even saw against, like, Raynor and Serral in this tournament, he was kind of mixing it up a little bit. Against Serral, he went for the more orthodox. Against Raynor, really through everything that he had, like the Cyclone openings. But in TVP, there is not one build to rule them all. And if there's one player that knows all of them and does all of them, second to none, it's Clem. He's just so scary in this matchup, and Hero felt the force of him in Game 1, but every game is a clean slate. Let's see how this Protoss can do against the likes of Clem.
There is one thing that Clem has historically done in longest series against Protoss, and that is at least go for a proxy starport one time and go for a Hellion drop. There was a time he pretty much did it every best of 5, sometimes even every best of 3. He's shying away from it a little bit, perhaps because the Stargate openings are becoming more and more popular in this matchup. I'd be shocked though to see Clem play a best of 7 and at least not once open up with the Hellion drop. But just because you know that about your opponent, that doesn't mean you know when he's going to do it. And what's good against the Hellion drop could be very bad against one of these early Marine move-outs with a Cyclone. So it is always going to be scary for Hero. But Hero knows that. And Hero's got a lot of different openings as well. First game, proxy gate, 2-gate opening. Second game here, a lot more standard. Honestly, I'm pretty certain that Clem probably expected Hero to play Stargate here, because Hero has played so much Stargate Phoenix on maps like Golden Aura against Terrans in the past.
By the way, Kev, denying that hallucination scout was a big deal from Clem. You saw Hero tilt his head. He had no idea what he was up against, and he's gone for the far more macro-orientated play here with 2 gateway, going for the fast third. Now, his defense so far is looking pretty solid. Good. Yeah, really solid. He might lose 1 Stalker in the main there and pull in the probes. That's a bit of a ballsy play here. I mean, nice little surround on these Marines. He is trying to mitigate the damage, but I tell you what, 6 probes, 7 probes, that's what Clem was kind of hoping for.
Absolutely.
Now, these Marines, they cannot get home. So losing a Stalker there, I tell you what, Hero's a little bit flustered here, it feels like.
Oh, Hero ends up losing the second Stalker as well. May even lose one more probe. Yeah, this defense that looked so good initially actually turned into a bit of a disaster. Now, he does have a very strong macro-oriented opening, so it is not necessarily game over. I felt Hero had the right amount of units initially in the main, and if the other units would have just stayed in front of the natural near that battery, Clem gets almost nothing done there. I would even say he gets nothing done. Hero basically had the perfect answer, but then he overreacted to that tiny drop. He got a bit greedy. He's like, no, I want to make sure I kill everything there. I want to get that medevac, or at least push it as far away as possible. And I'm going to get the Cyclone and the Marines. But by making that call, he opened the doors in the natural. And that's incredibly frustrating if you're Hero, because it was perfect. But then because of something you ended up doing, it turned into a bit of a disaster.
Certainly did. Now, is there a tank in the main waiting for him? Oh, there is. I mean, Clem, his defense so far has been solid. And the aggression's been pretty good too. And here, is he going to keep that medevac? Oh, nice little pick off there from Hero, just utilizing the second observer to get the high ground vision.
It is a large map, and Hero does have 3 bases. If this was a 2-base opening for the Protoss, yeah, all alarm bells would go off and he'd be in so much trouble. But the fact that we are still looking at a 3-base Hero with a War Prism and with Zealot Charge gives us a lot of hope. If you're rooting for the Protoss, you're looking at it and be like, well, definitely not a clean start, not perfect. And if you're Hero, you're not going to be mega happy, but he's got a lot of potential. 4 Stalkers and a War Prism. 4 is the magical number to one-shot Marines without combat shield, and it's also the magical number to one-shot an SCV. This is great damage. Don't forget, he's still building some probes on the other side of the map, and Charge is coming online.
This is a great way. Like, these Stalkers have done more damage than they have done so far throughout the entire game. So 6 Stalkers for free. Now the Liberator has moved over to the natural or the 3rd base, and a Raven comes online as well. Now this is getting some counter damage done, and yet again, and honestly, oh my god, no, he blinked too little away, so loses that Stalker as well, gets an extra probe, damage being done on the other side of the map, and yet again, but my goodness, these guys are just killing each other from the inside out.
Once more, everything that we were hoping for and everything that we were expecting when you've got a Hero versus Clem semi-finals at the Esports World Cup. Yeah, we're not just looking at 2 armies that are staring each other down from one side to the other, waiting for a move. No, there are going to be so many little skirmishes. Both players will be looking for damage non-stop. I think Hero is still in a playable position, but it is important that his army eventually makes some progress. He dropped that Forge. He's working on +1 right now. That should make him like a little bit more confident taking some of these fights later on. I would love to see something else too. Hero's probably afraid that if he drops the Templar Archives or a Robo Bay right now, that is just not going to come into play. He does not want to lose the fight, so he's going to put all of his resources in as many Stalkers, Immortals, and Zealots as possible, win the fight, and then he's looking to counter a transition. If Clem picks up on this, Clem could actually go home. He doesn't need to attack into Hero right now.
I tell you what, keeping that Warp Prism alive with those cute little drops there, trying to dodge the Marauder shots was actually so key, because if he lost that, that would have been the go-go. But he's taken this fight really early. Like, Clem was not prepared for that, and I tell you what, Clem's feeling it. He's like, wow, how ready are you for this fight? Where's your army? Because any other Protoss, they'd be waiting back at home for you to get into that position near the shield batteries, but Hero, he's out to greet him. That's so risky, but it is paying off.
Hero just warped in a lot of additional Zealots. Still no Templar Archives or additional gases. He has warped in those gases now, but Hero is looking to trade because he knows Clem's army is going to skill a lot better than his army right now. He made a bunch of Immortals early on. He is hoping that he can find a great engagement with the Zealots, Stalkers, and Immortals, but it's going to be difficult because the moment Clem is like, whoa, that's a lot of Zealots, I know exactly what is up. You haven't had a mega economy. You don't have high-tech units yet. You are basically looking to trade. I'm going to turn around. Wow. Viking gets on top of the War Prism. Zealots should be able to hop out. Yep, all Zealots will be able to hop out, but at least Clem gets the Prism, and that means that he just needs to focus on the low ground defense. And Hero knows that it's going to be harder and harder for those gateway units to shine, so he's forced to transition. I'd love to see a second Robo, because a single Robo is going to take a long time before he gets a lot of high-tech units out.
Yeah, and is the Raven still alive, by the way, behind the main base, possibly? I'm not sure. It is still alive, so that guy's been building up quite a bit of energy, so that can come into fruition later on as well. There is a shield battery in the main. Upgrades coming online for both of them, but that Ghost Academy almost done, and that is so good against everything that Hero has, and damage being done, and yet again by units here, there, and everywhere. And now we've got that little bit of calm before the storm here, and All those Stalkers are battered and bruised, by the way. I'm feeling like...
Oh, that's a great counterattack, though.
Great counterattack.
Yep, I wonder what Clem is going to do. Clem has raised the depots. That means all of these SCVs will be alienated out of the main base. They're going to go through the Zealot meat grinder. I think Hero might have to cancel this expand. I think he was hoping to take a 5 battery overcharge, but it's better to just cancel it. He is about to get his hands on one Colossus. Now, it is important to mention that Colossus does not have extended thermal lens. Clem is taking more and more damage on the other side of the map, but this is still a very powerful army. Hero is hoping for a great fight. Guardian Shield is important. Battery overcharge is important. He's just going to go for it, Ben.
He's absolutely going for it, Kev. There's no Guardian Shield on these units, and it feels like that wall's kind of working against him a little bit. I mean, all those Bio units staying alive. The last tank does fall. That will allow the Colossus to stay there and battle, and damage has been massively done on both sides. But who's it better for in this situation? I do feel like Clem going home is a breath of fresh air for Hero, because if he gets those Colossus online, it will be a saving grace for him.
I think the second part of this battle went really good for Hero. I think he got a little bit carried away at the first, but all the Widow Mines were deactivated. Clem has picked up a lot of his units, but Hero was there with Stalkers, killed one medevac that was carrying some cargo, and now Clem is also forced to unload, and these units are still low in HP. This is turning into a massive victory for Hero, as the only thing that Clem really gets out is one medevac full of bio. It is a fantastic hold in the end by Hero. Maybe Clem should have just unsieged all these mines, go home immediately, because the beginning was really not that pretty for Hero. But the fact that Clem stuck around, then turned around for part 2, well, part 2 was heavily in favor of the Korean Protoss.
Yeah, part 2 was not a story that Clem liked reading at all, and now Hero, for the first time in this game, has a pretty significant supply lead compared to what it was looking like in his army. It's scary, Kev. Thermal Lance is about to finish, and Hero, this is where he likes to play his games, on the other side of the map, and amidst all that madness, he took his 4th base. Like, he took it as soon as the 4th was scrapped. So very nice critical crisis management out of Hero.
And that Zealot counterattack was brilliant. It was perfect. Clem sent pretty much all of his units to the other side of the map. And if Hero would have fought with all those Zealots, he takes a bad fight. The bio ball was too large. There were too many Widow Mines in the mix. The Zealots were never going to shine there. But by creating so much chaos on the other side of the map, he dealt a lot of economic damage, and he bought some extra time for himself to get that Colossus out and take some good fights later on. Really good play by Hero, because he was not cooking. This is not the early game that a Protoss player looks at it and be like, yeah, I always win these kinds of games. No, Hero had to absolutely work for the position that he's currently in, but I'm sure that he's loving it at this point. More observers won't hurt. He does always need to be very careful with these Colossus, with these Disruptors, because no matter how great Hero looks, he does often have a little Hero moment where he loses a couple of expensive units that he shouldn't be losing, but that is not something you want to do against Clem. Clem has made plenty of ridiculous comebacks in this matchup in the past. Hero is going to have to continue to stay very sharp.
Yeah, if you wonder what Clem's doing behind all this, obviously that Ghost count's growing. He's going to catch up on upgrades here, hitting 2-1, so he's on 2 engineering bays, getting the air upgrades, getting the 4CC, and getting double starport. Clem is so damn good with this army, and Hero, he's really trying to force a mistake out of Clem. So far, though, Clem is absolutely meeting and greeting him, but has to be careful, because this army packs a big punch out of Hero.
And it's very difficult for Clem right now to find a good engagement. He's going to maybe go for it, going down both ramps, but it is not going to work, because Hero got a very quick look at that immediately. I love it. Oh, that's risky. Hero. I saw it. There was a Viking, I suppose, but I still thought he was going to end up losing a lot of Stalkers there. Lost the fuel. In the end, though, he saves the main army. And the most important thing is that Hero does not lose all of his Disruptors and Colossus at once. He's so far absolutely not doing it. It looks a little hectic, but so far I do believe that Hero is playing the kind of game that he absolutely wants. He's even taking the gold base in the bottom left side. That got scary for a little bit. Crazy blink. But hey, it wouldn't be a Hero game if we didn't have a crazy blink.
No, I was saying to you earlier in this tournament, Kev, we've seen no of the Hero blinks that we usually see. Now that, he absolutely got himself out of trouble there. Double Nexus on the way, taking his old 4th base. So he's moving on up to 6 bases here in this situation. Now, Clem has taken a 4th, which is great for him. That should be upgrading to a planetary. Yes, it's just finishing, so that is a nice bastion here. And there's not too many Immortals in the mix, but this CC does make things a little bit awkward for Clem over here.
Yeah, positioning is everything, because if Hero would be able to get on top of this ramp, Clem would have a really difficult time getting on top of the Protoss army. But if Clem is in position, Hero can't possibly go off that ramp and fight the army and the planetary at the same time. I gotta say though, Clem really has weathered the storm, where it looked like he was in so much trouble and he didn't quite have the Dream Terran army yet. He has done a great job in just positioning these units perfectly, not giving Hero any opportunities to end the game. And now Clem is a 4 base Terran with +3 attack on the way on the bio units. Ghost Vikings being added. I'm sure we'll see some Liberators eventually, especially when +2 ship weapons is going to finish up on the top side of the production tab. Clem is more than allowed to dream. That Nova did connect, but the Viking count is high, and Clem once more is thinking of a similar engagement that we saw a minute or two ago. And Hero again is going to disengage and is just hoping that these disruptors find what they are looking for. But this is Liquid Clem. It is unlikely that too many disruptors will connect.
Yeah, I mean, Clem, like, Hero's running on home, but he's losing quite a lot doing it. And I mean, he's mitigating the damage.
Oh, that's big.
That is big. Where is Clem's rally? I mean, having a Ghost out will do a nice job of trying to take out the... Oh, good EMP as well on all those units. And there's a fight at the front. Disruptors not really getting the true connections that they've been looking for, especially not compared to game one, but chaos happening here, Kev. The armies are getting bigger, they're getting stronger, but where does Hero go from here?
I gotta say the StarCraft positioning has been really good, because it would have been so easy to lose these Colossus 3 times over, but Hero's done a great job in keeping them alive. He's got more robots online right now. He's gonna use battery overcharge here too. They are both microing incredibly well. Another Colossus takes damage. Hero splitting off a few Stalkers to start attacking the third base of Clem, and this is where it maybe becomes doable for Disruptors to connect. If there are Zealots in the main, Stalkers at the third, even Clem is gonna have a difficult time avoiding every single Nova.
Lovely focus fire on those Stalkers there, just mitigating the ability to chase, the ability to deal damage against your air units that are also valuable right now. But the main army of Clem will join this now. The Ravens somehow snuck out of the main as well. Tell you what, anti-armor missile in these situations, or even a clutch interference matrix, could be absolutely huge for Clem.
Now it is somewhat doable to defend the core 4 bases on Golden Aura when you're in a bit of trouble, but also defending the 5th becomes very, very hard. Clem is taking more economic damage. He is looking for a fight. He just wants Hero to stand there and fight, but Hero knows that, and that's why Hero's playing this very annoying game where he's staying at perfect range. He's like, you want to come? And then he disengages and he keeps on firing Novas, and he always has that shield battery overcharge to retreat to. Clem did, however, manage to now also morph the 5th base into the planetary. And if I was Hero, I would really, like, maybe slow things down for a split second, get your Dream Army and go for it before a whole bunch of Liberators get added into the mix, because you don't want to play these 25-minute BVTs against a 5-base Clem.
No, you certainly don't. The supplies have been neck and neck for so long now between these guys, and that medevac will stay alive for the time being, although Stalkers will be here to greet it. If he had Cloak right here, it's very tricky, like, to try and deal with this, and that is quite an expensive drop to be lost by Clem. And right now, a moment of silence, and yet again, Hero up to 7 bases now. Though the probe count isn't too scary, he's going to try and rectify that a little bit. And he stopped Liberators from being able to come online, but he's back again. There are units on the other side, on the wrong side of town. Disruptors not truly getting the connects that they need here.
Whenever Hero sees that army here, it might be an okay move to go for the third base, because that is the one that is not a planetary fortress. Fighting near planetaries is incredibly scary, as he's still hoping for some of these Novas to connect, and he's brought... Oh, that's actually going very far forward, but one of them will connect in a very big way on the top right side of our screen. That is going to force Clem to stand here and fight for a split second. The Vikings are putting in some good work, but it does feel that Hero is getting a much better trade than Clem, especially because of that one disruptor connection.
I mean, so many Robo units are dying here though, Kev. Like, it's really neck and neck. You can feel that they're both pumping everything they have. Clem somehow climbing ahead in supply ever so little, and these Ghosts, the micro that both have been doing, they've been playing like each other. Just as soon as you get a little bit of an edge, you fall back a bit, make your opponent run into you. 148 versus 146 here.
A lot of Vikings did go down though, and Vikings are expensive units, and Clem has never been mega rich in this game. He's got a bunch of bases to work with, he can drop a few mules here and there, but it is difficult to replace 5 Vikings at a time over and over, as Clem does land an EMP, guns down once more one of these Robo units, but I believe Hero is like a 3 Robo or 4 Robo Protoss even. So Hero, yeah, he's got 4 Robos out on the map. So sniping a Disruptor or 2 is big, but it's absolutely not worth losing too many expensive units on your own side, as Clem now has another command center floating around. I'm not exactly certain where that wants to go. The bottom left, I mean, I guess, but this CC is very confused. Like, come on, just give me a direction, man. It's like, all right, let's go ahead and settle for 3 o'clock instead. I think that's the better call, because I feel that Clem would have had a very hard time actually securing the bottom left.
This Raven now with 22 kills, being probe kills throughout this game. I mean, the amount of value that he's got back from that, absolutely huge. Now, Clem finally maybe getting to a position here where he can kind of hold on a little bit more, but Hero, he's here, and this is exactly where Disruptors want to be. Hot pickup, dodging those Disruptor shots is huge, but Hero with the first big economic win this game where he just takes down that 5th base.
He's killed a couple of SCVs as well, but yeah, taking out a planetary fortress
Big
is
win,
obviously
big win.
Say again?
It's a big win, though. It's a big win for sure.
It absolutely is, but Clem says if you're going to take out a base, I want to get one as well, as he takes out the top side Nexus. Orbital in the 3rd base is forced to float around. Hero hits us with a tactical recall. There is a battery there, there is a cannon there. Clem is going to have a hard time getting these units out. Hero might be looking at this army saying, like, I should chase this down because I can still reinforce on this side of the map. As Hero, his economy, by the way, was skyrocketing for a while. It was absolutely booming. 91 probes. And even if he lost the Nexus, he didn't lose all those workers. And he's still chasing down this army. Clem is hoping that this army can sync up with whatever units he still had in the bottom side of the map, as he now turns around. A PVT for the ages here. Incredibly high level play coming out of both players. It is a joy to watch these guys go at it.
And Raven with 24 kills. The kills just keep on stacking up, and wow, that's an expensive little hit squad down here of a bunch of ghosts. I mean, Hero, the gas is pretty low for him. He just spent a lot of minerals on a Nexus in the top right, along with a lot of Zealots here and supplies. They're a little bit deceiving, because Clem's army is actually bigger if it all just get in just one place.
Yeah, but if Hero continues to fight the way that he has been fighting throughout these last 12 minutes, I do start really liking where this game is going for the man from Weibo Gaming. But Clem is going to try to slow things down as he gets on top of the cannon, but the battery overcharge makes it way too scary to even think about running on top of those Disruptors and gunning those down. Hero is still warping in Zealots as well. These Zealots are here. Clem really wants to go for it. That is risky with battery overcharge. Still running for those final seconds, but Clem knows what he's doing, and he's going to take out this base too. And this time he does get a bunch of workers. As Hero was so rich, I mean, he still has 83 probes, which is incredibly impressive. He's going to try to get rid of a couple of them as he's leading the charge.
Oh!
He's Disruptors. Oh! Does connect though, and that should allow the Stalkers to play the cleanup game. The final Vikings go down. Clem is still working with a supply lead, as he also has units in the bottom left side. Liquids. Clem is an absolute animal. Where does he get the resources from?
And where does he get that micro from, Kev? I mean, that was one Disruptor going off after about 8 or so, and if he finds out about that top right base, Hero is in so much trouble here. Clem with a staggering army supply lead, and his army is so tough to deal with, especially when in micros like he's doing.
If Hero just had a couple of Zealots, there's no way all of those Disruptors would have been picked up the way he did. Now Hero is making a move with his Immortals and Stalkers on the other side. He blinks forward, trying to save that final Immortal. It won't work. Reinforcements have arrived from the left side. EMP is connecting, and after all this 23 minutes of battling, it seems like it is Clem who's going to take the 2-0 lead. Hero still trying to make something happen. He's going to try to crank out a few more Disruptors. This hidden base right now, Ben, that is his only saving grace. We are long distance mining from our original fort. Clem takes control of the Zelnaga Watchtower. That does not reveal the base. It does, however, reveal the Stalkers.
Yeah, and I mean, that might be enough of a tell here, right? He scans the army, and it's going to be like, wait a minute. We're getting wall-pins from over there, but Clem, he's not going to take it lying down here, Kev. I mean, these Disruptors, the Sim City kind of stops them from being able to shoot, and Clem, he would not be Clem if he doesn't just run straight headfirst into the flames, and this Pixie army over in the top right is just not going to be able to cut it against Clem.
Clem's army supply is monstrous at this point. He's got 114. That means we've got units on the left side of the map, units in the top right. We've got units at home. The final Colossus got picked off, and I think Hero knows it. He shakes his head. GG gets called. Clem wins an insane game on Golden Aura, where he really was trailing for a long time. But the micro was there. He was patient, never lost his cool. Yes, he was chasing Protoss armies, but never in a reckless way. He didn't just eat Nova after Nova. It's like, please stand here and fight. Just an incredibly high-level game from both sides. Someone had to win. In the end, it was Clem, and I think that fight at the Triangle of Hero, when he got that Colossus and he got all the Disruptors, that was the game-deciding fight in the end. Despite the fact they had so many cool, close battles, That was just that one fight where if Hero has literally 5 Zealots in the mix, there is no way Clem takes a similar fight.
Yeah, it felt like against any other Terran, they wouldn't even try to go for a fight like that, right? And it really caught Hero by surprise, because you see 6, 7 Disruptors, no way going in there, right? But Clem, very patient, made them all fire, and then finally he felt that it was his opportunity and went for it. And this is how this game kind of started out, right? Like, it was kind of wild, because for a while it was like Clem's got a really big army, but then Hero pushed it back and dealt with it, and then they're dropped like this. This is where it all started to crumble for Clem, and that seems like a lifetime ago.
Yep. I mean, this is not the kind of game that you summon up quickly. It's like, oh yeah, they went for these builds and then they move out and then the game was over. No. So many different things happen in Golden Aura. We can't forget that initially the start looked good for Hero. Then he moved too many Stalkers into the main. He took so much damage. He was behind. Took a great fight after that Zealot run by. I mean, we can write a book about that game on Golden Aura. It was only 20-something minutes, but it felt like a game that had more action than most of the games that I've ever had that were 45 minutes, because it was non-stop. It was awesome. Unfortunately, this man, though, is now down 0-2. I feel like this series kind of deserves to be tied up, and let's hope we can get some points on the board, because I don't want this one to end yet, man. I want to see more of these two going at it. It is awesome stuff. In the top left side, representing Weibo Gaming, down 0-2, but playing a great game on Golden Aura after a rough start. It is Hero.
And spawning in the bottom right, it is our blue Terran so far, not showing any signs of nerves whatsoever. And this is the biggest stage he's ever played on. It is Liquid's Clem.
What a game. That was actually a fantastic game. The first game had some really fun moments as well with that chaotic double gate opening. And I love trades early on. They were not the biggest trades, and we had a big disruptor, but that second game on Golden Aura was just nuts. Both players having so many correct calls throughout all of it. I loved Hero's micro on the Stalkers for almost all of that game. The fact he kept those Colossus alive for a little while. At one point, took all the bases, went up to 90 workers. It's hard to say where it even all started going wrong. Of course, that fight at the third where he lost all those disruptors at once wasn't it. But just an amazing game. So many cool fights, so many beautiful moments coming out of both players. I really feel like they both deserve an incredibly high grade for that game. In the end, it was Clem, though, who takes the 2-0 lead.
First game was a battle. Second game was a war. Like, it really was. There was so much going on. And so far in this game, you saw Hero's head shake there, because against a Marine First opening, you are not meant to lose that probe. Now, he did get to spot that it was a Marine First opening, so very similar, very reminiscent to Game 2, but still, those kind of things can start to get to you. When so many things start to add up through a game, through a series, but Hero so far, this tournament, he's looked better than he has done maybe ever. And he is the kind of player that can collect his cool. He's been 0-2 down against Clem before. I think it was at Valencia one time. But he managed to make the reverse sweep happen. Granted, that was just a best of 5. But he has done it before against this man.
And there's plenty to still be hopeful of if you're rooting for Hero or if you are Hero himself, because he had a bad start in that previous game. Sure, he had a triple Nexus opening, but he took way more damage from that start than he ever should have. If he would have not lost those 8 probes in the early game, if a couple of those Stalkers would have stood in front of that battery, I mean, with how close Hero made that game and how competitive that was, imagine Hero has a great start for once. You know, there's absolutely still plenty to dream of if you are rooting for this man. But it is never going to be easy against a Liquid Clem, playing some absolutely fantastic games. And it is indeed very, very impressive how sure Clem has a lot of experience. And he did win that ESL Masters in Atlanta. But this is still by far and away the biggest series that Clem has ever played. Made it to the semi-finals of Gamers 8 last year. And he was amazing back then in the quarterfinals against Maru. I think at that point, Clem's biggest win ever. But against Raynor in the semis, he just couldn't really get it going. Against a man that, you know, he's looked very competitive with from time to time. And sometimes even beats him, or quite often. This time, though, it's a different Clem. Another year has gone by, and it is safe to say that Clem has absolutely leveled up. Not just in this matchup, but as a player, as a human.
There's not a weak matchup for him right now. I know TVT can sometimes stumble a little bit just because those Korean Terrans are so damn good. But Clem, he's leveled up, and that is a weird thing to do when you were as good as you were before. But the Atlanta Clem that we saw back then, it feels like we're seeing the same Clem now. He is just absolutely knowing when to peak. Now, this is scary, though. This is scary.
Yep, this Cyclone is going to actually fall very quickly. And Clem is actually picking up all these units and he's continued to go with it. And Hero's just vibing, doesn't know that there is a drop that's going to show up in his main base soon. But this also means that Clem has very few units at home. So once more, it is going to be very chaotic. Can Hero at least warp in a few units here? Yes, he can. He had 2 Stalkers left behind as well. Should go all right. Widowmine fires at a probe that disappears into the assimilator. Now, this is a great start for Hero. This is exactly what we were talking about. He might still lose a few workers here and there, but there is potential on the other side of the map, and he should be able to clean this up. I would have loved to see him either fight with the probes or just send them away. But he's clearly very focused on the Stalker micro at the bottom side of the map. He is killing a lot of Marines there. He has delayed the bunker, losing 8-9 probes at this point. This is just a little bit more than what could have happened. And that Widowmine is actually ready to fire again. Clem is very good when it comes to retargeting. Does not need to do that. Does have to the medevac home, so that's a tiny bit sloppy. Clem found way more there, Ben, than I think he deserved, but that's also because Hero was so focused on what was happening on this side of the map. And that obviously means that Clem lost a lot of Marines here, and Clem's tank count is not high because he also opened up with that Widowmine.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is the best start Hero's had. Like, it really is. This amount of damage is starting to get a little bit out of control. He blinks on the tank. There's a second tank behind as well, but does take out 1 tank for 2 Stalkers. Not the worst trade in the world for Hero.
Going to wipe in a few more Stalkers. Hero is not done yet, does not have a third base. Hero is playing this with some evil intentions. He really wants to just get Clem out of there. He's like, okay, I've seen what happened. Now, he did just use all of his warp into the bottom side of the map, and that means that dealing with this Banshee is going to be hard, but I have the feeling that Hero is not too bothered by this Banshee. He says, all right, a single Banshee versus this many Stalkers. I think I like my chances. I believe that I can deal more damage than your Banshee can for now. At this point, though, it's only Clem who's really finding a lot. Clem did drop the Auditor, so that's something he can't really use anymore. Hero is taking more and more of an economic beating. He has a lot of potential here, but it's time to really start getting more value out of all these Stalkers that he's made.
Yeah, as time goes by, it's just getting better and better for Clem. Look at that SCV lead he has here, Kev. And he's been doing nothing but making pure bio. The tanks as well online. He's available to make medevacs as well.
Hero's not done yet. Hero's absolutely not done yet. Right now it looks bad for Hero. I absolutely agree with you, but Hero has potential. And if Hero has potential, most of the time that means great things will be happening for him. A couple of these Stalkers are properly better than Bruce, so you have to be so careful because tanks can easily kill them. It seems that Hero just lost his Observer there because the Raven revealed it with the Marines nearby. It is getting hectic, it is getting scary. He's going up to 3 bases. Hero no longer feels that he can just straight up kill Clem. He's going to try to transition into charge, drop the Forge. I'm sure that he would love to find a little bit more damage. And until Stim is done, you'd normally always think that there is damage to be found. But Clem is making it really difficult on Hero.
Yeah, the way he's positioned his tanks as well, just constantly hugging this CC. Now, that is a lot of red health SCVs.
Yep.
So he has to be a little bit careful. Ooh. Oh, this is a tense moment, but it is fixed almost immediately over here. This Banshee just cruising around, seeing what it can get done. It couldn't do anything in the main, and honestly, the amount of damage it did get done was well worth it overall.
Yep, a beautiful setup here by Clem on the low ground. Now with that bunker. It took him a long time to get that bunker up safely. His eBay is indeed not done yet, but I'm sure Clem is going to fix that soon. Hero won't forget about all these low HP SCVs, by the way. Just because he hasn't killed them now, that doesn't mean he won't be able to kill them eventually. Zealot charge is more than halfway done. And even if you just click a couple of Zealots into this mineral line, that tank is going to deal a lot of friendly fire on those SCVs. Or there is no tank, and that means that the Zealots will also shine. Instead, Hero blinks into the natural. He does take a double volley. I mean, he's got a bit of a soft contain on Clem right now, and if Clem ever moves out, he really is in danger of losing a silly amount of workers very quickly. As that eBay is still not done. I mean, earlier I was like, I'm sure Clem is going to fix that immediately. At this point, it can actually really start hurting Clem, because Clem is obviously looking to get some upgrades going as well.
Yeah, it should have been on the go. It should have been halfway done by now, at least. And now, Hero, with this little, like, chokehold that he has on his opponent. I mean, this Raven, it was really effective in Game 2, but so far, in this game, hasn't been able to get too much done. Now, Hero feeling like, all right, let's focus on one side and one thing only. He's got the third up and running. He's getting the tech going as well. That engineering bay could really cost Clem in this game.
Yep, this is going to be painful. Clem will obviously eventually realize it. I would love to see Hero sneak that Warp Prism into the corner of the main and warp in a couple of Zealots. He has an Observer outside, as Clem finally is going to finish up that eBay, and he will fire up +1 immediately. He's got an Observer here, so I think he was maybe waiting. If Clem moves out, I'm going to go for that harass immediately. If Clem doesn't move out, well, let's see if I can get something done here. I don't think this attack is truly mandatory, but Hero likes it. He's going to go for it. Clem will hit us with the hot pickup, and Hero blinks forward, gets on top of the first and gets the second one as well. Is running a little bit low on Zealots, but that's where the sentries come in clutch as he drops a lot of force fields. His army, however, is not safe yet, but we have ran successfully back to the Warp Prism. More Zealots have shown up. Hero will continue to push, even though he's got a 4th base on the way. He's got a Colossus on the way. Like, at one point, maybe it's okay to slow things down a tiny bit.
I think that was a really bad fight for Hero. I know he was on a lot of units that don't really scale too well, but that trade was absolutely not it. And that was it without the +1 from the Terran. But Clem handled that really well. The force fields almost worked against him a little bit at the start here, but at least he's doing a good job against this Raven. And he is climbing. He's up to 4 Nexus right now. But Clem, he is so stabilized here, Kev. 70 SCVs on 3 base, soon to take 4th.
Yep, Clem is playing this like he is incredibly confident to once more bring this to the late game, where he's like, in Golden Hour at one point I was in trouble and I was able to turn it around. Now I do think defending 4 bases initially is more doable on Golden Hour than it is on Ocean Board. There are just a few more ways to attack your opponent here. Areas are slightly more wide open. It looks promising right now. If you just look at the work account, you look at the supply, you're like, man, Clem is absolutely cooking. But we can't forget about all those low HP SCVs and upgrades. Upgrades are mega important in this matchup. I think perhaps outside of TVT, I would say this is the one matchup where upgrades are more important than in any other version of StarCraft II. So I think Hero still has plenty to be hopeful of. Clem, of course, making a lot of the correct choices. A second starport right now, already adding in a few ghosts. But I think it's still a very competitive game, and I think there is a lot of playability for Hero.
Yeah, there's no real true leader in this game. Maybe a 55-45 for Clem right now. It's just his economy so good. He's also on 2 engineering base right now. This drop is getting by totally unscouted here, and Clem does see that this Nexus is finishing up. Now, the big hope there with that drop is to see some probe go on over, but he actually reveals the drop rather early. Now, that is one little warp in done. Clem's approaching max very soon. I mean, once that army moves out, Hero's going to have to find miraculous ways to either slow it down or deal with it.
Hero's second forge just finished up, and I would absolutely love to see him use it immediately, and he almost did. There goes +1 armor, and that is so important. +1 armor and a Guardian Shield is going to make it so much more difficult for Clem to chew his way through all these Protoss units. Hero gets a very good confirmation on the fact that the 4th base is morphing. It's not quite done yet. He's going for it. Hero's always so crazy with those forward blinks. Warp Prism, can it successfully sneak into the main base? No, it cannot. Denied by the Vikings, and that is big for Clem.
It's super big for Clem. I mean, that was one of the delay strats that Hero was really banking on there. The Warp Prism can do so much in the main base of a Terran. Now, what does Hero do next? I mean, he's moving on to, what is that, a 6th base here, Kev? I mean, the probe count's good. It's getting better as time goes on. More Robo Bays being added. But Clem's going to feel confident now to move out across the map. I mean, Sensors Towers are down as well. Good upgrades on the way. Just has to be careful about how he crosses the map, but he sees where the army is.
More robos, more upgrades. That is what Hero can absolutely do, and make sure that we don't lose too many bases, that we don't take a horrible fight. And I feel like Hero is doing all of those things. Now, you might have to cancel this Nexus. It's obviously not worth taking a bad fight. I think, but oh, come on, Hero. We had some time to cancel that one, but it's okay. 400 minerals is probably not going to decide the outcome of this game.
Oh!
Now, Warp Prism with a couple of Zealots flying into a Widow Mine and getting finished off by the missile turret. It starts adding up. I still think Hero has a powerful army, but at this point, we are starting to look at either a magical engagement or maybe one of these disruptors needs to connect, because he's got 24 Zealots, man. And if 24 Zealots run head first into the Terran army, it's not going to go well for Hero.
It's really not. Clem's army is just so much bigger and better right now, and all the ways that Hero wanted to slow down Clem, wanted to make him focus on something else, he does not have them. The force fields are pretty decent in the middle of that army though, and look at this. Clem getting caught out, tried to pick up the units in front of the force field, and the disruptors getting the hits. This is the fight that Hero was looking for.
Those were sick force fields and a perfect Nova as well. I love that he didn't go for the units that he force fielded in, because he was going to get those anyway, either with the Zealots or with the Stalk as well. A fight by Hero. The man was maxed out, immediately taking another base base on the right side. Just when a couple of things went wrong, where he didn't cancel that Nexus and he did not manage to save that Warp Prism or get any value out of it, he takes perhaps the best fight he has taken throughout this entire best of 7 so far, and he is still more than in this game. If anything, he should be the one right now that's all over Clem. That is clearly what he's trying to do, but with that sensor tower and obviously all of the units streaming out of the main base in the natural, Clem has defender's advantage, but Hero wants to continue to be aggressive, and I don't hate it.
I don't hate it at all either. You see that Liberators are on the way. I think he's got a Fusion Core as well to get the upgrades going. He has to be careful though, because Clem is so good at sniping these Disruptors before the shots go off the supplies. Very close. Liberators are coming out 4 at a time here. Hero has to be so damn careful going into this kind of position, and he knows it. He blinks away. SMEs are pulled away. The Disruptors, they're just not able to connect here. And Hero goes home with his tail between his legs. He can kind of stick around here, but the Liberators are just another tool for Clem to utilize against him.
10 out of 10 disruptor snipes there by Clem. Not a single one actually managed to go off. Clem handled that as good as he could because Hero's army was bigger and was more powerful and it had more potential. But Hero is not done yet. He knows that his army is a little bit overstimped. He did blink into those Liberators though, and those Stalkers got absolutely obliterated. Earlier, I don't think it was all that bad yet for Hero. That's a little bit expensive because yes, Hero, you're rich, but you're not that rich. You're nowhere near maxed out. We can't be throwing away 8 Stalkers like that. I mean, I said it last game. I guess we'll say it again. It wouldn't be a Hero game if we didn't at least get one Hero blink. Hopefully that's the only one Hero knows Shinborn.
Yeah, absolutely. And now big upgrades coming in for Clem. +3, +2 on the bio, +2 on the air as well. That allows these Liberators to one-shot EMP'd Stalkers. That is such a big deal. And the ranged libs as well. That's where the game truly can start to spiral out of control for Hero. I love the fact he's adding a Stargate on now, given how many probes he has. He's up to 90 here. And I mean, right now, Hero's just looking for a moment to just catch Clem off guard.
Now, Clem has been a 5-base Terran for a while, and that is terrifying. There's not a Protoss player on this planet that's like, oh yeah, I really enjoy playing against Clem who's on 5 bases. But the 6th base would be almost deadly. I feel like Clem just doesn't really lose those kind of games. Maybe if you're going to have a crazy amount of DT shading all over the place, or blinking rather, but obviously that is a long way off, as Clem is going to hit us with a devastating drop in the natural of Hero, and he's just finding value right now, here, there, everywhere. And all of a sudden this game got turned on its head, just like Golden Aura, where Hero looked so promising, looked so good for a little while. And perhaps that blink was even more painful than we thought it was, because Hero is solidly pretty heavily down in supply, taking an economic beating, and he's got no solid answer for all these Liberators with advanced ballistics that are slowing down his mining.
Yeah, I mean, Clem, look at the supplies now, Kev. And I mean, they weren't looking like that 2 minutes ago. I really thought that Hero might be able to absolutely break Clem there, but it wasn't to be. And now Hero's the one massively on the ropes. And when this is spiraling out of control, you just got one little Phoenix to clean up all these Liberators. I'm not sure Clem even knows about that far right base. He will now. A Sensor Tower will spot that assimilator there. So Clem, that's probably going to be his next point of attack.
And that is not a base that Hero can afford to lose at the moment, as that drop that did devastating damage in the natural of Hero is going to show up. Not a whole lot to be gained here. The Zealots and Stalkers will take care of it. Hero is going to try to slow down 6-base Clem. Disruptors in the middle of nowhere is going to get picked off immediately. Hero needs time right now, man, because the army is just too tiny. He does not have powerful units enough. And we're not using that Stargate for Tempest or Carriers. Hero will never have time for that. He doesn't have the bank for it. He needs to take a good fight with the tools that he currently has. Maybe battery overcharge can make the difference, but I think a single disruptor is absolutely mandatory here to connect with some of these bio units. The Stalker flank is cool, but Clem just has an overwhelming amount of bio.
It's just too much, too much. The upgrades are too damn high. Liberators coming out 4 at a time in a game like this. Clem up to his 5th base here as well, and he's not slowing down. The micro is top notch. He's got medevacs for days as well, and right now Hero's army just does not have enough, does not have the tech, and he blinks on away, but with what left, he's just in tatters. You can see the grin on his face like, wow, what kind of player am I playing against right now? Clem on absolute fire here in game 3.
Game 2 and Game 3, so mega close, so competitive, so back and forth, and just when you think it's going to be Hero's game, he makes a blink that he gets punished for. He loses all those stalkers, doesn't really get any momentum, and Clem strikes back immediately, finds double if not triple the damage that Hero has found in the previous few minutes. And that cheeky smile kind of said it all. It's like, I'm not going to win this game anymore, am I? Too many circles at this point. 6 base, Clem, 3-3, well, 3-2 upgrades actually, but obviously +2 on the ship weapons. 7 Stalkers, 7 Zealots, and a Colossus, a couple of Disruptors. It is just never going to be good enough for Hero. Clem sets up the surround, and just like that, the man from Team Liquid takes the 3-0 lead. Boy, oh boy, did he have to work for it in these games, but he is just looking ridiculously good in the matchup.
Ridiculously good, Kev. You give this guy a finger, as you'd say, and he'd take your whole arm, and that's exactly what he's doing, and he's loving it. Look at him. He looks so relaxed. He's smiling on the stage. You'd think that this guy's been doing this his whole life, but he is a fair newcomer to getting this far in the big international tournaments. I know he did it at Atlanta, but that was almost the first time that he really took home a tournament as convincingly as he did. And here, he's just looking next level, Kev. Everything that he's doing, everything this boy touches, just turn into gold.
He's smiling, man. He's like, man, who could have thought that playing max packs 2 or 3 times a week was going to pay off in such a big way? Well, it absolutely is. Let's hear from Wardy as we're going to take a tiny break in the middle of this incredibly exciting semifinals.
Super exciting series so far because it's momentum for Clem Lambo, but it's also in games where Hero is getting into, you know, some good positions. He has momentum himself, and Clem just wrestles it back.
Yeah, it's crazy. You can see Hero, the master of chaos, trying to throw everything at Clem, but Clem is so precise, he's so quick. What do you really do against Hero? I think his facial expression said it all. He's tried so much. He's caught him off guard once in the first game, I think, with the Disruptors in the center of the map. Then in the last game, he once again got a little bit of momentum back with the force fields and the Disruptors, but Clem just, he doesn't break.
And the absolute world-class micro, so many clutch Disruptor snipes, which have been the game difference. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to get back into this best of 7.
Welcome back to our second semi-final, where we are trying to figure out who is going to duke it out with the great Jonas Sutala Cerro, who's waiting in the grand finals already. Can this man do what very few people have ever done, and that is get a reverse sweep 4-3 in the semi-finals? I love everything about these games so far, Ben. The only thing that I want is it go on a little bit longer. Like these games have been too good. This does not deserve to be a 4-0.
It really doesn't. I mean, it's really all coming down to one little overextension by Hero here or there, and just getting caught with his pants down, getting a little bit too eager, thinking he has Clem right where he wants him, but then flipping the script entirely. But it will be Amphion to start off this fourth game of the series, and currently 0-3 down in the north as our Red Protoss. It is Weibo's Hero.
A lot of great moments in the first 3 games, unfortunately just not enough to get a point on the board against this man, who has never defeated his opponent in an offline series. Just a couple of months ago, this man went up against Hero over at the ESL Masters in Dallas, and he lost 3-0 rather quickly. Today it is a very, very different. Representing Team Liquid, one map away from making it into the grand finals of the Esports World Cup, this is Clem.
Every player in the semi-finals guaranteed $80,000, but there is a significant jump when you make it to that grand final. $150,000 for second place, more than Clem's ever earned in a single tournament by far. And then $400,000 for the grand victor overall. And that's not even adding up what you make with the whole club tournament winnings. That would help Team Liquid so much, and would keep their rank 2 that they currently have, thanks to Team Liquid's Clem, massively so.
These two obviously have very different careers. Hero was already winning international tournaments back in the days before Clem probably even installed StarCraft at that point, even though he started playing at an incredibly young age. It took a little while. Clem turned 16 6 years ago, started making his first appearance over at the ESL circuit, but he didn't have that meteoric rise that some of the other players have had in the past, where they showed up and started dominating immediately. No, Clem really had to just grind his way through the very top of the European scene. First a top 16 here, top 16 there, eventually our first top 8 ever, and it took a couple of years, and in a weird way it kind of felt that the start of the whole COVID era was the start of Clem no longer being a good player in Europe, but one of the absolute best. He started winning those regionals, and obviously as soon as we started going back offline, Clem did not slow down. It took a little while before he lifted his first trophy over at the ESL Masters in Atlanta, but it was awesome to see him finally bring all that fantastic online play to an offline event as well. And I think at this point, we don't know any better than Clem being one of the very best players on this planet.
And it really feels like one of his weaknesses in the past was consistency, right? Like, what kind of Clem are you going to see at a tournament? Because we all know how well he can play. But right now, the level he's bringing here, when the stakes are the utmost, at their utmost peak, he's absolutely developed, Kev. He's absolutely one of the greatest Terrans that we have at this moment.
He absolutely is. I mean,
yeah.
It would be difficult to be here without being one of that. He's up 3-0. He has played an amazing series. The Disruptor Snipes have been out of this world, but I still think it is not over yet. Hero is a legendary Protoss. He's been around for so long. He's incredibly experienced. For the first time in this series, actually, we're going to open things up with a Stargate, but we can't just ignore that there were moments for Hero in Game 1, and that there were absolutely crazy amounts of opportunities in Game 2 and Game 3, and from time to time he was in the lead. All it sometimes takes to really get that momentum going is getting that first point on the board. Now Hero gets a very important scout off here with the Hallucinated Phoenix. That is mega. I don't think Clem is aware of that Stargate yet. And obviously Clem has not played against Stargate yet throughout this series, so that means if he goes to the other side of the medevac, he's kind of committed, and this is where it's important for Hero not just trade out. No, Hero needs a big victory in the early game.
He certainly does. I love that Clem was a bit weird and wacky with this crossing of the medevac, just trying to avoid any possible scout. Now,
to protect that battery, Clem is going to go for that battery immediately. The big victory for Hero is absolutely not going to be here if he loses that battery. Now at best we can hope for just a solid defense. And hopefully that is going to be good enough, but the first few workers are already falling. Now the decision to lift both Cyclones immediately is kind of cool. There is way less micro potential. Hero is going to be able to clean this up but because he lost the battery band, it is not that mega start that I think he was hoping for.
No, and more probes going to fall here. Just marches into this mineral line, and that's going to be, what, 9 probes falling, maybe a 10th one here if Clem can get the final snipe? No, but still 9 probes. That's not quite what you're after.
It's painful because this is also not the kind of build order where you have a very quick third Nexus if you're hero. You're like, well, that was a lot of economic damage, but I can crank out 3 workers at a time. No, he is a 2-base Protoss. Now, Phoenixes are very good in getting follow-up scouts and finding a tiny bit of damage on the other side of the map, but Hero used most of the energy. Ooh, Hero is looking for crazy damage. He says, you know what? I'm not just going to sit back and macro. You've lost a lot of units, but the second tank shows up. Can Hero kill the first tank? The SCVs are going to come in clutch to repair. Now, Hero does get the Vikings, gets a couple of workers, but what a save on that tank by Clem.
That was really clutch by Clem, and really crazy by Hero. No, he's going to lose one of his Phoenix on his way out. Just a little bit of a blunder there, not going as far as he needed. I love the Viking choice that Clem's been doing here, realizing how aggressive his opponent's being and how much momentum the swing can go, because it wasn't cheap getting those 9 probes. 2 Cyclones and the rest of his army.
The Vikings are indeed a brilliant call, especially because the follow-up is pretty much always Colossus. If you're Protoss play here and you open up with this many Phoenixes, you pretty much always go Colossus. And Clem probably looked at those Phoenixes and be like, they already took a lot of damage, I just killed one. If Clem wins the battle in the skies, there is nothing that Hero can do to really keep those Colossus alive. And if the Colossus don't stay alive, the rest of that Protoss army is really going to suck. So in a weird way, it'd actually be fantastic if he goes a bit heavier on the gateway units, and he hasn't dropped the Robo Bay yet. We are going to go for Zealot Charge. I actually love this call by Hero. Now it's all about just buying some time, right? Making sure that you get enough time to get a couple of Immortals out, but not going Colossus here is actually brilliant, because that would just put way too many eggs in one basket, and that is keep the Colossus game alive. And I don't think that's a game that Hero can play when he lost a Phoenix and he took a lot of damage on the additional Phoenix, and the Viking count is so high this early on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these Phoenix have got a job and a half on their hands, right? And I mean, the number is growing for them. There are turrets coming down for Clem. Worker count's fairly equal, but soon Clem, every extra SCV, it doesn't have anywhere really to go. And the Viking count is high, as you've talked about a lot, still growing, by the way, as is the Phoenix count. This is already a very unusual PvT.
It is, and they are both making the correct calls. Clem is not moving out against a player that has actually gone for Zealot Charge instead of Colossus, and Hero is not building Colossus against a guy with way too many Vikings. I mean, and this is why we've just been smiling, even though we're not on camera over here. We've been loving these games. They are both playing at an incredibly high level. And I think they are going to make for an amazing finals, whether it be Hero completing a reverse sweep here, or if it's Clem advancing into the grand finals against Serral. It is going to be amazing, but this series has been way too good for it ever to be a 4-0. Let's hope we get a few more PvTs, Ben.
I mean, those are big upgrades coming online for Clem, and you talked about it already. If he sits and he doesn't take too much damage from what's about to come, because it does look like Hero is getting prepped and ready to catch him on his way out. He sees the third base, so he's got that timing window of, okay, it's probably going to land in the next minute or so. I'm going to catch you on that move out. But he has to be so careful, because his army actually isn't that good against what Clem has.
It's going to be pretty good, because Clem right now has 15 Marines. 15 Marines are going to have a difficult time dealing with 12 Zealots. Obviously, the engagement is incredibly important here. Ooh. There is a world where Hero crushes Clem. There is a world where Clem crushes Hero. Here, Clem is definitely a little bit, I think, surprised. We're going to go for it. There's a Widowmine in the mix. It's going to get a lot of splash damage off. Zealots are remaining, but they are way outside of Guardian Shield. I actually think it's very important for Hero to stay within the Guardian Shield. Not many Marines remaining. Protoss army is doing its thing. It would be awesome if that Immortal would be shooting at Marauders or tanks. Clem holds for now, does lose 5 SCVs, and I still think he's not quite done yet securing this base, but that was not truly the fight that Hero was looking for. And now Clem immediately knows what is up, so he's going to put that tank in a really good spot. The Phoenix is going to try to drag the Widowmine shot above the Terran armies. Hero is so crazy, he is so reckless, but Clem keeps the tank alive and wet as the Protoss storm that is Hero.
That was just one push too many, wasn't it? And yet again, and that feels like the moral of this series so far. Even if you think you've got Clem on the ropes, that's exactly where he wants you almost. He's playing as if he's been in this situation 1,000 times before. He's playing so damn well, even using these Vikings, these last ones, to try and get the damage done, but
That tank in the south dealt out so much damage in all these fights, and that is not a good trade for Hero. He doesn't need those tanks anymore, and you see it on his face. He knows.
He just continues to attack, even if he's down 30-40 army supply, rallying in more zealots. He's going up to 4 bases in the top right side, but he probably felt that he completely needed to reset the army size of Clem there. And at this point, maybe Hero is basically giving up. These zealots cannot go through that mineral wall. The games have been amazing. They've been mega close, mega competitive. But in the end, it just does not seem to matter. Anything that Hero can throw at Clem, Clem has an answer for it. And it is Clem who gets the 4-0 in our second semi-finals. And he will move into the grand finals, where he will play an epic best-of-9 against the Finnish Phenom, the final boss that is Serral.
2 4-0s to get the semi-finals over with, and I tell you what, those two players look so damn dominant. Basilisk Serral dispatched Dark with ease, and Clem, it was not easy, but that final game, he was just getting a better and better read on his aggressive opponent. Unfortunate to see the last Protoss fall in the way that he did, but Hero put up a great fight during this tournament.
Clem just played amazing. Every single disruptor that he could see, he managed to gun it down or avoid these Novas. He always had a really good understanding of where he was at in the games. And sure, it wasn't easy. He had to work incredibly hard for it, but he gets the job done in the biggest series of his career. And I can't wait to see what he has to say. Let's hear from the man himself as he's on stage with Rachel.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Congratulations, Clem. And congratulations, Hero, for putting up an incredible fight. You're going to surrender your key now to Clem. And I know you guys are buddies here. I saw you hanging out backstage. What is it like to take out Hero in a situation like this?
I mean, it feels really good, and getting to the finals feels just surreal to me. I'm a bit sad that Hero has to lose in the run of 4, but yeah, I'm very happy.
I think you have every right to be very happy, Clem. Over and over again in every game, you have shown perfection, precision, so much preparation. Tell me a little bit about specifically preparing for Hero here.
Honestly, I kind of just wanted to rely a bit on my basics and my mechanics and get into good games, because I wasn't sure what he was gonna do, and I felt like it was really hard to prepare anything really specific against him. So I just wanted to do the builds that I usually do, and I usually find really strong. And then I was like, okay, if it goes well for me, and if the early game goes pretty well for me, then I have a really good chance in the mid game and things like that. So.
Yeah, we saw those fundamentals come into play. There was a medevac that got sniped. There were a couple times where he had you on the back foot there, but you were able to recover. Is that just falling back on your fundamentals?
Yeah, a little bit, but also I feel like when things went bad for me in some games, it was still alright because I wasn't too far behind, so I could always recover. Like the game on Oceanborn, when he sniped my medevac and he had a lot of good disruptors, I was like, oh, am I losing this? But then I saw his army pushing, and I was like, okay, actually, it's not that much army, and I can actually just fight back, I think. So yeah, it was always on the limit of being really bad, but yeah.
Well, every match you have had in this tournament has really tested you. You were able to take out Serral, though, very convincingly. Now you're going to face him again in the grand finals. You were talking about showing a lot of your strategies then. Do you still have a lot in your back pocket for this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I do have some things in mind. But I think against Serral, the last match I played, I played pretty much the same build every game, so I don't feel like I showed that much. So I have some things in mind, but yeah, I'll see what I want to do.
Hopefully the Basilisk boys haven't been working too hard together to pick apart your strategies, but Clem, you seem unstoppable right now as you're cruising towards potentially taking home this World Championship. Any thoughts on your mind? Any people you want to address?
Oh, well, thank you everyone watching at home. I appreciate the support a lot. And can I say something in French real quick as well? Merci au stream français. Je sais pas qui était au casque, mais je sais que vous avez hurlé. Donc merci les gars et merci à tous les viewers, à tous ceux qui regardent. C'est très gentil. Merci beaucoup.
Fantastic, Clem. It is so exciting to get to watch you play. We're going to let you take a little bit of a rest, and we're going to send it on over to the analysts, take another look at that very convincing 4-0.
Clem is going to be in the grand finals of a World Championship, Lambo. This is uncharted territory for him.
100%. But at the same time, he might have been the one of the top 4 that was the least experienced, right? He might not have been here before, but he also looks the strongest. Out of every single competitor in this entire tournament, No one has beaten him yet. And he even beat his grand finals opponent 3-0 in the group stage.
That's got to be a massive confidence booster. Going into now this best of 9, talk to me quickly about kind of like best of 9 ZVT. What do you think is going to go down there?
I think it's going to be a lot of just macro matches. I think Cyril will be the one with a lot more prepared strategies for the weird maps. There's a lot of good Terran maps out there. Cyril will need to go through all of them. I think best of 9 theoretically favors Terran, but Cyril is a very good strategist that has something prepared for sure.
It's going to be super exciting. We have our grand final set here in the Esports World Cup of Cyril versus Clem. Kaylaris, talk to us about how good Clem is.
Thank you, boys. 2 players came into this best of 4 having never reached a grand final of a world championship ever before, and undisputedly, absolutely vanquished another 4-0 in the round of 4 to claim the spot in the grand final. Clem now dons a veil of invincibility himself. How can you possibly go into the grand final with Cyril looking like he does, Clem looking like he does? I cannot believe what we just witnessed. Joining me to talk about this one, I have Artosis, I have Tasteless, and I have State. Dan, this was magic from Clem.
It truly was. He's going up against the best Protoss player in the world, and I mean, he makes it look easy. These attacks that Hero's pulling off, it would normally work against almost everyone in the world, but Clem is just deflecting them left and right. I honestly can't believe that turned into a 4-0. I thought for sure 7 games here.
It was pretty wild. The fact that Clem was just able to, no matter what happened, stay on top. There were moments where it looked like he was winning, and maybe Hero fought back a little bit to gain some ground, but in the end, Clem played a very clean game. He was very dominant the entire time. I didn't think it was possible to have another 4-0 here. All I can say is if we've got 2 4-0s on either side, we're supposed to have a close finals, right?
Oh, guaranteed, guaranteed. These two know each other in and out. But let's keep focusing on this yesterday, because of course the Protoss in you crushed, unfortunately, but at the hands of what was absolute excellence coming out from Clem.
Yeah, I was a pretty sad Protoss fan upstairs before coming down on this one, because Hero, I had really high hopes for him coming into this best of 7. You know, he was looking spectacular all tournament because he came through the knockout bracket. He played more games than anybody, and I think against opponents who weren't named Cyril, he was something like 16-2, 18-2, some insane record. So he had all of the momentum behind him, and from game 1, Clem was just able to snatch that back. And we have 2 4-0s in the semifinals. This best of 9 to close things out between Cyril and Clem is going to be absolutely insane.
I mean, if you'd have asked us at the beginning of StarCraft II, 8 years through the beginning of StarCraft II, Dan, everybody would have said to you, we're this deep into it, South Korea will always be able to punch up, I say, but not that. Actually, I phrased that completely wrongly. They would always be dominant when it came to world championships. Cyril bucked the trend of all of that. Since then, it has been a big seismic shift in StarCraft II. And it's a non-Korean versus non-Korean here.
Yeah, and well-deserved. Like, you can't deny that these are the 2 strongest players in the world right now. Like, I want to hold on to it being Maru, but you just simply can't. Clem is playing out of his mind. Yeah. He's like a fresher, newer style of Terran as well. His speed is unparalleled, and I think that that's going to be his big driving force here in the finals.
And that's the scary thing about this best of round of 4, is the fact that, Tasteless, when you're watching Clem hold off some of this aggression coming from Hero. Like game 2, for example, I thought, Hero's got this one. I'm pretty sure Hero's going to be able to take this one. Each and every time, the opportunist in Clem was able to say, no, actually, I'm going to be able to take on that engagement a little bit better. I'm going to be able to force you to make this mistake a little bit better. So Clem looks deadly.
Yeah, Clem looked really scary. He kind of knows how to bob and weave in these situations. He did have a lot of moments in the series where it seemed like most Terrans would just full-on retreat, and he would like scoot back a little bit, like set up again with Liberators, and then take like a little bit more of a fight. And it became a little bit more of a tug of war, where I think a lot of times Terrans will just bail when they think the position is undesirable. And even if he ultimately lost those fights, it seems like he traded out enough critical stuff for the Protoss that it was harder for the Protoss to recover later on.
Well, undeniable is Clem right now here for sure. Let's take a look at the pro perspective with State. Of course, I can only imagine this probably focuses on Clem more than Hero.
Yeah, I mean, Hero had some really cool moments. Like, he had big disruptor shots all throughout this series, but in the end, Clem was just absolutely able to multitask him. And I think here in game number 1, that absolutely was the story. So from this position, we have Clem, just to set the stage for you, postured between the natural expansion and the third base of Hero. He can attack either of these locations. Simultaneously in the picture-in-picture, we see him dropping another expansion of Heroes on the map, and all the way down here in the main base, looking at the mini-map, he's getting ready to attack the main. He is absolutely everywhere. And for Hero, this is such a conundrum because not only does he have to put out all of these fires simultaneously, the attack at the front door is knocking down all of the critical production. The disruptor shots, they try to come in, but this choke point right here, look at this horrible bottleneck of Stalkers and Zealots trying to get past the Robo-Bay. And let's not forget, for Hero in this situation, he's relying on the disruptors as the main DPS. That Robo-Bay, it goes down to Clem, and even once Hero was able to corral his forces and come in again onto Clem from both of these angles, his army isn't one that can really take advantage of this concave. It's all about the disruptors, and Clem, as he showcased throughout the entire series, he just takes smart fights, he micros back, even when it seems like Hero could potentially get a trade. With an arc like this one, you can't get anything done. A couple of units fall on the retreat, but in the end, Clem just way too powerful. And I felt like that was pretty much the story from game 1 all the way through game 4 in that series.
He has an unbelievable record, does Clem now, to be able to take this spot here in the grand finals, all things considered, against Protoss here. And I mean, like, as much as, unfortunately we have lost Hero now, as Dan says here, Tasteless, he is the best Protoss in the world, and it's an achievement for him to get here. Let's not mince words. Protoss has been having a very hard time as of late. People didn't think Protoss could stack up. So for Hero to get to another round of 4 again here at an international tournament, a world championship, that's big.
It's a big deal. You're right. The Protoss have not had the same success rates as Zerg and Terran. I mean, those results are undeniable. It's just, very apparent. But he had some great games. I think we all learned a lot. We got a bunch of Protoss players up here from StarCraft II, and I think he brought some of the best games in the entire tournament so far. We'll see what the finals has, but it's not going to be easy to top. I mean, Hero versus Gerald was wild.
God, we've had such great game after great game after great game down here. And let's take a look now as, unfortunately,
not the last Protoss player.
Crushed here by Clem.
Clem, it's his birthday. What are you doing?
Literally his birthday.
Oh, he's so cold. Oh my God.
That little innocent
You don't have to do it.
No.
Oh, he's reveling this one.
Oh, look at him.
He's enjoying it.
Way enough to actually depress that thing? What's going on here?
He's pressed this multiple times.
Destroy him already!
Oh
What's
my
going
God.
on?
Both feet on that to get it to go down.
Kick him to the curb.
Finally now see it getting crushed, and with it, the dreams of Protoss players all around the world.
Brutal. Only 2 races left here.
Well, that is a final, yeah.
Well, no, sometimes there's only one race left, to be fair. Okay.
Usually it's Zerg versus Zerg.
Yeah, that's
true. All right, well, of course, and that is the ceremonial key crushing, unfortunately, for Hero. Of course, though, as time goes on, I'm sure we will see him back at the very, very top once again. But there is Clem holding that high. And definitely, I mean, when it consider if he goes on to become the champion, that's definitely a key he'd probably be including in his trophy. But anyway, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to go to a break. Before we actually get that grand final best of 9 on the way, we actually have a little bit of a show match for you to allow those players time to get ready and prepared for the biggest series in StarCraft II history after 14 years of the game. So, show match is on the way. Join us right after this.
Hello everybody, Quick Shot here, the host of EWC Central. Yesterday, Team Falcons mathematically secured the club championship trophy and the title of best club in the world. But right behind them, things are as close as ever. So let's dive into the details of the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Well, as you can see, with Team Falcons at 4,220 points, they have become unreachable for all clubs behind them. They have secured the trophy and the $7 million prize pool. Congratulations to Falcons. But it is important to note that in the fight for second place and the $4 million prize pool, things continue to heat up. When we turn our attention to StarCraft II, the final four feature 3 clubs which are eligible for the club championship. Team Liquid with Clem, Weibo Gaming with Hero, and Talon Esports with Dark. Now, while Basilisk with Cyril will not be eligible for the club championship, as this is their only participation at the event, the other 3 players and respective clubs are fighting for a big chunk of those club championship points and prize money. Now, more importantly, Clem from Team Liquid is looking as strong as ever, and he could secure the club the important points needed to create a significant gap between the clubs behind them. Weibo Gaming with Hero are sitting just outside of the top 10 at 395 points. And with StarCraft being their last participation here in Riyadh, this is the final chance to secure points, to climb up the table, and to join our illustrious graphic. And finally, Talon Esports and Dark are sitting at 345 points and are in the exact same boat as Weibo. Win and you climb up. Now, these are the last chances for those respective players and clubs to score points. Who will pick up the title? Who will secure the points? And who will join the ranks of our top 10? We'll find out later. And if you'd like to be kept up to date with the EWC Club Championship, as well as every other game taking place here at EWC, why don't you join me and the rest of the crew here at EWC Central? We broadcast from 3 until 7 at twitch.tv/EWC and youtube.com/EWC. I've been your host, QuakeShot, and this has been your next episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC.
Hero, you have had one of the hardest paths through this tournament. You put in so many impressive games, and you made it all the way to the top 4. So before we get into your match against Clem, I want to reflect on the rest of the tournament, your incredible achievements. What does it mean to be the last Protoss standing, to have gotten so far?
이제 김준호 선수 4강에서 아쉽게 이제 클램 선수에게 탈락하시긴 했지만 그래도 이번 대회에서 여정 정말 대단했던 여정이라고 생각해요. 프로토스로서 유일한 생존자로 또 이렇게 4강의 마지막 날에도 올라온 건 또 정말 몇 년 만이기 때문에 김준호 선수의 이런 여정을 다시 되돌아보신다면 좀 어떤 평가를 내리실 수 있을까요?
일단 좀 방식 자체가 좀 힘든 방식이어서 좀 힘들기도 했는데 승리의 달콤함 때문에 좀 그나마 좀 좋은 경기 계속 보여드릴 수 있었던 것 같고 일단 4강에서 클램 선수한테 졌는데 졌을 때 딱히 슬프거나 이러지 않은 거는 진짜 실력 차이로 졌다고 생각하기 때문에 슬프진 않고 좀 돌아가가지고 더 열심히 해야 될 것 같습니다.
Well, I mean, he was better at the game, so I'm not sad or so because like he was just better on this match. So I'm just going to improve. And considering the fact that this tournament is a very cutthroat and really challenging for me, because it's just every match itself is really tough, and I just didn't really realize because I just kind of dived into my victories because I have just won so many. So I think I kind of forgot that because of that. But now I realize that it is very, very tough journey.
Hero, I hope looking back on this tournament, you continue to feel pride over what you've done. I think the talk in the caster room last night was how incredible your run through the knockout bracket was and how excited you have made Protoss players out there. So do you have a message for other Protoss who hope to achieve something close to what you've achieved?
이제 그래도 이제 4일차 너카웃까지 이렇게 여정을 해오시면서 정말 캐스터들이 정말 많이 칭찬했거든요. 프로토스 유저로서 이렇게 올라오는 게 굉장히 쉽지 않음에도 불구하고 이렇게까지 나는 온 거에 대해서 굉장히 칭찬을 또 많이 했는데 이제 다음에 또 이제 이 무대에 도전할 많은 또 프로토스 선수들이 있잖아요. 그래서 그 많은 프로토스 선수들을 위해서 하고 싶은 말이 있다면 어떤 게 있을까요?
일단 많은 칭찬해준 캐스터분들에게 정말 감사드리고 마무리가 좀 아쉬워서 아쉽긴 하지만 다음이 있기 때문에 다음을 기약하면 될 것 같고 다음은 이제 좀 많은 프로토스들이 좀 성장하고 잘해져서 많은 같이 공유도 하고 해가지고 프로토스가 더 성장할 수 있어가지고 더 좋은 성적 냈으면 좋겠습니다.
Well, first of all, I thank all the casters and all the people who had good words for me. And well, next year I think I want all the fellow Protoss players to improve and grow as much as possible. And I want to share with all of them. And yeah, this year was not for me, but I hope next year maybe it's going to be a year of Protoss.
And then if I can ask one last question, do you feel like your odds would have been better if Artosis had not predicted you to win?
그리고 이거 마지막으로 이제 드리는 질문인데 저기 캐스터 이제 아토시스 캐스터가 사실은 이제 김준호 선수의 승리를 예측을 했었거든요.
혼자 하신 거예요?
거의 100% 이제 그 공헌을 이제 거의 100% 이긴다 이제 공헌을 했는데 그래서 진 거 같으신지 그렇게 저주를 걸어서 저주에 의해서 좀 희생당하신 건지 좀 궁금하네요.
저주가 있는 것 같긴 하더라고요. 이렇게 4대 0으로 무참히 지는 게 말이 안 되는데 아토시스 밉네요.
Well, I think there is a curse, I think. I mean, I never thought I myself being shut down 4-0, but now, well, I blame Artosis for it.
Perfect. Well done. And Hero, thank you so much for your incredible games and congratulations on how far you've come. Back to you guys.
I am all powerful.
Okay, so clearly Hero is in good spirits, of course, as he's now taken away $80,000, but I didn't actually expect that towards the end of the interview there, Dan.
I've just learned to expect that always at this point. Here's the thing. My predictions are good. If the players can't deliver, that's not on me.
Okay, well, anyway, we have got to talk about the show match before we get into that grand final, of course. As I said, Cyril and Clem need a little bit of time before they get ready for that grand final. But now we have our upcoming show match. Let's talk about it, because basically what's going to happen now, Tasteless, is we're going to pit all the commentators against each other in a free-for-all here to figure things out somehow, some way. What is going on?
It's going to be fun. We're getting all the commentators, the casters, the talent, if you want to call it that, here together. They're going to be duking it out in a giant free-for-all. I can't think of the last time we actually did a free-for-all in any serious broadcast format ever. So it's going to be wild to see. I'm curious to see who's going to come out. I know that it is going to be somehow competitive and toxic, even though it shouldn't be, with our coworkers here and our colleagues today.
Now, it's funny because usually at these tournaments, however, you've got Rotterdam, you've got the likes of Pig and stuff like that. We've thrown a spanner in the works here, really, let's be realistic, because Lambo's here as well.
Yep.
State's not bad at the video game here, Dan. So there's some real proper competition. I mean, to be fair, all of them are very good at the game, but Lambo's also extremely good.
Yeah, but being good isn't how you win an FFA.
Yeah,
okay,
true.
a free-for-all more so goes to whoever knows how to really play like a noob. I'm gonna go ahead and say that I think that Pig is favored here.
Ah.
Okay, I think that
between all the goofy content that Pig has made as a content creator over the years and the less try-harding compared to people like Lambo and Roddy, yeah, I think he's going to know that he should sit in his base and make carriers or something like that.
What do you think, Tate?
When I first started playing StarCraft like 25 years ago, I started in FFAs. Okay, nobody told me there was one mode to play. And I could tell you with that experience that I had as a, 14-year-old, you just all gang up on the guy who's better.
Yeah.
That's the trick.
So that is a good way to do it.
Lambo is perceived to be the best player.
Yeah.
He is going to have the hardest time because they're going to be hitting him from all sides. Usually it's the guy that's kind of forgotten about, the guy that's left alone out of the group that tends to succeed. So that's my analysis.
Well, I was informed. Thank you for it. That was great analysis.
Glad to be here.
I was informed that State has played FFAs before against Demo, and he was a snake. He said, "Oh, I'm gonna make little alliances with everybody before the match," and then betrayed Ben during one of those. So
Watch your back, Tasteless. Yeah. No, I mean that can be a great way to play an FFA.
Yeah.
You know, it's not really, there's no rules in an FFA, so you can kind of message people and ally against each other, then unally your ally later on, things like that. Just a little tip to the wise: if you think your ally is your ally and they're building cannons at your base to protect you, that's not what's going on.
All right. Well, I'm also getting word here that there is something of a prize or maybe something like that for this FFA. So let's figure this out. Let's see what there's on offer here for the players.
The free-for-all for the talent is upon us. It's going to be pretty exciting, and my friend Maddox here looking dazzling and also bringing a special gift for the winner.
Yes, this is the OG shirt, the Slayer's boxer in it. Yes, this is the StarCraft Legend we have talked about, and we have Star League logo on it. Yeah, we have a Star League logo on it here. This is going to be a greatest gift for one of the casters here. So who do you think is going to win?
I don't know. I mean, Lambo is obviously the favorite. He's the best player there. But I also got a feeling that they're not going to let him win so easily.
Yeah, I think I know someone who's going to be a killing for it. So, yeah, who knows?
Who knows?
Somebody who's going to be killing for it. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's Zombie Grub. She has so much like memorabilia and things like that. A big fan of Boxer as well, Dan. So maybe ZG's gonna have to kind of hide in the shadows for a little bit.
Yeah, well, she's definitely gonna be try-harding, that's for sure. All right, we're not gonna see her going and rushing anybody at this point.
Yeah, I think so. What do I say about an FFA?
I mean, it's a weird matchup because it's not always about who is truly the greatest who makes it. It's not always about pure skill or strategy. It could sometimes be about spawn locations, like maybe you're next to the worst player, or you get the two players happen to spawn next to the two best players to happen to spawn next to each other.
Sure.
There's a lot of factors going on. It's going to be interesting to try to follow. Obviously, a lot of stuff's going to be happening. Sometimes you'll see people, whether they agree to it verbally or non-verbally, team up against somebody. That's a factor as well.
I think, if I recall correctly, in the discussions of how this was going to go, they were going to be able to hear each other whilst doing this as well. I'm not 100% sure on that, so we'll see how it goes when it actually goes down, but yeah, we'll see. But yes, I'm getting also word that the casters are ready, so we can actually head on over to them and see what's going. We've got Wardy and Cats here. How are you feeling about this FFA, boys?
Really good, James. Yeah, finally let me at the caster desk for the most important match of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cardi C back in the house, baby. Cardi C.
Oh, we can do the Cardi C live later. Amazing.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. I mean, yeah, they offered me. They were like, "Do you want to play or cast?" I'm like, "With Wardy, Cardi C, baby."
Cardi C, baby.
Yeah,
Heck yeah.
I mean, these players are kind of plotting. I can tell you that much because again, I was planning to potentially play, and people were kind of plotting mostly against Lambo. I gotta say.
I did hear kind of words of some alliances. I heard State, being Mr. Nice Guy. State's friends with everyone, apparently, going into this FFA. So I'm going to be really interested to see who he's actually friends with. I think there's going to be some backstabbing. I know Zombie Grub's a bit of a snake in free-for-alls as well, so watch out for her.
Yep.
Yeah.
The other thing is also the way that the players are going to be seated. There's going to be 2 groups of 4, and so you're going to have a player like right next to you whose screen you can actually see. So it is more likely than not that the player that is right next to you ends up becoming your ally because you can't lie to them.
Surely depends on spawn as well.
Yep,
Spawns are obviously massively important in FFA. Whoever you spawn next to is also either your ally or your expansions.
And let me tell you, Wardy, the map is going to be Hunters. I've been playing this map for 25 years. So
You've been playing this map for 25 years?
It's been around since the beginning of StarCraft 1. So, yeah, it's a map where there are certain spawns that are more shared than other. So there's going to be people who are more isolated and people who are going to have to either decide to ally each other or go to war right away.
Cats, who do you think very quickly is going to take it? Give me a prediction.
Ooh, I'm going to say the Muslim is devious enough to take this one.
The Muslim is devious enough to take it? You think he's the most devious? I think he's very cheeky, though.
Roddy's very cheeky. Roddy's very cheeky for sure. I mean, yeah, if he's going to make the Phoenixes, that could be dangerous for everyone as well.
All right, we're going to be heading down to the stage to get an intro to these players. The epic caster free-for-all is coming up.
Here at the Esports World Cup, we have seen some of the greatest StarCraft played in recent memory. Now, it's time for a little something different. We've got, well, Chad, you know, we're old. It's been a while, and we figured we'd knock off the rust and see how our talent team is at a little game called StarCraft II. Fancy, you prepared for this?
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that if these talents are so good, it's because they've been so good as players that they had to be casters.
That's right.
So, yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be a great match. It's going to be free-for-all between 8 of our amazing talents. So how about we start working them on stage, Rachel?
All right. Why don't we bring out our first player, Lambo. He's an actual real-life StarCraft player right now. He's got a team sponsor and everything.
For our next talent, it is Peg. He's back on a stage. The Australian champion, the best Zerg there is 10 years ago. But hey, I think he still got it.
Next up, it's Zombie Grub. Would like me to make it clear that she is a Terran player and her name means zombie food, which would be humans, which is why she plays Terran. So we would all appreciate it if you would get it right.
For our next talent, it is going to be Demo. Look at him go. He's about to walk down those stairs. Let's just hope that he doesn't fall, as he's the casualty of MLG Foot Race in 2011. Nonetheless, he's built a legacy under his belt 10 years ago. Let's see if he can still take everyone down.
We'll have a tough time against Rotterdam, who, according to Wikipedia, is the second largest city in the Netherlands with a population of 650,000 and also Europe's largest seaport. Wikipedia we use, right?
Our next player, it is Magnet. He's the pride of the Arab world in StarCraft II. The new blood came to show these ancient players how it's done.
And proving that talent doesn't mean they know timing, State has just appeared on the stage. That is, by the way, the third greatest caster in GSL history. By request.
For our final player, from the left side, it is going to be Look. He's fast, he's here to conquer, and he's the highest rated Arab player. You might know him as Lag, but in offline events, nothing can stop him.
And finally, Lambo has joined us. What a bait. He was actually the last one out. Welcome, everybody. I think the casters are out, and I think it's time to get this match started. Fancy, we have a lot on the line here. A single relic of Team Slayers, but donated by Maddox, who is very kind. So thank you, Maddox.
Absolutely. I mean, we might be able to take some interviews with them before we head off stage.
Oh, shall
so let's just go talk to them.
As I understand it, you'll be playing Terran, as you usually do. What do you feel like the mistake is here? Why do people always think you play Zerg?
Because they think grub means larva. It means food, guys. Did you ever watch Lion King?
It's true. Wait, the grub is food, and a grub, and larva. We got a lot going on here. Pay attention, take notes. Rotterdam, it's been a long time you've been playing this game, hasn't it? How long?
14 years since the very beginning.
Wow, that's a long time. What you got going on over there, Fancy?
I mean, I'm sitting next to Peg, and we actually have a Zerg player on stage, so how do you think this match is going to go?
You know what? Zerg, great race, love it, grew up on it. I'm playing Protoss right now because we're playing free-for-all. You got to get the power units. Lasers are what it's all about in free-for-all.
And that's how you know he's not going to win the match. So over to Demo. We've heard that you guys are, you know, going against a specific talent and taking him down first. Is that true?
Is the idea to take down a specific talent, you say? No.
Okay, okay. Rachel, you got anything over there?
Greatest caster in GSL history, and let's see, that it goes Torch, Moltrab, and then you, right?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
And Lambo, rounding it out, you've actually been playing a little bit. You've got a sponsor. I'm gonna come right over here and just say, you're gonna win this, right?
No shot. The first thing I saw, before I even knew we were doing a show match, in our group chat was like, let's gang up on Lambo. And I'm like, what the hell? So yeah, I'm not sure that skill alone is the determining factor in this one.
Truly a great pro gamer, already lining up his excuse to lose. Love to hear it. Let's send it on over to the casters, find out who survives this battle royale.
Cats, we are so ready for some StarCraft 2 here in the free-for-all. I mean, they look so ready to play out there on stage. I think we're going to be having a good time.
This is going to be absolutely great. I mean, the kind of like the walk into the stage was a little bit bumpy there for most of all of them, so they already took their first losses, but we'll see if they can recover from that.
I get the feeling some of them didn't quite follow the order they were given.
No, for sure, for sure. The worst thing is we rehearsed today.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys actually went downstairs. I was in the green room all alone, and you guys were apparently rehearsing the free-for-all. Does that mean this free-for-all is scripted? Do you actually rehearse the gameplay?
No, not the gameplay at all, of course. We didn't even get to set up fully, but we did rehearse the walk-ins, which is the only part that didn't go right. And in the rehearsal, we did mess it up. And prior to the rehearsal, by the way, everyone was like, do we really need to rehearse? Do we really need to be there a little bit earlier?
Answer, yes, absolutely, apparently.
Yeah.
All right, well, we are going into the Hunters, a map that Cats has been playing on for years upon years. The rules of this free-for-all, of course, worth mentioning, because this is not just a, well, you can just eliminate everyone, but whoever holds the middle, I believe, for about a minute straight, after the 20-minute mark, is officially declared the winner.
Oh, very interesting. I mean, I don't know that it'll go that far, because this is not big game Hunters. Which is an unlimited resource map. This is just Hunters.
Oh.
So they will actually run out of resources, and you can see they only have 2 bases per, right?
And some middle bases.
Plus the middle bases. But I mean, if you take the middle base early enough here, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. I mean, that middle base is going to have to be taken by something like siege tanks, maybe if you have enough spores and spines and vipers as a surge, but that's kind of late game. I feel like trying to take that base earlier just puts you in the crossroads for everyone else to kind of bump into you and kill you.
Well, I think one of the big things as well, when you have maps like this in free-for-all, actually, there's going to basically be four 1v1s, right? Because usually whoever wins a 1v1 gets at least 3 bases, and then they can go to 4 bases somewhat more easily. That's usually, I think, the winning strategy, unless you really ally with your teammate, but how far do alliances go?
That is the tough part to say. I mean, if you look at top left, for example, they basically share a natural expansion, because the player that takes the further away base from the top left position is going to be in a lot of trouble. I mean, it's not going to be easy to defend that base. It's very open and heading towards the middle of the map. So I feel like top left-hand corner is kind of where you should expect the most action to happen. It's even difficult to ally people in that position. Unless, are we actually allowing toggle alliances? I'm not even sure.
I don't think you're allowed to.
Okay, then it's tough. Yeah, that top left, there's going to be fireworks there.
Well, it's going extremely well so far. Lambo is failing to load into the game is what I'm seeing, so that's our slight delay here as we wait for the guys on stage to be able to go. I reckon he spammed the keys going into game and it's crashed. You ever had that happen to you, Cats?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that does happen, and for some reason, is still wearing his blazer. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he should take this opportunity to take it off, but maybe not as strategic as he thinks he is.
I was going to say, Cats, you know, this might be the best looking set of players we've ever had on stage.
I mean, they're truly beautiful.
Dressed.
Look at them. They are incredibly well dressed for the occasion. One of them was rubbing their hands. I'm not sure that they have the hand warmers either. The Muslim, of course, he is a Terran player, so might already be whining.
I would imagine so. Ben has been whining pretty much since we got here about pretty much everything StarCraft related if it comes to playing the game, so it would make sense that he keeps it up heading into the free-for-all. So they're clearly having fun. So all the casters, by the way, are in a voice call together, so they will hear each other, and at certain points during this, we will also be hearing them. So that's also going to be very exciting going on.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. We'll have to reload into the game by the looks of it. Lambo didn't actually manage to load in, and the game is paused and we're looking for a restart here. So,
you know, when they said they were going to take Lambo out quickly, I didn't think they were going to sabotage his computer to the point you couldn't load into the free-for-all, you know? I thought we'd at least get a little bit of time where he'd get to play the game. So yeah, we're going to have a quick rehost here, a moment or two, and then this epic free-for-all show match is going to be
we've got a little bit of a pause here. At least we get a chance to talk to Magnet and Look. So you guys have been best friends for a while. Are you ganging up on someone?
I mean, we used to have a rivalry, but we're putting it aside to gang up on some foreigners here.
And who's it going to be?
I mean, obviously the obvious target's going to be Lambo first, but then I don't know who, probably Rotty.
Wait, why do you guys want to gang up on Roddy? What did he do to you?
I don't think we should talk about it. But on the Lockman side of things, he says we put rivalry aside. I think it's mainly because I beat him 3 games in a row yesterday.
Don't talk about those either.
Okay, thinks there's a lot of competition going on for this match. But Rachel, what do you got for me?
Well, I've got 4 tryhards who are concentrating as hard as they can on logging into this game to make sure that they can get every bit of the advantage here. But I gotta say, ZG, as we're preparing for this matchup, you know, obviously you've been practicing. I've seen you in the green room just cranking out games. Yeah. And, you know, just all kinds of battle royale style. You know, what is your ultimate strategy here? Are we going to be slapping keyboards out of hands? Are we going to be unplugging things?
Well, see, I actually didn't mind losing until I heard that it was a piece of esports history up for grabs. So now if I lose, I'm just going to rage quit and then just toss everyone's computers.
That's a good strategy. I do know you love your old esports swag, especially your old StarCraft swag. So what would this Slayer's boxer shirt mean to you?
It would mean that I'm officially the biggest Slayer's boxer fan in the world.
Wow, that's stiff competition too. There's a lot of Slayer's boxers fans out there. Are you one of them, Roddy?
Absolutely, but not necessarily the biggest ever, but yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to fist fight Zombie for that title either. All right, gentlemen, looks like you're jumping into the game here, so I'm gonna get out of here. Good luck!
All right, so here we are in the game as we get ready to rumble. We are going to be heading into this free-for-all, Cats. I don't know if we do introductions. Can you do introductions around the entire map? We could quickfire them. Magnet, pink Protoss, Lambo the green Zerg, light green Zerg, red Protoss player Pig, State here in the dark color as well. Not sure exactly which one that is. ZG playing in the blue Terran colors in the top left.
CG and Roddy, I told you, this corner is deadly, man. I mean, you have to do something about it. Everyone's kind of scouting to see where everyone is and try to figure it out. But yeah, I mean, top left-hand side of the map already action here as Roddy and CG are going to likely be fighting over that natural expansion.
Yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it? So we are already going to have ourselves some action breaking out early on. And we have got ourselves, otherwise, a pretty chill time. Couple expansions. Look at the Protoss players just expanding immediately. I thought this was a difficult race to expand with, Cats, and yet here they are expanding instantly alongside the Zerg.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's kind of got this disagreement of sorts because it's very difficult to commit to aggression, as actually Magnath is going to strike first here, killing another one of Zombie Grab's SCV. So a lot of trouble already on the side of Zombie Grab. But yeah, aggression kind of puts you behind, right? That's the bad thing about it, is that, yeah, you may even kill someone, but at the expense of your own economic development.
Well, that probe still nibbling around and trying to find some information. We've got a Forge coming up, by the way, from the blue Protoss players, so maybe some defensive cannons. I'd be surprised to see offensive cannons. I imagine that's a plan that just gets it up. Why is Demu playing Protoss? This guy. Try-harding.
Try-harding indeed, and he has one of the better spots on this map. As you can see, like, there is a choke that leads to his natural base, but it's pretty secluded there. It's pretty far removed. So I really like what Demu is doing there, taking that forward choke, and eventually if he can beat his opponent in the red, he will have access to a lot of bases.
Let's listen in to the guys talking here in the free-for-all.
Wait, what the fuck? What are you doing out here, mate? Wait, why are you attacking my base? You got no cannons in my base. All right, then move away. Pig, you know you're in punching distance, right? Yeah. Mate, you can't go Nexus first and then take a cannon next time. That's crazy.
Are you serious, Pig? That's crazy. I'm gonna turn off the PC.
The cable.
Alright, Demi, what are you willing to offer? I'll only kill like 3 probes and then I'll leave.
Yeah, I won't kill you.
I wonder how many grams this keyboard weighs. Like, I'm basically knocking it off the table.
Hey, that was 3. That was 3. What the fuck?
What are you gonna give me?
I said I won't kill you.
You won't kill me. I need more. Guys.
All right, cats. That was some intense action as Pig and Demu get feisty. Talks of unplugging players' PCs. Talks we don't usually talk about. Strategies we don't usually get to talk about in traditional StarCraft II.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, we kind of saw that Demu was doing that Forge strategy, and Pig is punishing him for it. And I think that is absolutely the right call. Now he is headed towards the base of Magnath to see what he can find here. Everyone's being a little bit greedy, and Pig is not the greatest fan of that so far.
No, Pig is not a fan of that at all. As he's got 2 gateways pushing away. We are going to be in a, I mean, no one's really kind of died or anything though, right? Like no one's taking like extreme damage. It looks like everyone is going to get a base. We have a yellow Protoss right side doesn't have a base. I believe that's the only player without an expansion at the moment.
Yeah, whose Zergling was that? I guess there's only one Zerg player in Lambo there. So maybe he has allied Zombie Grab, or at least he wants to gain the favor of Zombie Grab here because he wasn't attacking the SCV that was building that bunker.
Very true. That is a possibility, as that's the circle, by the way, in the middle that they will contest at the 20-minute marker.
Yeah, this is a rather big attack from the white player onto Pig now, so looking to punish. And on the other side, Lambo will defend his expansion and kill another 2 of Pig's adepts. Oh, it looks like there's an alliance here going on too.
Alliances all around. I mean, you got to have some alliances though, right? Because you don't want to be the person without an alliance early on and then having a 1v7. That's what it feels like sometimes. We have a Tempest out already. I mean, interesting because obviously he's a very close by air position, so we can already Tempest harass across the gap and onto those queens.
Yeah, I mean, this is brilliant for Roddy in that sense, in the sense that he's going to be able to really put on the hurt onto both Lambo and Zombie Grab. The problem for him is that he's locked onto one base. But he has an extremely good way to be cost efficient throughout with those Tempests. So we'll see what he can make happen. And if, you know, he gains real estate and he's not talking too much and he stays quiet, then maybe he's able to expand to those positions after he clears them.
And Tempest are just being super annoying right now, so Lambo under some heavy pressure early on. And if he has to commit into dealing with Tempest, that's going to put him in a really weak spot, as we do have damage being done over here. And that is going to be some action as well. So Stalker's taking over, Tempests are in the skies, and a Lone Liberator going to harass Lambo as well, as if Lambo didn't have enough to deal with already.
Yeah, I'd love to see what the black player is up to here in the bottom right-hand side, as I think they've been rather untouched so far. So that's got to be a nice clean transition for State, already going into carriers. And again, no one has seemingly attacked State. We mentioned that State was making friends with everyone. He is a very friendly guy. He'll always compliment whatever you're wearing. And yeah, I mean, he is the kind of guy that people wouldn't attack de facto worthy. So it's very smart of him using kind of his natural charm to go straight into carriers.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of people are dying. Our Purple Terror in this bottom left is not in a great spot. Lambo is not in a great place either, as Probes chase away a few Stalkers there, and that is going to be troublesome as you try and build up Nexus on this base out over here. That's Pig in the pink, right?
No, Pig is in the red. I think that might be, that's Magna.
Magna is killing Demi. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Zombie Grab, like I told you, Wordy, this is not the base to take early on, right? It is too greedy. Everyone's going to be passing by, so getting attacked by 2 different players right now.
I love there's a Terran player. There's like the middle kind of marker is a mothership core, and I like to think that the Terran is building a turret there just to try and shoot it down from all of that. Let's listen in to the guys once again.
I don't know.
20 minutes.
Top right.
Go away.
Preparation. Rally. It was an observer rally. My bad.
You were such a bully. You deserve this. Protoss also going in the air. Oh shit.
So what happens if you control the middle now?
I don't know.
I don't think it does anything
Nothing.
now, right?
You can just set up for later.
Thank goodness Salami isn't in this thing, or we'd already be lost.
I can tell you right now, Roddy and me are crippling each other.
I absolutely love that Zombie Grub is pulling out all the pros players are playing the Air Protoss. That is a very typical thing of them. I'm glad she's speaking about the cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lambo also with the last commentary, I think that's exactly what's going on. He said Roddy and I are crippling each other. I mean, he has had to build Corruptors. Imagine that, right? Like, that's the last thing that you want to build in a free-for-all. It's a very specialized unit only against air because Roddy is forcing him to by sieging with those Tempest and Carriers. Otherwise, Lambo would have already lost his expansion. So now Roddy repositions to try to be aggressive towards Zombie Grub, but remember, he's still just on the one base. So indeed, this top side of the map is really in a lot of trouble. Zombie Grub actually, somewhat surprisingly, off of a very difficult early game, seems to be making the best out of it on that side.
Banshees will continue to go after a whole bunch of probes. See so much damage being done. Look at the Banshees go, Cats. Oh my goodness. Is that Clem in those Banshee seeds?
It might just be. As we saw also, Magnath and Lockman had an altercation in the middle of the map, and now Lockman with a very large Terran army, after Lambo commented that he was being crippled by Roddy, is going to go and capitalize. So maybe sometimes, you know, it's best to just kind of keep quiet, Wardicho.
You know, Lockman was up late last night in the Talent Lounge. 3 a.m. He was still grinding some StarCraft games. Now I know why. I think he knew about this free-for-all, man. He was getting ready.
Absolutely, and he's looking good as he continues to move onto the top of the map. Now not moving further into Lambo's position, but maybe he's been dragged by the Carriers and Tempest of Roddy enough that he has been angered, and I'm not sure that he will allow this expansion, but it looks like maybe they've made some sort of alliance there too.
Lambo is unfortunately dying. So our only Zerg in the competition is getting knocked out. Looks like Zerg in free-for-all is like Protoss in major events.
Yeah, it's that, and it's also the fact that it is Lambo, and unfortunately for him, Roddy was going for this one-base Tempest, and that's just kind of how the cards fall, right? It's very difficult for Roddy to do anything else once he decided to go into one-base Tempests than to try to use them. So, yeah, unfortunate for Lambo, but actually it is going to be Lockman that will benefit the most out of the weakening of the two, as he is going to be taking his third base, most likely successfully for the first time.
I would love to see the army supplies. If we press A, do we get army supplies of everyone? Active forces. There we go. We've got the full supplies. So who's the strongest right now? Yellow Terran is 140 supplies to Lockman. And then Pig, the red Protoss. And we've got a couple people around 100, and it looks as though Lambo is the most dead of all.
Yeah, Lambo is definitely mostly dead, and I think this is the right call from Lockman to go and finish him, because that means an extra base. If Lockman secures 4 bases, I mean, people are gonna have to start allying against him in order to make anything happen.
Oh, that is going to be Lambo in a lot of trouble there. Lockman not losing too much and kind of eliminating Lambo, right? Which is the main concern. If you lose too much eliminating someone, you're open to being eliminated yourself. There's going to be another fight over there on that left-hand side as Magnath continues to push in. I gotta say, Cats, the Arabic talent so far are so much better than the English talent.
They're really defending the home soil here. They call the other talents foreigners, and I thought that was pretty cool, actually. And yeah, I mean, they're kind of destroying the foreigners. These are pretty good players as well. You know, at least Masters 1, if not low Grand Masters for both of them.
Yeah, I watched a Magnath Roddy best of 5 last night. It didn't quite look like this, I'll tell you that much.
No, I mean, Roddy's a little bit higher than that, so I would expect that he... Yeah,
it's the first time I've seen Roddy try hard all week.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this time around, Roddy is actually well situated despite opening just with the one base. It seems like he has made some sort of pact with Zombie Grub as well. So he will get his second base, and he has been pretty cost efficient with the units that he has had so far. So I would not be surprised if he continues to rise up the ranks here.
You see that foul play? Magnath stealing one of Lockman's hands.
I didn't see that, really.
Yeah, on the camera we have physical assault going on, apparently, to try and stop people playing the game right now. And his air army is still going to be so annoying, and everyone is kind of being an issue, but the Yellow Terran clearing out this right side. However, I believe Lambo is counter-attacking with the Corruptors, so he's getting revenge for the guy that nearly knocked him out. That's why he should kill every building.
Yeah, I absolutely love that from Lambo. It is just, yeah, pure vitriol. You know, like he just wants to get back at his opponent who took him out of the game.
Absolutely. Our Void Rays are going to continue to set up over here. Is this enough for Demu to survive? It looks as though it will be for the moment. The air units are surviving through. And Lockman has to go running back home. These Corruptors have been amazing. Look at all the production that's been lost. All of a sudden, I feel like Lockman's in a way worse spot than he ever was before.
Oh, absolutely. He's been a little bit too aggressive, picking too many fights, right? I feel like if you were Lockman and you eliminated Lambo, there's no reason for you to continue to pick fights with Roddy and now heading into State's territory as well. I feel like you just sit back pretty on your 4 bases and you were the favorite to win, but at this point, the top right-hand side of the map has been retaken by Lambo, and the potential 3rd and 4th from Lockman are now gone.
State has not been a player we've really seen too much of, so he has just been sitting back, although his natural now under assault. I would love to know what State's actually been doing, because I feel like we've not seen State at all, and yet he barely... Oh, there it is. He's got carries and tempers. We could have guessed that, I guess.
Yeah, he's just been maintaining peace. I think it's a good strategy, right? Like, let everyone else fight, stay quiet, and then come out with a massive, massive army.
Look at Zombie Grub go with all of those Cyclones. She's doing the right thing, you know, when it comes to playing Terran, play mech. It's easier. You don't need to micro as much. ZG has got that one figured out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Cyclones can be pretty difficult to control as well, especially against Tempests and the likes, but it's going to be very difficult for Zombie Grab to get in position, but maybe if she can add a couple Ravens or something of the sort, she will be in a pretty strong position. As now we see her kind of just walking around, and yeah, there's definitely an alliance between her and Roddy.
Yeah, sat next to each other, the alliance is clearly very strong. What are the chances of spawning next to the person you're sat next to? That's wild.
Yeah. She's smiling her heart out as well, so she knows that there's an alliance there, and now she is going after Magnath, who is preoccupied trying to take down Pig, who is moving into the Muslim, or are they trying to move in together to eliminate him? It looks like it.
There's all sorts of things going on. I'm not sure. I don't think any of them are really friends with Magnath, so I feel like... oh, I didn't think Demu was going to go and kill Pig's main, though. Didn't see that coming at you. I thought Pig and Demu were getting on a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like it, but it looks like Pig and Magnath are actually kind of allied here as well. So now the Muslim is going to be in trouble. Magnath has to go back and defend against the aggression of Zombie Grab, and Pig is going to kind of take over in the bottom left-hand side and try to eliminate the Muslim instead.
You know, it's brought up on the desk, but I think Pig's the biggest threat. You know, he's a content creator. He makes funny videos. He's played some free-for-alls. I think he's heading in the right way. We are just over 5 minutes remaining until we fight over the middle. And it's absolute chaos. I mean, Lockman's gone. The yellow Terran that used to be all the rage in this game is just gone. Lambo's actually killing him. Lambo's still in this game with those Corruptors and a base coming back up. Magnath has lost his natural, so the players that made themselves known early, believe it or not, have been punished.
Yep, that was a crucial mistake from Lockman to try to push that advantage, to try to eliminate everyone or pick fights with everyone, right? Like, that was just not it. And Lambo, who was completely out of the game, I was going to say is looking to recover, but he's not going to be allowed. And this time it is Pig trying to punish him. So let's open up the army supplies again just to see as we inch closer to the end game.
So maxed out is Pig. Pig is just by far and away. Can we send a message down to them all and tell them that Pig needs killing?
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, we need that right now, because otherwise Pig is just getting away. He's got DTs, he's got Sky Toss. I don't think
Roddy's moving into his territory. Maybe he'll find out.
Oh, with Phoenix though. I mean,
yeah, of course, the classic. I mean, this was predicted as well. Of course, Roddy would go Phoenix. He is an expert in the matter. And yeah, I mean, the former Oceanic champion, like you mentioned, Wardy, probably the favorite at this point to win.
He is the favorite, but he might, if people figure that out, they might put a target on his back, right? So that's the thing we're going to start figuring out. I love that Lambo has to make some mutas to deal with those Dark Templin, which are currently working their way through its base.
Yep, 4 minutes remaining, so alliances and the gloves are going to have to come off from these players. Lambo is going to be out of the game again, but we'll see if that's enough, as he has this little proxy hatch on the side.
You know, you mentioned breaking alliances. What if 2 of them stay out the whole way and they just cut the T-shirt in half?
That would work. Maybe that would work. I mean, yeah, Slayer's Boxer is right in the middle, so you would have like box
and
box, slay, something
slay box and
slay box.
I
like it.
Well,
I love it.
Pig is still massive army. Pig is kind of ground focused though, right? He doesn't have an air army, so
yeah,
maybe that's a weakness. I guess that'll have something to say. Magnath is there. He has been pretty much eliminated here, so he's just sitting chilling. Figuring out what he wants to do. Maybe he could assault Demu if he feels like Demu's getting too good.
Yeah, I mean, the Arabic Alliance was very strong early on, then they fought each other, and it's been downhill ever since. Now they're both pretty much out.
He has unplugged Demu's mouse.
Wait, really? Oh my god!
Officially unplugged Demu's mouse.
Demu's not going to be happy about that. I wonder if we could listen in for a second on that. That would be fantastic.
Brilliant stuff there. Well, we are going to go and listen into the guys. Let's see what we're saying.
Yeah.
These guys are building air armies.
Yeah, of course. State and Pig are insanely good.
State's on air.
No, he's not. I don't.
Oh, he's not. What army does State have right?
I've got Stalker Sentries.
He's dirtling with a mothership and...
Yeah, I'm 132 supply right now.
Oh my god. Bro, he actually does have Stargate. Pig has literally...
Yeah, I made a mothership. Of course I have a Stargate Lambo.
Unbelievable.
Thank you for breaking down the analysis.
Pig literally has +3 melee. That is. I cannot believe he has +3.
What you want?
Imagine having +3 on anything.
Wait, so I'm getting money for killing Pig right now?
No, I'm just a 3-2
Wait.
Harrier Tempest Void Ray.
He's only got...
Maxed out arm. He took a lot of damage early, but...
Stop.
I am mined out. I've got no money.
Does anyone remember the actual goal of this game, by the way?
Yeah, to get the middle.
Oh, zombie grub. Why'd you remind them? What the hell?
Does the game end in 90 seconds?
No. Whoever's controls the middle for a minute straight gets the win. The middle.
Dude, I have literally no money.
For until 20
Well, Magneth is still being a frustration, and ZG has in fact reminded them all that in about a minute's time, we are going to be fighting completely over the middle, so these late game armies cats are going to have one final clash.
Yeah, let's open the army tab just once again. We just closed it for a second, but we want to see what the players have. There's the army tab. Maybe the army supply is the most relevant right now, as that is going to show us which players have the greatest chance of kind of control in the middle. And there's a lot of contenders here.
ZG has actually been lying low, I think, because ZG has not been on the map in a
Oh
while.
my god!
She has so many battle cruisers!
CG is very likely to win this game. Let me say that word. This is insane.
Let's listen in again.
Oh my god, so much is happening for this match, but hold on. Magnus, you told me that Demo disconnected your mouse and keyboard?
Yeah, he disconnected them, and now I'm trying to do it, but he's lucky. He's got his stuff connected from the back. I try and go in there, he's just blocking me. Big one.
Do you think that's why you lost? It's not that you're bad at the game. It's just it's because of the mouse and keyboard, of course.
Yeah, silly, not me.
Absolutely. What about you, Lakman?
No?
What happened? How did you lose?
Yeah, I got ganged up on. I was killing Lambo. That was the plan. I was lied to, apparently. They weren't happy with it. I got attacked by Rotti, by Lambo, by State. So many people. I was the first.
According to our talents, you were picking up fights with everybody. It's not the other way around. Are you telling me that they're lying?
Hell yeah.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what's going on. We got 2 players down, 6 more to go. Casters, over to you.
Revealing herself as she makes her way to the middle of the map, and Roddy cannot. I mean, this is where I would actually love to listen in on what the players are saying, because this is the big reveal. But where's the Yamato guns? I didn't actually see them, Gordillo.
Did she forget to reset Yamato?
No, she has it. She has it.
She's just holding off. Is she trying to be friends with
Roddy?
Yeah.
She's trying, but Roddy's not having any of it.
What am They just killed. Well,
it was bait. It was big bait. A lot of interceptors did go down, but I mean, this army doesn't look nearly as scary as they used to.
ZG holding the center, but a minute is a long time in this situation. To sit there for a minute without being attacked.
No.
ZG's already lost like 67 supply just coming out of her base, so she's already much weaker than she originally was. Going to try and hold this right now. Oh, I didn't realize the countdown pauses if someone else enters.
Yep.
Wow, and then it resets.
Do you get to keep the headway that you made so far, or does it just resets altogether?
I don't know. That's a fair question. Cats will find out if ZG ever takes the middle again.
Yeah, because to be honest, even though it is kind of like now a fight for the middle and contesting for it for 1 minute, I think that the right call is to let everyone else kind of fight, lay low, and then just go towards the end whenever you think that there's nothing else going on, or like there's 1 second to go.
Well, the middle of the map is super easy to kind of jump on as well, right? Because you can just move in. Oh, Roddy's put a probe there, but that doesn't count, right? Or is it because of the observers blocking it from Magnet?
Not quite sure. It must be army units that you need, or a certain volume or something of the sort. No, it's counting.
The observer is inside, though. So it's recognizing the probe because Roddy is on the name of the top is just not counting down, I think, because of the observer.
That's smart from Magnath. It's also at the very edge. Very clever.
Very edge. Well, we sit, we wait, and Roddy will lose his probe. The observer doesn't count, so certain things just don't count, I believe. As yeah, State's also, it's not counting down for him because I guess that observer is blocking it. Wow.
Yeah, he's gonna scan. Someone's gonna scan anyway. So a couple of players even scanning. That's going to reveal the observer of Magnath, and he doesn't have much else to do other than to annoy people. So he's got very good observer micro at this point.
You see that State turns his screen away from Lambo because I think Lambo being dead is calling out to people what State is doing.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. And Lambo is actually trying to be annoying in the back here with these Corruptors. I mean, is there a universe where Lambo could win this? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so, no. Magnath fully eliminated right now. We have no current king in the center. I love that it's taken 23 minutes and we're finally thinking about third bases.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible the recovery that Roddy had, right? He's had now 3 bases for a very long time. But remember, he started on 1 base in the most difficult position on the map and forced his favorite unit composition, Phoenix, as well. So this is very, very impressive job from Roddy. He's clearly played a free-for-all or two in his day.
Yeah, Pig takes the center, decides to move back out of it. Corruptors are going to come in to try and deny this base here in the bottom right of State. Sorry, it was State that was in the center and moves away from it. So a little bit of back and forth movement, figuring out again, it's just so difficult to stay in the center for so long.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lambo has been such a nuisance to State with his Corruptors, by the way, because otherwise State would have already secured 4 bases, and he is a very strong player. Pig is in the most trouble of anyone right now, I think, as he is contained to 1 base. He's not going to be able to do much from that position, especially because he has to go out the choke that the Demo is currently holding.
Roddy again, the countdown again. It's down to 45 seconds, and he walks out the circle apparently, or someone else stepped in.
And there's Zombie Grab yet again, now going after Demo.
Yeah, I think ZG was just waiting for her BCs to obviously get the teleport again. Yeah, he's setting up a position that could actually hold the middle.
Yep.
Let's gonna head down to the stage and hear what the players are saying to our hosts.
Oh, ZG, you got your hands off the keyboard. What's going on?
What's going on? Well, they considered me not a threat for like 20 minutes, and I was internally harboring that hatred. And then now I'm just going to turtle and hope that they kill each other.
Hey, that's a great strategy there. It's been working out for Roddy most of the game, so not to give away what's going on. Maybe you should turn your monitor like State down there. Well, good luck to you, ZG. I'm cheering for you to win. Back to casters.
Oh my god. What did you? I mean, this is great for Roddy. There's only 29 seconds left. This is where someone has to go. They should be yelling at each other right now. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And they're gonna find that Roddy has a very, very strong position. They have to gang up on him and not on anyone else. They need to pincer him and go for that cannon contain.
Roddy's observer is keeping him in the middle, so they need to get rid of that. And it looks as though it may go down. Took a little bit of damage, and 20 seconds and counting down. You cannot waste much time here. Here's ZG as well. Looks like they're going to move in to start pushing Roddy away. Yamato's go down towards Roddy, and he does lose a couple of his carriers. It looks as though the timer has been reset for the moment. ZG will back it up. Yamato's. ZG just doesn't have the staying power, though, with those BCs.
No, not at all, especially once Yamato is spent. And I mean, Roddy has a backline of cannons to retreat to, a shield battery overcharge now, thanks to the Nexus that he built in the very middle of the map. And CG is going to recall and have none of that. She's like, okay, someone else deal with him. But who can at this point? Roddy is insane.
Roddy is insane. Can we get the army supplies up again quickly just so we can see how powerful each of them are? So State is maxed, Roddy is maxed. Oh, Pig's having a bad time. So it's really State and Roddy who are the biggest contenders, but of course teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that if you're Demu, if you're Zombie Grab right now, you still have a shot of potentially winning this game, but only if you let the other people fight here. In so long as you don't get involved, you can maybe snatch a victory if you come towards the end. Lambo is going to GG out and leave the game. So finally, State will be kind of free to take advantage of those expansions.
I heard Lambo has some analysis to do on this series. He's got to get to the desk ready to put that analysis into place, so I can't wait to see him break down this entire free-for-all.
Yeah, he's going to rage quit. The first player to step off the stage as well. Where did you?
Yeah, well, we do have, I mean, we're just going to have the same thing that happened before, right? A pincer move on Roddy.
Yep.
But Roddy has a base over pretty much everyone other than State. State has a pretty healthy base setup as well, so Roddy can kind of withhold these attacks for longer if no one actually goes and makes killing moves towards it.
Yeah, but it's very difficult for anyone to actually engage. Whoever engages Roddy is going to come out of a loss because Roddy can just retreat and he has Tempest. He has, I think, more Tempest than anyone else, but State is a contender for that. So the Tempest can always poke and then go back to the cannons. If you fight the Tempest on top of the cannons, on top of the overcharged shield battery, it's not going to go well for you.
That's very true. 27 seconds. The move has to be made soon. They're letting Roddy get so well set up in the center, leaking forward from that base. 20 seconds. They need to get there, and they need to make sure once they get there that they never leave the middle. Otherwise, Roddy will just tick on over and be your free-for-all champion. 17 seconds, and we are paused for a second. But yeah, Yamato's going to come down. ZG will instigate, and she's going to teleport away. Someone else has to get in there with 10 seconds to go. We are going to try and come in. State is the other big player in this. Storms all over the
Oh my god, they're getting him. They're getting him. It's happening. Everyone has successfully ganged up on Roddy, and his force is vanishing where the issue. I think this position will be taken by a player or another, and State, a massive snake, is going to retreat. Let's hear what they have to say.
8 seconds left. 8 seconds left.
Sorry,
Roddy's
I'm sorry.
Why are you casting this
sorry.
pig? Because I've got nothing else to do. I'm stuck in the corner with a few stalkers.
I like how you guys still go for me, even though now Ben is going to just easily win.
Yeah.
I'm not going to easily win. Wait till we see Pig's army.
No, wait till you see State's army.
5 Knight Templar and 8 stalkers, mate.
Oh wait, we're already winning. Someone get in the middle.
Oh yeah.
No!
No way!
You guys let her cannon capture it?
Triumphant and in your base most of the game, but victorious in the end. Roddy, what was the strategy going into this?
The strategy was obviously kill Lambo, because Lambo is incredibly good at this game. I didn't know if other people were actually going to stick to that strategy or not, but I just had a dream scenario because he was standing next to me and I was like, well, I'm going to go for technically the worst opening ever, but this is the only thing that I can possibly do to slow Lambo down. One base Tempest, and after Lambo was taken care of, I figured that it's going to be okay.
Yeah, the rest of the game there kind of played out a little bit of a mishmash, but you seem to have had control throughout. How did you achieve that?
Well, eventually I got a second base, and because Lambo basically got killed by Lockman, shout out to Lockman, he did really good. I was able to get a third base, and it's almost impossible normally on that map to get a third. So with 3 bases, I felt rich. In the end, obviously, it got really scary, because if everybody goes on you, yeah, you're probably going to lose. And I started to lose it, but they were so occupied with killing my final units, they forgot about the center, so I got mega lucky, but we'll take it.
Well, I noticed there was a lot of outside the game strategy in play as well. Right next to Zombie Grub, you guys are focused, but down the line, I noticed some turned monitors. We had some keyboards, some mice come unplugged. Any of that employed under your direction?
No, nothing weird like that. I feel like that maybe would have gone a bit too far, but me and ZG were perfectly fine neighbors. We were sweet neighbors. We left each other alone. We let her expand. I mean, I killed her first SCV, but you know, we had to draw first blood somewhere. At that point, I actually really loved having ZG as a neighbor. She's an angel.
Did you love her enough to maybe give her that Slayer's Boxer t-shirt?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, what a G. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what brings this talent team together. You guys are always supportive in the end, coming together in such a nice way. But how is this going to affect, you know, the green room later on?
Well, Lambo is probably going to be a tiny bit upset, but he's a very sweet dude. And, you know, we had to give him a warm welcome to the casting crew. Next time, we'll pick on someone else.
Well, thank you so much for the games, Roddy. Impressive performance from all of you here today. Let's send it over to the analysts to take a look at whatever that was.
See if he can still take everyone down.
Cats, how did they let Rotti win? We're never going to hear the end of this for years to come.
Yeah, I mean the green rooms are gonna get a little bit feisty from here on out for sure, Wardicho. And I mean, it is what it is. He did play a fantastic game of StarCraft II today. He did open with an opener that kind of crippled himself to get Lambo back, right? And then managed to actually, on the back of Lockman, to get that third base and yeah, really make something happen there. Congrats to him.
I just can't believe he was actually dead, and none of them had detection for that one observer that was just sat there, ticking down, winning him the game. Unbelievable. Amateur hour from the other casters, I think.
Yeah, really. I mean, how does no one have detection then? There's motherships flying around. I mean, yeah, it's just a little bit too insane. And it's sad for Lockman for me more than anything else, because he should have had the strongest position, and then he really did pick a fight with everyone pretty much. But Roddy played expertly. He played great. I think that Pig also played very, very good, but never transitioned to that air army, right? So that was his problem. And I think that State, I mean, he would have won more likely than not if the game kind of extended, if that observer had been taken out.
Yeah, everyone else had that issue of, like, you know, where Roddy picked on Lambo and Lambo got eliminated by other people. Everyone else picked on each other and no one else got eliminated, right? So apparently we're allowed to head on over to the analyst desk. This was Cardi Z. Let's see
baby.
What happens on the analyst desk.
All right, well, for some reason, nobody decided to have any detection. And I have no clue what I watched. Obviously, you were playing it, Lambo. People ignored an observer. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually missed the end because I just rage quit over because they ganged up on me on the start. Yeah, I wasn't too happy with my game. What happened in the end, honestly, you always win with the mass big air units, right? That's always what happens in the end. So I figured Rotti was in a good spot, but I have no clue what happened with the observer. You guys have to tell me.
Oh, okay. So there was an observer in there, and everybody was clearly trying to dislodge Rotterdam, but then all of a sudden everyone backed off and then realized that the timer was still going down, and nobody decided to step back into the circle, Dan. Yeah.
They're all pretty bad at FFA except for Roddy, who's the FFA go. You know, I was pretty sure going into that. At first, I was thinking maybe Ben was going to win, but felt like his macro fell off at some point in the mid game. And then I just knew when Roddy had gone for a one-base Tempest build, obviously he knows how to play FFA.
Obviously. And the Nexus in the middle and all the buildings and things like that.
Lots of cannons.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
Occupy the middle, let him fight over it. They'll forget detection. Your observer clutches it out at the very end. My favorite part, to what you were alluding to, Artosis, the mouse unplugged. Did you see this?
No, I didn't.
Vince's mouse got unplugged, and I could just see the rage he was holding back. Like,
yeah.
Don't do that again. It was great.
There was one time we were doing... Actually, I'm not even going to tell that story. Okay. Lambo, you apparently have telestration for us?
I do, yeah. I mean, I have a lot of videos. I haven't seen them yet myself, so
great.
I'm just going to let myself get surprised here. This is the first one. I see a lot of BCs. I honestly had no idea how strong Zombie Grab was. She was right next to Rotti. I guess they had a truce from the get-go. Oh, and that was a massive fight here. You can see it.
This is your telestration. Wow, look at that fight. Wow, cool.
It's more a play-by-play, honestly. But
sure. Yeah.
I think this army right here, never mind.
No, that's some other shit. Oh,
this army right here looks better than what Rotti has. Because at that point, Rotti didn't have a lot of Tempest. I think Tempest would have won this.
Yeah.
A lot of Widow Mines against the Interceptors. Very smart play there by ZG. Let's go on straight to the next one. What do you guys think about this one, though? Oh, it's just...
Oh, what do you think about this one?
Here we go.
Is this where he unplugs his... Oh, okay. No, they were fighting. That's fine.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
Oh, no. Right. Oh, no. Why do we have this as a replay? Uh-oh.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, here we go. This is a moment.
No.
Boom.
Avert your eyes.
Look at Ben. He's like,
your eyes.
Don't do that ever again.
Do you know how quickly I would have that game pause?
Yeah.
Like, that's the real issue here, is that Ben didn't think to instantly pause the game with his keyboard, okay?
Yeah, not quick enough reactions, I suppose. This is the fight at the very end. I missed this, but I thought Rotti would just take it because he set himself up nicely here with all the cannons and with a Tempest to kite back. But how did they all get maxed? Well, I was just down on one base with 20 supply.
Yeah,
That's
I'm not sure, to be fair. I'm going to be frank. I wasn't paying the closest attention to this series, Lambo. I was kind of preparing for the finals.
I was studying every moment, writing down build orders. Lambo, it is historically accurate that Zerg is a weak FFA race, okay?
Yeah.
It is.
Like, it
Yeah.
absolutely
I mean,
is.
what are you
It
supposed to
doesn't
make?
have battle cruisers or carriers. Why would you play that garbage in FFA?
I've seen Mass Muta in FFA, but like they
Dude, time and place, but it
Yeah.
becomes useless pretty fast.
Oh,
it's all,
that's a sick engagement, actually.
It's that observer in the top left. They
Yep.
end up defeating so much of Roddy's stuff
Oh,
with
I
8
see it.
seconds left.
Roddy's so big brain.
Watch.
Roddy, he deserved it. Here's a hidden observer. This is
And then they just don't
where
step back in.
these other smooth brain casters cannot figure out to not just ooga booga try to run your way through the base and destroy everything. You got to look for the cloaked units.
Yeah, I love that they run around with zero cloak detection. It's like, but Roddy here, he's got
Roddy?
detection in the form of the observer. He's got detection in the form of the photon cannon.
Oh my god.
He's the best of us.
He's the best of us.
Why did ZG not scan? Huh?
I think Ben had an observer with his army. He just missed the observer.
Yeah, the observer
Messed
did
up
come
big
in and
time.
then went right back out.
Oh my god. So that's on Ben.
They
honestly.
showed that earlier.
Why didn't she scan?
Yeah, why didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we gotta start the finals. That's why.
Ah, okay. It was
right.
intentional. It was scripted. I see. I see. Hi, ZG.
Zombie Grub's yelling at us.
Hey,
We can't hear you.
scan.
We're not mic'd
Can't
up.
hear
We'll never
it
know
all.
what you think.
Can't
No
hear it
scan,
all.
no nothing, no.
We'll never know. It'll be a mystery.
Yeah.
Should have had a
wasn't
Raven with her
observer.
army.
It's
Didn't
right
have a
here.
Raven.
Yeah.
What are we doing? I don't
but
get
I
it.
was confused that Demu was playing Protoss to begin with, to be perfectly frank. So, it's weird. Well, gosh, wasn't this a moment?
This was a moment.
It's too bad we got to go to the finals.
I'll remember this
yeah,
forever.
bad, yeah.
Who's even playing in the finals?
Oh, no, don't do that. Well, of course, that is the FFA concluded and done for. Do we have any updates here? Anybody? All right. Well, yep, cool. All right. Well, of course, I guess let's have a prelude here to the finals. The pre-game of the pre-game for the finals here at Lambeau. We have two phenomenal players, Cyril and Clem. I'm going to get very more seriously on the other side of the break, of course, here. But it should be a bit of a banger, to be fair.
A bit of a banger is an understatement.
Oh, yeah.
Both of them destroyed their opponents in the semifinals.
Yeah.
Both of them look in shape to win it all, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't even know anymore who I'm favoring here.
No, it's going to be difficult to call. And best of 9 as well. So we have absolutely everything potentially on the cards. Well, we are going to go to that break. Thank you, guys. I know that we're going to be going to you for the commentary a little later on. For now, that is that for our free-for-all. Congratulations, Rotterdam, I guess. But on the other side of this break, you need to know that we are about to witness StarCraft II history in the making here at the Esports World Cup. So join us right after this. We've got a lot more to come. Stay tuned.
Hey everyone, Artosis here, joined by a gaggle of pro gamers. These guys have given each other scores for the player cards that you guys have grown accustomed to. And I have some information about the scores they gave each other and the scores they gave themselves. And I've got to talk to you guys about some of these. They're a little bit wild. So let's start with Rainer. Let's get him up there. So 90 overall, looks like a good score. Are you happy with that 90?
I'll take it. I've been a little bit washed, so I'll take it.
Yeah. Is there anything here that looks bad to you? Maybe the strategy?
Yeah, they don't consider my strategies highly rated, but I do. I think my strategies are S tier and they're undervalued, honestly.
Yeah? Well, I know one guy that doesn't think you're very good at strategy. Estrella, you gave Rainer a 7 on strategy. Would you like to defend yourself?
I mean, last time I watched him play, all he did was turtle licorice to lake him every time, so it's not like...
He plays Zerg.
Yeah. I mean, there's more to do than that.
I would disagree with that. I think our options are very limited, and I always choose the best one. So that's 10 out of 10 of strategy, right? If you choose the best one.
I guess if you're always choosing the best strategy, but you're not doing as well as the guy next to you. So 90 though, pretty good score overall.
I didn't deserve that.
Speaking of Estrella though, let's go over and jump to Estrella's overall score. It's going to be a 79. And Rainer, you got back at him a little bit on this one. I see a kind of a low speed score here. Would you agree with that? Because he thinks you're about a 6.
I gave him 6. Oops.
I mean, I'm not the fastest player ever.
Well, 6 is not bad.
I think the score I see up there is fair. I don't think a 6 is fair, but yeah.
Maybe, okay, I'll be honest, maybe a 6 is a little bit on the lower end. I didn't really think it through, but I don't consider Protoss players to be the fastest out there. So I'll just put it out there.
Well, his style doesn't really move too fast all the time.
I've got him a little bit gapped in strategy, though.
Well, I would hope so. You actually have a lot of strategy in your play. That's about mostly what you do. I actually want to jump over to Hero Marines next year. Now, Hero Marine, you have an 81, but what I'm seeing here is that you gave yourself all 10s.
Yeah, I mean, that's the truth. I mean, I think you should be confident, right? Like, I see myself as the best player, so I have to give myself a 10.
Okay, well, I hope that your results catch up with your opinion of yourself. What do you guys think? Does he deserve 10 in any category or all of them?
I think he's a macro beast, so at least in the macro department.
Okay, okay. Any 10s that you see that he deserves? Did you give him any 10s?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't remember, but I don't think so, to be honest, Gabe. I do think his macro is top notch.
All right, well, let's go to Showtime next. Showtime edging out Hero Marine a little bit at 82 overall. You know, this is something kind of funny here. Solar, do you remember what you gave Showtime for strategy?
No idea.
You gave him a 1.
What? Excuse me.
Because like, I think I gave him the lowest strategy point to him because he only plays one build, and so that's why I gave him.
Do you have anything to say against that?
I mean, it's just nonsense. Like, if you actually watch my games, I play many builds.
Like 2 builds, 3 builds, what are we?
At the very least 2. In PvP, maybe 20, you know.
Okay, Solar, let's go over to you now. So for Solar, we have 84 overall. Now, Solar, you gave yourself 7s all across the board. I'd like to know here, Marine, are you like 30% better than Solar in every way?
Yeah, I mean that if you don't give yourself a 10, I mean, you're not confident, you know.
Okay.
Who wouldn't give himself a 10? You know?
Now, Solar, I mean, you're a GSL champion at this point, and you gave yourself all 7. Seems a little bit low for you? Are you just being modest or what?
Actually, I gave a lot of players. I didn't give him that. I didn't give them that high points. Oh, okay. So I think 7 is already enough higher.
Okay. Well, Showtime thinks a lot more of you. Showtime, you gave him almost all 9s.
Oh, really?
Did you give him a 9 on strategy?
On strategy? I don't remember, to be honest.
No, don't remember? Okay. And let's jump over to Cyril now. Cyril at a whopping 97. And I want to know what you guys think. Does Cyril have the highest score out of all the cards?
Probably, yeah.
Probably not.
I mean, it's literally on the screen, isn't it?
Well, no, not out of all your guys' cards. Obviously that, oh my God. But I'm saying in the whole tournament, right? So like, well, I mean, let's just make this obvious, right? It has to be him or Maru. Who do you think has the higher score there overall?
Well, it's either the same or Cyril.
Huh? Same or Cyril? All right, well, it was actually Cyril by 2 points, 1 for each 4-0, and Maru comes in at 95. So, guys, maybe next time you can give each other a little bit more thought. The 1, you know, that's a little bit rough, but thank you for joining us, and hope you guys enjoyed the tournament.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
I'm very confident going into this tournament just because of how the past went and how this whole year has went and how my level has been looking for the last months. I think it's good enough, and I think if I can just bring my normal game, my own game to this event, I should be able to win it or at least get very far. So my confidence is high.
A rough early game, but he gets it done to lift this prestigious trophy.
Always winning is nice, and I'm always happy to win, but it's not the same as I won my first event back in the day. I don't feel exactly as good, and obviously it depends on the tournament as well. if it's a World Championship, obviously that always brings emotions to the table more than smaller events or just regional events. But yeah, I guess in general you get a little bit used to everything.
Absolutely stunning.
No other man has done what he has done. Absolutely unbelievable.
Being able to have a stable and balanced life helps everything. You can't really focus completely everything on one thing, at least all year around. But how big of a part it plays in my success or accomplishments, that's obviously a harder question and something that you can only make predictions of. That's what I'm hoping I can win this year. That's obviously the big goal, has been from the start of the year and start of the season already. I haven't really put too much thought in the GOAT conversations. I think it's always a little bit opinion-based, and people will always disagree on it, so it doesn't really matter too much to me. Thanks to all of my fans for the support, and keep watching the games.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. 14 years of StarCraft II, and to be honest, for the first 8 of them, nobody expected South Korea to be toppled. Yet in 2018, Serral set the stage for what was to come. Over the years, Serral had his challenges, but in the end, all roads led to him, the final boss. Fast forward, and Europe was their battleground as Clem grew from a boy into a man. In 14 years of competitive StarCraft II, there was rumblings of a Terran rival in Clem as he was able to challenge Serral, and he was able to end his dominance, but then he was able to claim an international title. Now here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup, 2 unstoppable objects are on a collision course to be after an inescapable attraction for one another to be able to find themselves in this grand final. It's a best of 9, ladies and gentlemen. On one side, there has never been a Zerg quite like Serral, and there has never been a Terran quite like Clem. It is time here at the Esports World Cup. It's match of the day. It's grand finals time. It's Serral going up against Clem.
After losing to Clem, I'm very hungry for the revenge, just because I'm not really happy with how the series went. He kind of destroyed me there, but I do feel like I didn't play my best. My situation has been improving throughout the tournament, mainly because I realized that I need to turn off the AC when I'm sleeping. That helped a lot. I do think if I just improve my game a little bit and I kind of do my own thing, it should be fine. But at the same time, Clem seems to be at a very strong level right now. I think what makes Clem's CVT so strong is just his speed usually. He kind of does the same thing he has been doing always, but it's just the speed that it's very hard to keep up with.
I think if I did it once, I can do it again. I just have to play as good as I did when I beat him. I'm very confident I can do it again.
Just the multitasking, that's hard about his play. And I think one thing he has improved during the years is just the macro part, because he always has so many expansions behind all the harassment he does. And I think he's just a very complete player.
I think whenever I feel good mechanically, my TVZ also feels good because it's a very mechanical matchup, especially in the way I play it.
I think the most crucial thing for me would be to just not fail the first 6 minutes, have clean early game, and have a good starting point for the mid game.
Well, good luck to Serral. I hope the games are good. I hope people enjoy watching at home, and yeah, I hope it's going to be good. And thank you everyone who's cheering for me.
Thanks to all of my fans, and cheer me in the finals.
Cyril set the tone in the round of 4 with a 4-0, and you know what? He challenged Clem to do the same, and he fought back. He also was able to take a 4-0 against some of the best names in the world. And now they find themselves in a best-of-9 grand final. It is going to be Cyril, the Finnish phenom, the man that's already been the world champion multiple times. And he goes up against the young upstart, the prodigy in Clem, to try and rival the position. But the problem for Cyril is the prodigy's already beaten him this tournament. Joining me to my left-hand side, I have Pig, I have Zombie Grub here for this best-of-9. Arguably the biggest series of all time in StarCraft II. Pig, oh.
Words can't describe the excitement right now. There's no vetoes, there's no second chances, there's no knockout brackets anymore. It's the finals, it's the best of 9, and it is such an important match for both of these players. For one, do you become a 3-time world champion? Do you add to that already massive trophy case, that legacy? Or do you break through and not only win your first big international tournament here at this level, but also become a world champion for the first time?
It would be unheard of, really. I mean, realistically speaking, when you look at Clem being able to rival this position, but again, vulnerability is there for Cyril. Clem has done it this tournament, ZG. So as much as everyone's thinking to themselves, oh, yes, it's the final boss, it's Cyril, he's probably going to have another world championship under his belt, there is one name that can potentially topple that, and it is Clem.
You almost want to take away that best of 5 that they played, not because I'm a huge Cyril fangirl or anything like that, but because Cyril looked so much more on point today. He did make some uncharacteristic, although very small, mistakes that led to, I think, Clem being able to ramp up, getting those early victories, leading into an early game victory for the complete series victory. It's all restarting here, but while I do kind of want to push that aside a little bit and say that Cyril is back up to his peak form, he is looking absolutely deadly. The fact that it is a best of 9 in this map pool is arguably Cyril's biggest challenge.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's no secret for a lot of people that this map pool good for Terran right now. And again, if I cast my mind back again to some of the finals, especially that these two have had online against one another, some of those finals, some of those matches that you would see between these two, they click together, these two players. There is that flow state that both of them enter when they're playing against one another, when they're playing at their peak performance against one another, that the match is fast and it looks unbelievable. So we could be in for something very special.
I mean, it's amazing to see this format because it really is a story of if Clem gets going, he is unstoppable. Cyril knows this, and he has always based his series against Clem around stopping him from getting started, shutting him down, getting in there with some cheeky, aggressive build orders to make Clem worried, and then hitting him with some very greedy build orders right afterwards. If he can do that, that's great, but you don't need to win 2 maps, 3 maps, you need to win 5, and that is a lot of wins to string together. Clem, on the other hand, I think this format actually favors him. He is the biggest grinder of all time. This man can play 400 tournaments in a day. He stays up till 6 AM regularly playing the American tournaments after winning the EU tournaments earlier that day online. He is a player who likes to just get in his flow state and play mechanical, fast StarCraft. And you know what? As you get through to Game 6, Game 7, Game 8, it really is falling back on instincts, and I think that's where it favors Clem. So the longer this series goes, the better it is for him.
That is the crazy thing. It's not just the fact that it's the map pool, it's best of 9. We've never had that at a world championship. We've never had it at this tier, this caliber of StarCraft 2.
No premier tournament, I think, is easier said, actually. You know, and usually we wouldn't have an opportunity back in the day if you had to have a best of 9. You were adding in a couple of curveball maps, you know, you're adding in Fruitland for some reason, right? But now these are actually the 9 maps that are played. It's also difficult for the Zerg, but we know that Cyril's one of the Zergs that seems to make these maps look not difficult. I recall back when Beckett was considered very unfair for Zerg, and then Cyril actually had a positive win rate on that. It proved to actually be okay for Zerg overall. This is one of the Zergs who actually pushes the meta forward, who proves what can be done when other Zergs say, you gotta veto it, no chance whatsoever.
Score predictions?
Oh my lord, don't even make me do that,
There's only
James.
1 minute left.
Oh, all right. You know what? I'm a dreamer. I'm a believer. I think it's going to be 5-4 to Clem. I think we're going to see a new world champion today.
All right. Yeah, you got to. It's not quite a bookend right now, but Clem's rise came with defeating Cyril. He seemed to be the first guy to really be able to do it on a mechanical level. I think he's going to do it again. I think it's going to be Clem 5-3.
Imagine. Just imagine. You've either on one side got the 3-time world champion, or you've got Clem, with a little bit of a hint of destiny about this, as he's already beaten Serral to potentially claim a world championship. We will see. Ladies and gentlemen, it is almost time here. It is going to be best of 9 between these two. Two of the best to ever touch the game. One of them will ascend to godhood here at the Esports World Cup to figure out who is going to become the world champion of StarCraft II.
StarCraft II. Thousands upon thousands have played. Hundreds compete. Only 18 made it here to Riyadh. And only 2 remain in our Esports World Cup tournament. $400,000 on the line, honor, and this incredible trophy. But only one of these players holds the key to victory, Fancy.
One singular best-of-9 series decides the fate of these 2 players walking on stage. The lifetime achievement of being the StarCraft II champions at the Esports World Cup, the first ever. Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. Please welcome Clem and Serral.
Much has been said about this player's #1 world rank, his fearsome reputation, and his long tenure as the reigning king of StarCraft II. But today, Serral faces his toughest final challenger yet. Liquid Clem has already drawn Basilisk blood this tournament, but now only one match remains for him to prove the rule of Serral's throne or to lead the revolution against the crown here at the Esports World Cup Grand Finals.
Players, one last time, shake hands and take to your seats. 2 players, 1 trophy, biggest prize of all time. It is the StarCraft II Grand Final at the Esports World Cup. Nothing is granted, everything is earned. Casters, let's get it on.
What's up, everybody? Tastos is here, ready to go into the grand finals of the Esports World Cup here for StarCraft II. Serral versus Clem in a best-of-9. We've never had a series this long for a finals. Traditionally, it's a best-of-7, so, I mean, this is going to be a lot of time for each player to try to explore each other's play styles, figure each other out. It should be a lot of fun.
Seriously, this is going to be a hard one to actually play through for these two guys. You have to win 5 games against the best player in the world of their race. There's so much pressure upon both of them right now. I cannot wait to see how this one goes down.
We should point out that Clem already defeated Serral earlier in this tournament, 3-0, and that was an upset. Serral is the de facto favorite no matter who he goes against, at least historically. But this has not been an easy run for him. Not only did Clem give him a hard time, he had many, many other players he ran into where he had to fight for his tournament life to even get this far.
It's so true. And in fact, of course, Clem has already defeated him. Can he do it again in his first World Championship Finals? We're about to see.
We're going to be going into our first map here in what is a best-of-9. Serral versus Clem, a fight to become the king of the StarCraft II world. It starts here right now. In the top right, in the red, he is Serral. And his opponent down here in the bottom left, in the blue, he is Clem.
All right, we're going to be starting out here on Crimson Court. And, you know, I think it's, you know, obviously very important to try to start the series off very strongly with a victory. But these two have played each other so many times. They played in so many different tournaments that I feel like in a best-of-9, if you lose that first map, it's not going to be the end of the series. You know, it's going to be just a minor setback.
Yeah, you know, it's a series where, you know, quite the opposite of a best-of-3 where there's almost no wiggle room. This is a lot of space to explore different play styles, try different strategies or all-ins. We talk about a best-of-5, a best-of-7, or in this case, a best-of-9 as one where each game does generally give the other player a little bit more information about how they're approaching the game, right? You may see your opponent play conservatively for 2 games, and you might try to make some adjustments to punish that. And it's why it's so important if you're going to become any high caliber player, and especially an esports world champion here, you need to be able to have a range of play and be able to randomize your play. But this should be a lot of fun. Now, again, the fact that Clem 3-0'd Serral was basically the biggest upset of the tournament. That was shocking. We knew that it was possible for Clem to defeat him, but nobody really thought Serral would lose that way. And it's been true for other players as well, which makes this a really interesting situation. I guess you could say that technically Serral is the favorite here. He has been a more dominant StarCraft II player in the last couple of years, but Clem seems to be looking a little bit bigger, better, faster, stronger.
Yeah, I would definitely say that Clem has kind of come to a different level nowadays. He's playing so fast, he's playing so strongly, really modern, top of the meta type of plays. Now, we'll be looking for that and mentioning to you guys as we see them, but really, I feel like the key to the victory here against Serral is just being so fast, out multitasking him, being everywhere at once, and punishing for Serral for anywhere that he can't keep up.
You know, Serral is the ultimate multitasking, balancing act Zerg. He knows exactly when to pump the brakes on his production. He knows when to attack in hard. He knows when to retreat and dial it back. And on a lot of his games, it's almost confusing how he's winning because he's just sort of ahead in every metric. He seems to really know how to cut corners. He knows what to zero in on. He's able to look at a very small amount of information when scouting or seeing something on the map and then delineate what exactly the options his opponent has and how to punish him.
That's right. Now, taking a look at these build orders from our two players here, Serral is going for that Roach Warren, and that's something that he has utilized quite a bit. But in this particular case, like, he doesn't really have that very fast third base or anything like that, right? So kind of interesting to see. And then down on Clem's side of the map, He has gone for the fast third command center right after the factory, which is very, very normal, very standard. But instead of a starport right away, he added the second barracks. So he will have a bit more Marines, the starport just being added now.
Okay, the Hellions going to be chased out here. Looks like we had the drone. He was going to make a hatchery. He actually just got out of vision there, so was not even spotted, but basically made that into an extractor to preserve the drone so he wouldn't be slowed down and expanding. The final Hellion is going to get away. It won't be very useful with the hit points being so low, and we should see that third hatchery starting over at 3 o'clock in a second here.
Yeah, he will get that started up. Overlord speed here on the way while some roaches are being produced. And we'll see if it's going to be something aggressive here out of Serral. He is making a drop Overlord here already. That could possibly be to bring some queens across the map, but also, you know, he might just be looking for some harassment here. Now, the interesting thing that I find, Tasteless, is that this was a faster second barracks as opposed to the Banshee follow-up that's so common. And now that Quick Overlord has gone in there and scouted it, he sees the overall count of Marines and that it is probably a little bit higher than what he's used to.
You know, I kind of like doing this over the Banshee play. It seems like the Banshee play hasn't really been that effective. It seems sort of par for the course in most of these games, and maybe it gets a couple kills, but it's almost reliant on your opponent making a mistake. So I welcome this change of scenery here from Clem. Now, Clem is going to be moving out with a couple units. Serral was making Zerglings as well as Roaches on the map. And with the Queens coming out here, this is going to be a pretty sharp timing.
Yeah, and look at this. He's already actually dropped some creep out of the Overlord and put a couple creep tumors down. So that's a really interesting play that'll be useful at the later end of the game. But that is a sick snipe from Clem, getting the Overlord, getting the Queens, and these Roaches are not going to be able to stand up against him. Clem already in a very good position here in game number 1.
I mean, that is incredible. He took that out. The rush has been completely bungled here by Serral. Some excellent kills there from Clem. And, you know, Clem, not really losing anything of significance. You're happy to trade out a couple of Marines for damage like that. Maybe the best that Serral could hope for is to tear down these 2 depots, but certainly that is not enough.
No, you're definitely right about that. Clem is really kind of dominating here so far. Don't forget that the third base for Serral is rather late, so that's a little bit painful. Losing those Queens. He got a couple creep tumors down over here, but it doesn't matter that much. And I mean, this is already so bad for Serral. He's losing a lot of Roaches and Ravagers. Clem just nonstop with his micro, stimming in, trying to kill as many units as he can.
And, you know, Serral really not getting that much done. We see rushes from the Zerg foiled all the time, but that was like a shutdown literally before it could even start. I mean, Clem coming out and sniping the Overlord, which also has utility. You can use that to try to juggle, you know, Queens as they're being hit. But the fact that Serral was blindsided by that from Clem is kind of unheard of. So Clem, in a very healthy position. He's taking his third base. Now Zerg is also taking their fourth. This base is going to be closer to the middle of the map. But I would say Clem, you know, maybe 10% ahead here, looking pretty good. Certainly a manageable game here from Serral, but you got to look at these two guys and think, if you even have the slightest lead, it's very hard to recover that.
Yeah. You know, I'm looking at this, and I do like that he's picked off these creep tumors now, because that was the one thing that Serral did kind of get going, so he clears that out of that possible fourth. But if you, like, look at the overall numbers, right, this is a Roach Ravager opener, and Clem is up 14 army supply, which is pretty huge. So he's actually just going to move in and start attacking. He's actually got more SCVs than there are drones on the map. He's already adding his second factory. He's already getting his armory for his 2-2 upgrades to just continue on forwards. It's a tough position for Serral. Now, he is starting his Hive, his Hydralisk Den, and getting a couple Infestors, and we all know that Serral can work magic with those Infestors.
Yeah, he's very strong and usually able to recuperate losses from earlier on with units like that. For now, we've got Clem roaming. Certainly not doing anything too risky, basically looking for opportunities, and if he finds them, like let's say spare creep tumors or overlords, he'll pick them off. For now, both sides are powering. We've got a lot of upgrades coming down. And it's not going to be a very quick push, I think, from Clem. He might try to come out with small units and lash out at Serral, but we've got a fourth command center coming down here. So Clem is really leaning into the kind of comfortable macro position that's been handed to him. He's not trying to punish the Zerg. Whoa, okay, almost doesn't dodge that. Yeah.
It's a good way to come back pretty quickly.
Yeah. Big drop up here inside the main. It doesn't seem like Serral was quite prepared for this. He had some Roaches, but clearly that's not going to be enough. So drones are going to have to be pulled. A Queen is sniped. No, apparently not. Queen is Almost sniped.
The queen is sniped, Taste.
Yes,
Always believe in yourself.
Getting some play-by-play closure there. Meanwhile, in the middle of the map, we've got 2 more medevacs moving out here. He's going to try to drop behind the 3rd base.
You know, there are Hydras coming out right now, and that Lurker Den is on the way. So, you know, we will have some better late-game units coming out for Serral relatively soon. But definitely Clem keeping good control in this game. He's got that 4th base on location. 2 tanks at a time is 2-2, a little bit over halfway done, just about even with where Serral's at right now. And just continuing to drop all over the place.
And, you know, Clem's not getting incredible damage done, but he's doing a pretty good job. By the way, you know, the 4th base setup, and Clem almost maxing out. It's about time he tries to push. He's coming in here now, dodges the Biles. The Lings are shredded, and the Marines press forward here. Looks like he'll take out that Spine Crawler, the Ravagers. The drones need to be pulled. There are some Lurkers here. And is he going to dive on the Lurkers? I can't quite tell how many there are. It looks like there's at least 3 up there. Maybe an overextension for a second there from Clem, but regardless, the hatchery is going to get low, and that means Serral has to fight back.
Yeah, but Serral does fight back very, very well. Brings up his Lurkers and Roaches, gets at least those frontal siege tanks, moves that Lurker forward just slightly, going to push those Marines back. If he can save this hatchery, no, it's not going to happen. He taps out as that battle starts to go south once again, and Clem going to take game number 1.
I gotta say, it looked really impressive from him. We actually saw Serral shaking his head, muttering to himself. I mean, let's not forget, Clem 3-0'd Serral earlier in the tournament, so that's the 4th win now in a row. Serral does not know what it's like to beat Clem at all, at least so far in this event. Obviously, they played a lot in the past, but Clem seems to be bringing the absolute best iteration of himself here. I really like that he knew when to attack in and dive here and when to pull back. I think a lot of players would have gone for the hatchery earlier and tried to guarantee the win, but Clem pressed for more damage, and that destabilized Serral. You know, the only way that Serral could try to come back was to then counterattack in there and try to dive onto the position that Clem retreated onto. Didn't work out. And so Serral, okay, we're going to take a quick shot here at this earlier moment.
Really important moment.
This is probably the most important moment of the game, is the fact that Clem dived onto the Overlord, killing 2 of the queens inside of it along with the Overlord, and then sniping the other 2. And look, this is a big investment. It's not just the queens, it's not just the Roach Ravager, it's also that you've given up drones, you're not teching into any other thing. And the fact that Clem shut this down and really only lost 2 depots and a couple Marines, which is nothing, that's just a couple of minerals, is huge. Now, if Serral can have a smoother earlier game, I think we could have a different result, but Clem looking real nasty, real on top of everything here in the early game. Over here in the top left in the red from Finland, he is Serral. Shaking his head.
Unhappy with that previous game.
Yeah, he's going to have to work real hard to get this one. In the bottom right in the blue from France, he is Clem.
And I do want to go over a couple things from that game while we're still in the early game here.
Yeah.
I think some people might look at that and be like, wow, that was so dominant from Clem, or why did Serral use that build, or something like that. Now, it's pretty darn standard for people to go for that 3rd command center after the factory, and the most standard follow-up to that is oftentimes Starport plus Banshee, right? Now, Serral's build, if he had run into that, if it had been Starport plus Banshee instead of 2nd Barracks with quicker stim and medevacs, you know, you get across there, and maybe there's a couple Banshees, maybe a few more Hellions, some Marines, but no stim, no medevacs there, right? His build will perform a lot better if it was like the Banshee follow-up. So, you know, maybe a little bit of a risk there. Of course, anytime you're attacking early, that is a risk inherently. But Clem also choosing a very good continuation to the 3rd command center, which kind of caught him off guard. Like you said, like when he caught that Overlord with the queens, I mean, your strategy is completely fallen apart at that point.
Yeah, and it's very rare to see Serral kind of caught unexpectedly in the early game. You know, he's pretty perfect. He's pretty clean. His screen is always where he needs to be. All the hotkeys are always perfectly bound, and he responds very quickly. So really impressive to see Clem pull that off. I also like the fact that Clem went for a 4th base before pushing. I think a lot of Terrans in a game like that go 3 base and try to push.
Oh, like just all in, just pure barracks.
They go, I've got the lead. This is my one opportunity. I'm going to go for it. And I don't know if Serral scouted the 4th command center or not. I didn't see it if he did, but you know, I think a lot of Zergs brace for impact upon a failed rush, and that means they haven't been making enough drones. And so then that 4-base push that comes very late is just way too strong.
Yeah, and I got to tell you what, like, Clem is just another level as far as multitasking speed and micro speed. So, like, even if he takes that 4th command center, he can keep so much pressure on that it could almost feel like you're playing against, like, a 3-base Terran, right? You could, you know, if you even go down the ladder of strong pro gamer Terrans a little bit, you're going to see, you know, a huge difference in what that pressure looks like. Like, Clem truly is playing Terran versus Zerg on another level from everybody else.
Let's remember, the winner is going to go home with $400,000. I had to say that again in my head. I'm like, wait, that is the number, right? That's so high. I'm like, wait, am I not saying the words right? Yeah, $400,000 for whoever takes his best of 9. Right now, Clem with a 1-0 lead. That's a lot of room for Serral to try to map out a comeback here. But, I mean, this is unprecedented, not just in StarCraft II, but in esports history here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and just to put this into perspective, $400,000 will over double everything Clem has made so far.
Yes.
And for Serral, it's about 30% of what he's made so far, and he's the biggest money winner ever. But I would say even more important than that huge amount of prize money, which is amazing, is the person who wins here is the world champion.
That's right.
And there is no greater accolade in StarCraft than that.
That's right. The entire year has led up to this moment. And within the next maybe 2-3 hours, we will definitively have the greatest player in the world here between these two. So to go into this game, we've got Banshee with Cloak. And for Serral, you know, the tech path isn't clear just yet. Clem's going for some very standard harassment. He's basically roaming with the Hellions and the Reaper to try to kill off creep tumors and control the map the best he can. This is a bit of a tit for tat we've seen thousands of times before in StarCraft II. So it's basically a textbook TVZ, at least for now, on both sides.
So we do have that Cloak on the way here for Clem with the Banshee play. So, you know, this is closer to what Serral was more hoping to hit in that previous game. And, you know, as far as what Clem is able to do, this is mostly it, right? Sometimes you try a little run by, try to grab some drones and whatnot, but not too likely that it'll end up working out. Someone like Serral, very good at blocking that.
So that Cloak is about to finish. The Terran's going to land his 3rd command center. eBay is starting. I mean, again, Clem kind of going for a mainline opener here. Very straightforward, very basic. It's going to come down to that micro-macro tug-of-war in the middle of the map, where the Terran wants to push, gain some kind of foothold, and set up siege tanks and hit hatcheries. Is he going to get this? Okay, that's pretty crazy. The Queens can't stop the Hellions from forcing the hatchery to cancel in time, so that's a pretty big victory there.
Yeah, very nice to slow that down at least a little bit. A couple Cloak Banshees coming across now as well. Already some damage being put on the highest energy Queen here. So I think he will use these Banshees to try to alley-oop the death of this Queen. And it looks like he is going to be able to snipe that one. Really just fantastic play from Clem. Serral having a hard time.
You know, I got to say, you never see...
Oh my gosh.
You never see anybody get the tactical upper hand on Serral ever, and this is going to be a forced cancel again. So
yeah,
2 forced cancels on the 4th base. I know there's another base being made at 9 o'clock right now, but that was the 4th base as far as the, you know, pacing of each expansion. That's really big.
Yes. That's gigantic.
The Zerg are maybe the most vulnerable in between the 4th base finishing, right? We see a lot of games where the timing attack is based off of killing the 4th base as it's coming up or as it's finishing. The fact that there was a double cancel there means the entire development for Serral has been hiccuped. It's been stifled. It's going to be a very, very bumpy road to developing into a healthy late game.
Yeah, especially when you look at the fact that right now he's on Ling Bane, right? He's getting Baneling speed. He's getting 1-1 for his Zerglings. Okay, he's adding a Hydralisk Den now, which I think is incredibly important. But when you don't have that other unit yet, the Ling Bane, like, it's not just the economy you're missing, it's the production of the additional hatchery. Very, very important stuff. So, so far in this game, I would definitely give an advantage to Clem.
Yeah, Clem pretty comfortable so far. Again, setting up these tactics that I just never really see Serral suffer from. I mean, I feel like Serral has always sort of had that Sexton that lets him navigate through the early game very easily. And it's why he's so strong in the mid game and the late game, is he knows how to cut corners. Now we've got that push coming out here. There is a counterattack from Lings. The Hellions are well placed, but the Banes are going to come in here and destroy a dozen SCVs. The Lings will get out, but the push is here regardless. Now this is the 5th hatchery. That's been canceled. The location where the hatchery had been double canceled earlier, that is now finished up there. Another big Ling counterattack here. The Marines in a actually pretty decent position. I guess they'll barely have enough sustain here as more Marines come up and drive that out. But this is becoming a very shaky position for both sides.
Yeah, it was a great Baneling attack from Cyril. He did a lot of damage to Clem, but Clem keeping that pressure on, boosting a couple of tanks into position here to start sieging this base, this 3rd base location up a little bit. Has the Marines behind here. A bunch of Queens come up to try to fight. Ling Bane rolling in right now as well. Great targeting there from Clem. Hits some of the Banelings as they come in, but still maintaining really good cost efficiency back here.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Look at that little nook. I was wondering why he would set up here, and I guess there's actually just enough space back there that you can kind of stay back with Marines, and only a couple of the Queens can really hit you. Now, there was a Baneling counterattack that killed 13 SCVs, so it's 72 drones to 54 SCVs. Clem should have lost a lot of steam with that harass, but he's going to try to come forward anyways.
Yeah, he's still trying to push a little bit. I think he knows that the Ling Bane numbers are not super, super high. The Queens have been fighting a lot, so maybe they're not full health, full energy, that type of thing. Oh, nice snipe there on the medevac. But continuing to keep that pressure on. They both definitely have hurt each other quite a bit this game.
I love the juggling with the medevac. Just keep this Marine alive over here if you can. You're not going to be able to expand if this Marine can just keep doing stuff. And this is a little mini game that is basically forcing Cyril to pay attention, because that can stim and it can heal. Meanwhile, another big attack coming in here. The Ling's going to drive in and push the Marines back. Not a lot of energy on some of these medevacs. Widowmine's going to set up shop out here. This nuisance medevac continuing to just be a problem, almost taking out all the Lings so far.
Look at this. The Bane's going to try to run over that Widowmine. They do get hit. Clem continuing to rally up some more Marines, and just beautiful, beautiful micro here, targeting down those Banelings, taking almost no damage from them, and grinding more value. In the meantime, we can see in that picture-in-picture, Cyril with another counterattack on that 3rd base of Clem.
So he picks up and runs right back out. I got to say, Cyril looking a lot safer this time around, especially on that 4th base that he had to cancel twice and finally reclaim. He has basically pushed Clem back. Clem's looked weaker every time he tries to attack him. It's 4 base to 5, the 5th base for Cyril, barely up and running. We've got another attack in here. It seems like this was neglected, at least for a few seconds, from Cyril. He'll come back in once again. And are we going to see a push from 6? It looks like we are. There's a drop here in the main. This is probably to draw Cyril's screen away and get a lot of his units back into a spot where maybe they can actually attack up here. A stim from Clem, and he's going to be moving up into this spot. I see Hydras, I see Banes, and it looks like some of these Widowmine shots might allow Clem to ping-pong back in here.
No, his Widowmines have been just fantastic. The amount of Banelings he's cleared with them is insane, and it continues to occur. But Cyril still has more Banes, still has more Hydras here, trying to take a good engagement. He definitely cannot be losing another base. He needs minimum 4 bases up to have a real chance here.
Pulls back a little bit. Let's not forget about the drop up at 12 o'clock. It looks like he might try to hit this other location. This is very common in StarCraft II and TVZ, where you basically try to get 2 different spots and keep hitting the Zerg in different locations in the hopes that one of the positions is a little bit squishy, is a little bit under-defended. But so far, so good. I mean, Cyril's developing just fine. Clem's always been a little bit ahead in supply, but doesn't seem like it's been much of an issue. And both these guys are going to be maxing out pretty soon.
Yeah, right now, a very good chase down right here from Cyril, picking off a few more Marines, forcing him way far back. Clem right now, he is on 4 bases. We can see that his 3-3 is already started. He's getting some more command centers. Like, really good things going on for him. And by the way, I love to see that he's going Marine Marauder Mine here against the Lingbane Hydra. That is, like, in my opinion, it's the hardest thing to do to counter this, but when you're on Clem's level, it can be very strong, surprisingly so.
Look at this one Marine in between that position. Oh, nice connection there between the tank and the Widowmine. No Banes get in there. Meanwhile, another push down here at the bottom. And it looks like Serral's going to have to try to fight up this hill. It's not going to be easy. We've got tanks, we've got Widow Mines, and every time Serral gets in a little bit too deep, he gets punished.
Clem just playing out of his mind right now. The worker count very close on both sides. Serral is holding on at the moment. He has Hive Tech. He has some Vipers on the way, getting those lurker upgrades. But you can see this cost efficiency from Clem is unbelievable. He's up by about 40%.
Yeah, he's doing a good job splitting the Marines. Is this the moment where Serral has enough? It seems like every time the Banelings get to that congested area, the splash damage is just too good. And I love the fact that the tanks aren't even in range here of the hatchery. Instead, he's just sort of eking out damage over time. He's forcing the Zerg to fight in this bottleneck and just shave things down over time.
Yeah, and these mine hits are just perfect from Clem. He pulls back exactly into range, and they are hitting their connections so well. The Marauders now starting to move towards the front of his army while he continues to just grind everything down. And this is non-stop, man. He's spending his money and macroing behind this while literally non-stop kiting against Serral.
Yeah, he's everywhere, man. It's kind of insane. The Banes are going to come in again. No Widow Mines here, so it forces a pickup. Clem going to pull all the way out. And this means that this position, which has really been the thorn in the paw here of Serral for most of this game, can finally be wiped. And it's going to be up to Clem to try to rebuild another position where he can start to launch attacks from again and again and again.
Okay, good. Finally, Clem is pushed back a bit. He is getting more command centers. He's getting ready, I think, to expand a little bit more. Yeah, that 6 o'clock base has been taken as well. Serral, in the meantime, continuing to get really fantastic upgrades. He has more lurkers spread around a little bit, a good amount of Lingbane. You know, this is the one really nice thing about when you get up to lurkers and Vipers. You can start to win back some of the efficiency that you've lost with the Lingbane Hydra, right? I mean, Clem has been more efficient than almost anyone I've ever seen playing against this. But now Serral should be able to, with these high-end spellcasters, do some work of his own.
We've got the Fusion Core coming along now. Lurkers caught over here, not on hold position. And, you know, Clem's been very good at busting lurkers in the past. It looks like he doesn't have enough time to quite get these. Not a great angle for him either. And another pickup is forced here as Serral closes in on that spot, taking these Widow Mines out, getting frighteningly close here to the 6 o'clock base.
Yeah, some good parasitic bombs go down, taking out some medevacs there. And he actually did, I think accidentally there, not lift up some of his ghosts. So some expensive units going down, but that's okay. Clem has a lot up at the top here. Trying to hit again. A great fungal there from Serral, but again, good mine hits.
Yeah, he's going to be pulled back once more. Looks like these lurkers can burrow and basically allow this gold-based hatchery to be taken. That's a pretty big deal if Zerg can take that. I don't know that Zerg will be able to keep it forever, but just drinking in the resources from that spot, it's a way to deny the Terran from getting it later, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're going to need to mine more than half the map to beat Clem in this game. He's just been so cost-efficient throughout. So unless he starts to really kind of fall behind in that regard, you can't just split. You have to do a little bit more than that as Serral. Now, Serral is running around the map a little bit right now with the Lingbane Hydra. His lurker count is actually very, very low right now. Not that many. We'll see if he wants to add more. Of course, you know, when we're on this kind of like very big, wide area that he's supposed to defend, right? He's taking bottom left. He has 12 o'clock. That is a long way apart. So do you want a lot of lurkers right now? Is that something you want a little bit later when you're in a bit more control of the game? You know, I think it's a stylistic choice here from Serral, but I really don't mind him staying on a lower number for now.
Where is that Nidus worm going to come here? Right now, Zerg is just outside the Terran space. He's actually, is he going to dive in? No, he's going to back up.
That was a great EMP on that lurker, on that infestor, by the way. That's so important. This is one of the things that is a superpower for Serral. His burrow moving infestors are, like, the amount of games that he has beaten Maru just because of that is absurd.
That's right. Some more Banes are going to come in here and just divide this position on the map so that maybe Zerg can try to expand down to the bottom left again. I do want to point out that Zerg doesn't have that many more places to go. Wherever you expand, it's pretty far away from home. And so, you know, Zerg can look pretty scary for the time being, but they're going to have a much harder time dominating and mining from here on out. We've got a big push coming in over here at the 6 o'clock spot. The Banes are going to come all the way around the planetary, and they just barely kill it before the retreat starts.
Yeah, really well done by Cyril to end up killing that off, but of course Clem had another command center right there, so will land it immediately and continue to mine. And even though he loses 6 workers, it doesn't really matter. He's got 76 left over, which is fine. Nice fungal there upon the ghosts, but still plenty of health, plenty of energy on these medevacs, so he will be able to clean up through there.
Okay, so we've got another counter push. Is this going to go all the way home? Cyril's starting to bleed off a lot of units. We've got some Liberators coming up here. Widowmine's on the right. An Infestor right from behind, hitting him from 6 o'clock there. But the hatchery, it doesn't seem like it can be defended.
No, it does not. And even with the amazing flanked fungals, he is unable to stop this army from killing his base. A terrible situation here for Cyril, who does not have a bank and is not maxed out against a Clem that is.
Clem just able to bounce back from anything. A moment where Cyril looked like he had enough control of the map turned into an overextension. The bottom left is wide open. Liberator's doing damage up here in the top right. We've got yet another push. The Nidus is going to be used defensively and denied immediately. This top right base is going down.
Wow. Clem is playing out of his mind, Tasteless. Like, Cyril is on the back foot right now. You can see the look in his face, the heavy breaths that are going on. He's lost another hatchery there in that top right now. He's trying to re-expand here to that base at 9 o'clock. But I don't know if Clem's going to let him do anything. Clem is like forever maxed out and forever pressuring.
Yeah, he's caught 1.8k minerals for a second, over 1,000 gas. And it just seems like every time that Cyril moves in, it's followed up by Cyril retreating and Clem killing off more and more units. And again, there's no real place to expand here. No comfortable location to take. Clem has really brought this game to the right time. He's let Cyril overextend a little bit. There's not a lot of comfortable bases to try to get here. Cyril is doing a really good job on the economy that he has.
This is really unreal to watch as someone who's been around in StarCraft forever. This is one of the highest skills I've ever seen, ever. Like, if you look at his micro, his macro, his multitasking, his speed, which is all kind of related, but like, it is truly a different level. He is never stopping. Like most pros, even world champions, in situations like this, it'll slow down at some point. You know, they'll sit back for a moment, macro up, and then go out again. Clem is relentless. He's everywhere at all times, and that production tab is always full.
And he's identified this weak point here, this base we keep revisiting, and this ramp where the attacks are being launched from is just a great spot to hit into. We've got Cyril coming in now. Is this going to be enough? Infest? No, it's not. Cyril just taps out as he attacks in. And again, Cyril muttering to himself. Yeah, you know, there was a moment I thought, gosh, it doesn't seem like Zerg can make that work. And as Cyril goes in, he realizes the same thing. It's not going to happen. That's a 2-0 lead right now for Clem. And I got to say, Clem is making it look easy. He's just able to engage and trade effectively. He also knows where to attack. So this is a spot we were looking at over and over and over again. The fact that Cyril has to come up here to fight, the fact that the whole area is uncomfortable to get through, and you're fighting off creep. It's hard to ever have creep tumors up there and have that area covered. World-class play here from Clem.
Yeah, I just saw that 92 on his card. I can't believe it. Disgusting. He's much better than 92, it's clear. But yeah, there was a lot of great moves on both sides, right? There was the double hatchery cancel, the kill on the other 4th base, or the 5th base, I think as we were calling it in the game there by Clem. In the meantime, you know, Cyril did some good Baneling flanks, got a bunch of SCBs with them. It was pretty well contested. It just feels like the multitasking from Clem, the amount of things he's able to do and keep clean and keep under control. Like, for instance, this non-stop for so long, and if he screws it up at all, Banelings hit and he loses half his army and everything's reset and Cyril's in control.
Right. We're going into game 3. Right now, Clem with a 2-0 lead in this best of 9. In the top left, in the red, he is Cyril. And his opponent in the top right, in the blue, it is Clem. Ooh, cough there. Obviously, it's always possible to be down to the last game. Like, let's say that it's a 4-0 lead and for Clem, and then maybe Cyril comes back 5 games in a row. Statistically, that almost never happens. So when we start to see a lead mount in a series like this, it is imperative that Cyril starts to win some games.
Okay, but how about this, Tasteless? Okay, we had Cyril 4-0 Dark, and then Clem 4-0 Hero, and now we could have Clem 4-0 Cyril and Cyril 4-0 Clem, and then play a best-of-1 for the World Championship.
I would welcome that very much, Artosis.
I think that that would be the best. That's what I'm waiting for here. And the thing is, I know that Cyril has the mental strength to come back in these situations.
Right.
Things have gone poorly for him so far. Clem is playing out of his mind. But if Cyril can slow it down a little bit, I still think that he can do it. You know, he is... I mean, he truly is one of the greatest players ever. I don't think I've ever seen him lose a finals. He has won countless tournaments. And, you know, here looking for another world championship to add to that. You know that he's comfortable in these pressure-filled situations. It's just the guy he's up against has a skill set that literally no one else in the world has.
That all is absolutely true, but I have to point out, I haven't really ever seen Cyril this flustered in a finals. I mean, he is, on some extent, wearing his heart on his sleeve, right?
Yeah.
Oftentimes, Cyril has more of a poker face. He almost seems like, at the minimum, he's stoic. At the most, he's unfazed. And so it's interesting to kind of see Clem looking very relaxed, bounce around the match, and basically always end up ahead, always come out on top. And to see Cyril in that position, he doesn't have a lot of time to try to concoct a solution.
That's a pretty fair assessment, I think. And actually, now that you're talking about it, like when Cyril starts losing a series or, you know, is in a tough position, a lot of times he gets the angry, serious look on his face while he plays. And I feel like we're seeing a little bit more facial movement here, a little bit more frustration. So I don't want to read too much into it, but you know, I think that all of us who have played RTS games, except for maybe Cyril, honestly, have felt it where you're just playing someone that is just outplaying you, and you're like, oh my God, what do I even do against this, right? But that's not something that I think Cyril has felt for years, because he's just been the best player for years. And here he is against Clem, and Clem has already gone 3-0 in the earlier part of the tournament against him. Now he's up 2-0, just playing magnificently. He even saves that Reaper.
Gets that out.
You can't get anything. You can't get anything from him.
It's also a different thing, right? When you're winning everything all the time, that's more about maintenance. Right now for Cyril, this is going to be about overcoming. Clem is bringing something to the game that is so scary that it's so hard to deal with.
Yeah. Now, taking a look at these builds, this is a repeat from game 1.
Yeah.
Okay? This is a 2-base layer Roach Warren. So we might see that Overlord speed, a drop with 3 queens go across the map. Now, what we were talking about before is that if your opponent goes for the 3rd command center, Reactored Hellions into Banshees, it does pretty reasonably against that. But what he hit last time was a quick 2nd barracks with quick stim and medevacs. Guess what he's hitting this time? The same exact build. Now, we'll see if he goes for the drop and the queen attack. We don't know for sure yet, right? There's a few different things that you can do with this quick 2-base layer. Here, we do see Roach speed. We see a group of Roaches. This doesn't have to turn into an... Well, that is a lot of Roaches he's making. So, I mean, it's starting to look aggressive at least.
If it is the same opening, you can't imagine it's going to have the same... Oh, my God, he got the drone. I wasn't even going to talk about it because we see that maneuver all the time, but you don't normally see the drone snipe. Getting that drone is really big. All of these little things, like, oh my God, he's going to do it again. Oh my God, I can't believe it.
Yeah, but he's, like, Cyril has made nothing but Roaches this entire time. So I'm wondering, like, yeah, he got the drones, but, like, isn't there just going to be an attack coming across right now?
100%. He's going to get hit real hard. And you're right, maybe he kills those drones. He gets a little bit confident and thinks he's way ahead.
Yeah.
He is starting the wall in.
Okay.
The Marines are going to come out here, and they might... Oh, they're not going to actually hit this, so he's taking a 3rd base. That means this rush from Cyril will be huge.
Yeah, definitely a very important moment coming up right now. I don't think that Clem has any idea that this army's here. Okay, now he sure does. And we're going to see what he can do against this, because that is a lot of Roaches and a couple Ravagers mixed in. The wall is not done. There are no bunkers. There is no siege tank as of yet. He is making a siege tank, so if he can hold on to that and not take too much damage, he might be able to hold on.
All right, he's going to try to stay out of range. The Roaches are now going to be up against this wall. He's going to pull these SCVs. He has to. He's going to try to chase that into a corner. So far, 12 SCVs have been killed off. He's going to try to close in a little bit further, and this is eventually going to be cleaned up. Now, he lost a lot of workers. It is a 3-base economy, though, so you can recover that pretty fast.
Yeah, that's very true. There are more Roaches and Ravagers coming up here, though, and he kills off a lot of those Marines, backs up. He has that siege tank out on the ramp right now. A couple Queens have made their way up here. Not sure exactly how useful that those will be. They're just kind of slow moving. I mean, they can absorb some tank hits, but can't even transfuse up here. And this is... It looks like a very solid Clem hold. Clem is within 3 workers of Serral's count, and like you said, he has 3 command centers, and he can replace those lost SCVs relatively quickly.
It's all drones right now, which is a big sign that this rush is going to end. Doesn't mean that there won't be more damage on Clem for the time being, but it does mean Serral no longer is trying to end this game or do much more with this. He snipes the 1 tank, of course the unload here with the Marines. Stim Marines can chase down Ravagers. You're just not going to get away. And so that's pretty big. Clem survives. It's 54 drones to 48 SCVs. Keep in mind that some of the drones are just now hatching. Wow, that 1 Ravager does get away. That 3rd base that was denied a couple times, though. It's going to be uncomfortable now for Serral. Now that, and I think, yeah, it feels like Serral's very aware of his situation. Yeah. He knows, okay, he needs to get a 4th base up here. Clem is already in the counterplay. He's already roaming with the medevacs. He's already clearing out overlords. He's already going to make the map a very confusing and ambiguous place. Almost has that Ravager there in the front. Got to be careful with that.
It's hard to even imagine a better way to play Terran than what Clem is doing here. The fact that he holds the push and is re-getting his expansion set up and immediately counterattacking, it's like, just the theory behind it is so picture perfect. It's just people can't do it. But here Clem is clearing those overlords super, super fast. Serral's forced into making a lot of units. And you can see the drone versus SCV count is actually very close, right? 66 to 60 right now. After, you know, 20 SCVs falling to that rush, Serral would hope to be a bit further ahead in those workers.
It's important to note that really for Zerg, there's nowhere to go as far as expansions go, but down. Oh, he even gets the drone, he gets it again. Yep. There's nowhere to expand but down. So the fact that he's denied the 4th base now, after already, you know, shutting down that 3rd hatchery earlier before the big rush, is huge. Serral with a small counterattack, a siege tank on the high ground is going to bat that away. And again, Clem just seems to be able to move on the map to hit where he wants and just do a job where, you know, it's hard for Serral to get any oxygen. It's hard for him to, you know, kind of get some leg room here on the map. The Roaches are going to come down. Is he going to come try to dive on the hatchery?
Well, yeah, it looks like he is going to force a cancel there as well. Trades only a couple Marines for it. And, man, I tell you what, like, Clem is just on fire. And you can see, like, that's something Serral does when he's a bit frustrated, where he kind of fills his cheeks with air and, like, you know, breathes out. And he's done that. We've caught him doing that 4 or 5 times so far this game. You know, this has to be a frustrating situation. He's actually down in workers. The army supply is relatively close, and when you're on Roaches, it's actually supposed to be much higher for you.
Right. And it's hard to get out of Roaches easily.
Yes.
You know, Roaches have their moment, but then you're kind of stuck on this clunky tech while Terran is continuing to complete all the necessary techs and unit compositions that give them a healthy push later on. There are infestors out here. I think he saw that with his medevac. He
might have, yeah.
But he's going to go around. We're going to need to see Serral come down here and meet him at 9 o'clock, because otherwise that base is going to be denied. And all Clem has to do is keep macroing, harassing, and shutting down a couple more bases, and he'll eventually have his own 4th and probably a push that could kill Serral.
Right now, still clearing out a lot of creep and roaming the bottom of the ramp at the exact same time. He's got those 3 bases up and mining. The 4th command center is coming in. Stims up, and there's only a handful of Roaches here. So he's going to start to gun those down, and after those are gone, he's going to go after the hatchery. This is a terrible situation for Serral. Loses 4 drones there as well.
He knew to just attack into the drones and the Ravagers and Roaches here. He's really keeping Serral occupied. Now the main base appears to be naked. I don't see anything to stop this. 2 Queens, actually 4 up here above. But the Marines can fight that.
And they do. They start picking off some Queens here. Nice transfusion goes down, but he's keeping Serral so busy. The supplies stay on the same level here. And
Like, Serral has his Hydralisk Den. He got his Hive, I believe, in there as well. So, you know, he does have some progression going on, going towards Lurkers. But the Ghost Academy is almost finished. 2-2 is almost finished. 2 Siege Tanks are being produced at a time. Definitely Clem still has that advantage.
Looks like the Ling is going to get pulled up here. Clem will finally get his 4th base up and running. We're going to have a counterattack. I think Clem should have enough to deal with this, but let's see what Serral's able to do as he tries to engage.
Well, he's going to come in here right now. He does have those Hydras in the back. A great fungal goes down there from Serral. He really wants to break in through this 4th base location. Can't be letting Clem get that up. In the meantime, we see Clem with a counterattack across the map, hitting into this base. Oh my gosh, dealing so much damage there, killing 4 drones, and still holding off the big attack from Serral.
Yeah, and he's actually going to dive into this position as well. It looks like Clem is winning on both fronts.
Oh gosh. Yeah, he's microing both at the same time. I don't know even how you do that. GG! And Clem goes up 3-0.
Is he playing with 2 mice or 2 monitors? What's going on?
Oh, man. That was unreal. He's like picking off Vipers on in the screen, the secondary screen, and then like picking off Hydras in the primary screen.
Both spots at once.
Yeah, no one knows.
Is there a DDR pad under him? Is he playing DDR2? How is he doing all these moves at the same time?
He's the quickest player in the world.
Can't believe it.
This is a big part of the reason why StarCraft has an unlimited skill ceiling, because the quicker you are, the more you can do. And he can just manage more than just about anybody.
Unbelievable. Guys, we're going to go to a short break. Coming back, we're going to continue on here at the finals of EWC.
World Championship StarCraft II history, as we have just been seeing Clem go toe-to-toe with Serral, and he is knocking back aggression. He is bringing it to the macro game. It's going to be a rare thing to say, but Serral may need this upcoming break to reset a little bit, because a 3-0 deficit and a best of 9, it's a long way back from here for Serral. We'll see you after this break.
Ready, set, go.
We're back here at the Esports World Cup Finals for StarCraft II. We said it was going to be close. We couldn't have been more wrong, at least so far. Right now, Clem up with a 3-0 lead in this best of 9.
It's a pretty big deal. You know, Clem is someone who really does play on tempo, and when he's in the lead, it's really hard to stop him. I hope that this short break for these two players has allowed Serral to kind of center himself and get back into the mode that we know he can do, where he can win these games as well.
We're going to be going back into that right now. It is going to be up to Serral to try to turn this around. Otherwise, Clem may just be too out of control and can't be stopped. In the top right, in the red, he is Serral. And his opponent down here in the bottom left in the blue, he is Clem. I don't always want to read too much into the players' faces, but it does seem like Clem's still focused. Serral obviously doing his best to zero in, but looking a little miffed right now.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I hope that he's centering that anger, right? Like we've seen it where sometimes he just gets this look on his face and then he just like solves things and fixes the problems and wins. And I would love to see that. I would love to see him start to come back and give us a really close series, because right now, like I'm watching this man and I've just never seen play the level of what Clem is showing us. It is outstanding.
Well, it's very rare to see Serral tripped up in a developing game. I mean, that's kind of the ultimate thing a Zerg has to be able to do, is to develop, get a read on what they're doing, and then either get a direct solution to it or play around it. And so Zergs, from the very first day of a Zerg learning the race to a moment like this at the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, you're in a constant state of having to try to grow and stop them from thwarting you. And eventually you get Zergs that just kind of seem to be untouchable. They grow wherever they want to go. They can trick the player into trying to stop them in a location they're not even interested in. They can fake out tech. They can do it all. But so far in the 3 games we've seen, Clem is just on top of it and punishing Serral. And Serral is in a very suffocated position when we get into the moment where Terran wants to push. And I think Serral's done a really good job of fighting back. It's actually been kind of remarkable to see him hold off Clem a couple times. But unless Serral either gets a successful rush off or has a very clean macro game where he goes in uninterrupted, it's probably likely that Clem will recreate this situation over and over and over.
Definitely a possibility. I do want to take a moment here because, you know, we're up 3-0 for Clem and he's been playing amazing. It looks great, but let's just really quickly go over just the broad strokes. 2 games, Serral tried Roach Ravager-based rushes, okay? If those don't work, you're behind and it's a tough spot. Okay, Clem stopped those. He lost both those games. Another game, he went for a more standard approach, but the Hellion Banshee play that Clem did, he was able to force cancels on the 4th base twice, and then with his first set of like Stim Marines, he actually killed the 5th base hatchery, which I guess we could call a 4th at that point because the other one was canceled twice. He was able to kill that off, right? So when you're looking at that, and it's like Serral did a little counterattack during that and everything, but it's like basically 2 rushes that Serral did that kind of failed, and then like, I don't feel like I normally see Serral having to cancel the 4th base multiple times and lose that 5th, right? So I feel like if Serral plays a more normal game, if he's not attacking, if instead he just focuses on fixing some of the positioning issues that did allow these forced cancels and everything, okay, maybe we get into a game there where it goes a bit later and Serral can show the unbelievable strength of his late game Zerg.
Right now, Clem roaming around the map, doing scouting. You know, if you can kill something like a drone, it's going to be worthwhile. Serral's been pretty good about defending that. This map is very different in how it's set up structurally. You have a gold base that you get access to right away, and so that does create a different balance of unit composition here. You end up with, you know, if you go for roaches, more roaches, Zerg, or more Zerglings. For Terran, more Marines. But it doesn't seem like there's going to be any kind of special rush or weird tech. I think we'll probably just see third, fourth, fifth bases a little bit quicker here on both sides.
I'd love to see that. That's exactly what I'd love to see, and you can see a little bit more value here so far for Clem, but that's normal. You know, Serral right now, he has those 3 bases. He's not really losing drones or anything, droning up really heavily. And, you know, looking over at the side here of Clem, yeah, kind of standard as to what we've seen so far. Nice quick double eBay. You know, he has Stim almost done here. He's going to go ahead and land that 3rd command center, so that's nice and fast. But we haven't seen that 4th hatch go up yet for Serral.
Now, we were talking about the fact that Clem was basically tripping up Serral in every single game, and Serral wasn't able to have a healthy development game. Well, this game he has looked really good. He's growing steadily. Clem, you know, really hasn't attempted to be that aggressive. They're both basically in a race independently of each other, trying to build up and grow as quickly as possible. The first real jab coming in here is going to be this double medevac drop that's coming towards the, I believe it's the gold base, yeah, up here. This expansion. And Clem's got to be careful. And when those medevacs get damaged on the middle of the map, there's no easy way to heal them yet to send them all the way back home. So Clem's going to try to put some pressure on here. Yeah. Let's see if he can drive out this hatchery.
Well, he's going to force a cancel on it, that's for sure. So that's 1 cancel on that 4th base. The roaches come up, and it looks like that's going to be just enough to push Clem back, but Serral is going to have to be careful because Clem's attacks are only going to get stronger. Both sides with 1-1 on the way, very well timed out against each other. We have combat shields coming, we have roach speed coming, an infestation pit here for Serral, so he does want to continue forward down that tech tree.
Okay, he's going to boost away. A drop in the main, this shouldn't do much. Yeah, Serral basically preempting a lot of the moves here on the map. The Hellions are going to be hurled into this expansion. I think they might actually be able to get a couple of kills. That was actually worth it. 6. Oh, and there's even a Reaper here. I didn't realize. 6 kills on that is going to pay for itself. So that's a good way for Clem to use those units and get rid of them and try to get some value. Look at how he takes these fights on the bottleneck. Yep. Even the ones where he can't quite win, he's very good at keeping the Marines in an arc, and then this area where the roaches get stuffed in together. They can't shoot that far, and so he's able to take a fight and trade much more favorably than he ever normally would.
I feel like I'm watching a chess master that's solving puzzles right now, right? Like, he's jumping over to this screen, he sees the location, instantly his Marines pull back, lure the roaches down, he picks off 2 roaches, picks up, leaves. Just instant value wherever he goes. It's really beautifully done here by Clem, who is continuing to make command centers. He's getting another factory going, his 1-1, about to finish his armory. He's lined up like perfectly with that as well. But he did not get like any base kills or anything yet. And Serral does have that gold base while going roach, which is always a nice thing.
But for now, you know, no one's really taken a clear lead. I think Clem's done a decent job of, you know, aggravating Serral and really, oh, nice bungle there here. To take out some of those. That's probably the first time that Clem has really been shut down as far as trying to move on the map. He does have a second medevac, or set of medevacs, rather, moving out on the map, going towards the main, but Serral's on top of it. And this is really lining up to be much more of a Serral-esque game.
Yes. Yes, it looks very like promising compared to some of these other games that we've seen from Serral, right? You can see him differentiating himself as far as the supply goes. We haven't seen a hatchery die. We did see 1 forced cancel, but not 2. He's getting a nice large army size. He already hit a very good fungal, right? Like, there's a lot of very good things going on for Serral. He's getting into that ultraless tech that he's so good at, baneling speed, just everything, right? But it's not like Clem has done things poorly or wrong this game either, right? He's going out, he's going to take his 4th at that gold base. He's going to start sucking up those additional resources. Double factory siege tanks are going, his upgrades are on time. A very good and even game right now.
Remember, this map is very big. It's not easy to push the Zerg. There's not a really obvious spot to try to hit. I think we generally see the gold base hit if there's going to be anywhere that's hit. Of course, that mines out a little bit faster, so sometimes that spot becomes irrelevant as it's already been dried up if the game goes on long enough. But this is a map where I think Serral can kind of stretch into both directions, the top left and the bottom right. And it's going to be probably one of the tougher late games for Terran in general out of all the maps we have in this best of 9.
Right now, a little bit of pressure coming out from Serral. I love the parasitic bomb, starting to grind some value here. Is going to be able to kill a medevac there as well, I think. You know, continuing to push out a little bit. Oh, the nice repair does keep that alive. And, you know, Clem is setting up. And, you know, it's not that far to this gold base that you were talking about, right? So if he can clear the creep up here, if he can creep his tanks up slowly but surely, he might be able to break through and punish that gold.
There's a Roach counterattack coming in over here. He could just get this command center killed. So that's a forced cancel. In fact, it's going to probably be 2 forced cancels over here if he can target down this command center in time. Now the Marines and the Marauders are going to come up here, and this just goes to show you how fast Terran can do damage.
Oh my gosh.
I knew that was possible, but wow, you really see that was a misplay there from Serral. There's a huge drop coming in here. You know, we've had a lot of games with Nidus play. We don't really see the kind of old school Brood War-esque mass Overlord drop, but we're going to have it now, and this should be paired up with some kind of attack from the Zerg also in the front.
I love this move from Serral, and in fact, you're right. He's getting down into a better position. He actually yoinks one of the tanks. He's going to pick that off. Has to back up for now because Clem is actually starting to push up this ramp, but that drop should be going off.
Yeah, what is happening with the drop?
Oh, he hasn't gone in yet. Okay.
I guess he wants to wait for Terran to try to make their move on the map. You know, Clem has been so zeroed in on microing and hitting multiple locations at once. It's possible he misses that, but seeing 2 Overlords.
Yeah,
God,
he's bringing units up now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He messed this up.
So, yeah, a little bit of a mistake there from Serral. He is going to go ahead and get that drop off and do a counterattack at the same time. Clem even using the command center to lift SCVs back, stemming backwards here. A great blinding cloud on the tanks and right next to that planetary. And he will have to run away, but gets a good amount of SCVs there as well.
That was beautiful by Clem. He shut that down on both sides. Serral did a little bit of damage there at the expansion, but honestly, Clem recovers, and Serral, long-term, hasn't really stopped anything or delayed anything.
Look at the cost efficiency here.
Yeah.
Twice as much for Clem. Twice as efficient. How do you do that against Serral of all people?
I thought it was impossible, to be honest. Serral still has a lot of map to take. You know, some of these smaller maps, all the bases are taken, and, you know, you kind of see the general direction the game's going, and we've got a lot more expansions to be had here for Serral and for Clem. Although generally it's harder for Terran to get too much of the map and maintain that balancing act of defense on both sides.
Right now, some snipes are coming out. That +3 carapace almost done. Chitinous plating, of course, already done for these Ultralisks. More siege tanks, more ghosts, more command centers here for Clem as his +3 attack is almost done. His +3 armor is actually very far behind. I think that must have just been a little bit of a mistake from him. But you know what? Right now, both sides are maxed. Serral has a little bit bigger bank, but like the bank doesn't make him ahead here. I definitely look at this position and think that Clem is winning this game right now. But Serral has 93 drones, and you can do a lot with 93 drones.
Yeah. He's got a real economic engine behind him, but so far the engagements haven't really worked out, and that's really important. We are starting to fill in all the remaining spots on the map. It's kind of crazy. We're only at about 13 minutes, and there's almost no more bases to take anywhere. I guess one more for Clem just below, just outside of where his second base is, but yeah, I mean, things are really heating up.
Dude, Clem is just, he's killing stuff every time he sees Zerg, and Zerg is not doing the same. Okay, well, that's a...
that was
insanely good. Yeah. Very well done, Serral. All right, touche. But one thing to note is that Clem right now is actually adding more factories in a second armory, and Serral is adding double spire.
Right.
So they both are kind of realizing that this game has real potential to go super long, right? We're only at like 13, 14 minutes right now, but the way they're setting up is for a game that might mine out the map.
They're basically getting ready for super late game development. We could have one of these games where the Zerg has one unit composition, throws it into the Terran, and then remakes a completely different looking composition to try to counter whatever Terran would then try to remake. And Zerg can do this when they get dramatically ahead in minerals and gas. If you get to these opportunities that are unusual in the other matchups. But definitely a common sight here in a TTZ from the Zerg's perspective. Clem is still trying to push out. I mean, the creep spread has been really good. The entire map is basically paved with creep everywhere. Although Clem is trying constantly to clean that up.
Yeah, and we just saw that cost efficiency about twice as much for Clem, and he just continues to be so ridiculously efficient here. One thing to mention is I think there's something like 14, 15 siege tanks out. So I do like the, yeah, 15 siege tanks at the moment. I do like the fact that he got double Spire, but he's actually going upgrades before that Greater Spire, which makes me a little bit nervous. If you don't have the potential to go for the Broodlords, how are you actually going to get through 15 tanks with 2 more at a time being made currently? I guess that's one way. You start picking them off with Zerg.
Yeah,
that's probably the best way, actually. I'm going to give it to him.
The Ling run-bys are not bad here. We're really getting to an insanely dramatic TVZ right now. I don't know where exactly Clem should try to go to. The gold base is in reach, so I guess that's the place you could try to hit. But again, this isn't going to matter in long term. Zerg has about 180 degrees of map presence around the Terran. That doesn't mean that Terran can't win, but gosh, it's a lot to try to hack and saw your way through.
The positions that are being set up are so tough. If you look at this, it's like sensor towers going up, missile turrets, siege tanks spread really well, ghosts in there with a bunch of bio that's ready to stim. He's making it so difficult for Serral to do anything, which is a big part of why that cost efficiency is so high for Clem. Still clearing out a lot of this creep as well. He did kill that hatch at the gold, although it was mostly gone. Ooh, the Infestor. I love the Infestor setups that he has. This is like such an important thing that may come into play later on.
We're getting Nidus networks plugged in all over the map so that Zerg can easily switch into whatever side of the map needs the attention to defend these locations. Clem's going to try to take one of the last spots available on the map, and Serral has something to say about that. He's going to drive that command center all the way away. Just now going to try to reland. Meanwhile, another attack up here at the top, and it seems like Clem is going to shut him down on both sides.
Yeah, Serral starts to move in, but takes a few shots, so realizes that that may not be the right choice. A ton of mules dropping down. +2 air attack, but the other Spire going towards the Greater Spire. So he is going to go for that Broodlord tech. And honestly, I think that that's a very important tech switch that we're going to need to see. Right? Like, how many Broodlords are you actually going to make? Because don't forget, there's like a lot of factories, so something like Ghost plus Thor might just knock those out really quickly. But you also may need the Broodlords to break certain positions. This type of army that Serral has can't attack into mass tank turret Ghost. Look at that.
I love the snipes. Just barely backs out. Now, although Serral has a lot of the map and kind of surrounds Clem with expansions, these expansions on the exterior are going to be very pushable for Clem. So sometimes games, just like the one that we saw there, these games where it looks like Zerg has too much can turn into their few farthest away bases being killed over and over, and sometimes Terran just squeezes into one of those last 2 locations, kind of a la that Maru play style that has been very popular over the past 4 or 5 years or so. We call that Terran exhaust play. This could be a route for Clem to try to play this game out and win that way.
Yeah, one thing that Clem is doing very differently from the way Maru might play a position like this, like Maru oftentimes in these types of positions will go for like mass liberator as opposed to mass siege tank, but this is definitely a mass siege tank, mass ghost type of play. I've only really seen Beyond try this type of play in the late game, but I feel like Clem is doing it to this other level that we haven't seen yet. The fact that he has 17 siege tanks and 24 ghosts, 24.
Insane, man.
Oh my gosh.
So these 2 bases at the bottom right, they're being remade over and over again, and they're getting denied over and over again. Clem just keeps coming through here and clearing this up. He's not even eager to expand here just yet. He's kind of just poking it out and then running away. And it's almost like he's just saving these for later on.
Yeah.
And there's not a whole lot that Serral can do. It's hard to get in that area. It's a very narrow corridor. Serral's answer is to try to do a huge counter push here with these Broodlords. Only one Broodling going to come in here. Didn't get the memo to turn around. But he showed the Broodlings, and a scan confirms it. And so when you see Broodlords on the map, you kind of know that you can start to really punish the Zerg positionally, because Broodlords are basically the slowest unit in the game. So you just hit wherever they're not.
Yeah, the Broodlords do take a little bit of time flying around. He is getting Neural here as well, and a ton of Infestors. And I feel like Serral's doing all the right things, and Clem is just not letting him have them work. You know? Like, I feel like every time the Vipers get anywhere near Clem, the EMP is so fast they're unable to even cast any spells. Hopefully these Infestors can do a bit better. You know, the Neurals are going to be important, any Fungals are going to be important, and if he can't land those spells, well, really, that's his chance to get efficient here, to make something really happen.
You know, the fact that it's not even just the 2 bottom right bases. Oh my god, all the Broodlords are going to be going down here. Hold that thought. We have a lot of shots fired in here. The back and forth continues on, but Cyril is driven away. I was saying that the 3 bases on the bottom right, they're just not being mined from. And Clem's basically saving them. He's just saving. Yeah. He's letting Zerg waste money taking this. Okay, he's finally sent the command center down here. If Cyril can get, I would say even 2 of the 3 bases here, I'm sorry, if Clem can get 2 of the bases here in the bottom right, Cyril is going to be economically unviable.
Yeah, I think you're just about right about that. And like, Cyril has a huge bank, by the way. We haven't really mentioned that yet, but he has 11,000 minerals, 2,000 gas. But Clem has an unbelievable bank as well for Terran. 8,000 minerals, 3,000 gas. That's huge, especially with the cost efficiency that he continues to show throughout the game. Now some Thors coming out. His ghost control has been immaculate. You can see the EMPs going down, the snipes going down, clearing out a lot of these Broodlords so far. Like, this is the first time, I think, and look at this, 17,000, 34,000. He's kept the 2-to-1 ratio, which doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense.
He's just getting more value in every fight.
I've never seen it where it's Cyril playing and I'm like, oh, this looks hopeless. Like, how do you even beat this? This looks OP, you know?
I've never really seen late game Cyril up against the ropes, but here we are. Another push comes in here into the bottom right. Keep in mind, even the gases haven't been mined from. We see drones come here and try to mine, and they're driven right away. Now Cyril is going to try to take advantage of the positional imbalance and come in here and take this out, but there's no minerals here. This expansion doesn't matter.
Not very much at all. Just a tiny amount of resources left. He's really putting a lot into breaking it, and I guess he will break it, and it can be useful to break positions, even if they don't have too much, because it kind of opens up another place you might be able to attack the Terran. But Clem, like, he's forever maxed, you know? He's sitting here on, like, the perfect unit compositions, max supply, 20 less workers, so 20 more army supply than Cyril. I mean, you look at his sensor towers, how quickly he's clearing areas. I don't understand how he has all these armies split perfectly everywhere as well. And he maintains the 2-to-1 ratio. I can't even believe it.
It's wild.
You know,
we saw Cyril try to push into that base, and at the moment it's killed, their backup command center is thrown right in there.
Yeah.
Meaning that those banelings are basically wasted. Now Cyril is just getting pushed away from this base at the center right. The Ghosts are going to take that hatchery out. I think we are slowly going to see Cyril dry up. He's really not able to get that much done. The position in the middle of the map is so far forward here that there's no thing of value here. There's no like expansion or production or anything to really fight and win.
Oh my gosh, Cyril's throwing everything he has into Clem right now. He's trying to fungal, he's sending links, he's sending the Infestors forward. All the Broodlords have already been cleared, but he barely makes any progress. The supply of Cyril drops by 40 plus. Clem barely a dent.
Cyril looking very tense right now as I think the walls are starting to close in. He doesn't really have a lot of opportunities. He has a huge bank, by the way, but it doesn't seem like if Clem is this maxed out, even after a huge fight like that, there's no obvious thing to pour those resources into to try to build the momentum to somehow get a lead and close this game out. And as every second passes, Clem is getting more and more of the bottom right side of the map. Now Cyril at the top left side of the map for most of this game. That's going to mine out eventually.
Yeah, he's coming in once again. Mass Zerglings being utilized, using up some of that 11K bank. Rolling in with the Banes as well. Okay, I mean, he pushes back some of these positions reasonably well, but now suddenly there's Liberators to deal with. 3 tanks at a time, 4 Liberators at a time, 4 Ghosts at a time. Clem's production is just perfect.
Another push comes through here. Nice fungal there on the Ghosts. Tanks are going to siege up very late with the Blinding Cloud, making them useless. Cyril with a decent fight. But again, I don't see the big picture really panning out here for him. The fact that we're even seeing Terran push up here is sort of unheard of. This hatchery's so low, I think he can just right-click it down if he wants. Is he going to go for it? He scans again. Clem being very cautious to not overextend, by the way.
Clem doesn't even know how to overextend at this point. The quality of his play is absurd, and you can see just how flustered Cyril has been this entire time.
He's just going to try to come in here and flip that hatchery up. Again, Clem never overcommits. Always ready to micro back and trade. He's going to do it again. This is a hatchery at like 4% HP. And he's going, nope, just every time I will draw you in. He's going to snipe this Infestor, just barely doesn't get it.
Man, this is so rough for Cyril. Normally, I feel like I could tell you like what unit comp he should go for to try and what he should try to do, but the pressure from Clem is literally non-stop, and there's sensor towers everywhere. So I really don't know what it is, but he's making a bunch of Ultras to go with this mostly Hydra Ling army, which I don't think is a bad choice. Like, the Broodlords sure won't work, and he's got to try something here. Now, here come a ton of Ultras trying to get in, but a lot of Liberators are in here. Siege tanks, snipes everywhere, and Cyril's army is evaporating. GG! Clem goes up 4-0.
Unreal. Clem won 3 games with great early game play, hitting specific moments, interrupting timing attacks. But in game 4, it's the macro game. It's who's got more of the map. And Clem could not have played a better TVZ, I want to say exhaust game, but it ended with a push, actually, which is kind of unheard of.
Yeah. You can see some serious differences between the way that Clem is playing this and like the way that Maru played against Cyril, right? Where Clem is keeping more pressure on, his splits are a bit better, his comp started different and then started to go towards the same place that Maru goes a bit earlier. Like, Clem is... he's just another level at this point.
Yeah, I think Cyril did a good job. You know, he actually got all of the map for a little bit.
Yeah.
But Clem was really patient. I'm especially intrigued by the fact that Clem didn't scramble and freak out when the bottom right was taken. He sent the absolute minimum down there to take out those 2 locations over and over. He let his other bases mine out. This was maybe the biggest blunder of the game. He showed 2 drop overlords where you really can only show, well, you can't show anything. And so that just allowed Clem to shut down both of these attacks and then reach out for more territory on the map overall.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a better way to do it. We'll talk about that in a moment, though. We are going into Game 5, and it is match point for Clem right now.
In the bottom right, in the red, he is Cyril. And his opponent in the top left, in the blue, he is Clem. Clem eager to close this out. If Cyril could start the comeback, it might be the craziest comeback in esports history.
Yes.
I mean, he would have to win 5 games in a row. I don't think Clem has shown any kind of Achilles heel so far.
Yep.
No obvious weakness in his play. No ideas that are actually faulty if you approach them from a different angle. If anybody could do it, it would be Cyril. But for now, Clem just seems to make it look easy.
Yeah. The thing about StarCraft is the skill ceiling is truly infinite, right? Like, you can just always get better. And the level that Clem is showing is just above what anyone has done. And, you know, Terran is a race where it's like you got to be really fast. And the speed with which he's doing these things, it honestly looks like unbelievable. I don't even know in theory what Cyril should be doing here, right? The only things that are coming to my mind, like we talked at the beginning of that game, it's like, okay, well, you can't be doing the roach rush. That's not working. Okay, so, you know, you have to make sure that your hatchery isn't getting canceled a bunch and you're not losing a base. Okay, he did both those as well in the last game. So he got himself into this position where he had an unbelievable bank, full tech, full upgrades, all these different options. And it still didn't work. It still didn't work, and he's the best in the world at that. So where do you go from there? And the only things that are even coming to my mind, Tasis, is like, okay, maybe you need more abducts, more parasitic bombs, right? Like, maybe you have to just try to get a little bit more grindy there. Because he was, like, making these comps and trying to move in. It's like, okay, well, there's so many siege tanks. Let's let's try Broodlords to break through. And it just wasn't working. It's amazing to see. And it's just, this is something, if Clem continues to keep this level, I mean, you know, everyone's going to have to work at how to beat him.
Interestingly, Clem hasn't gone for any rushes. He hasn't done anything, you know, crazy or risky, which, you know, you would say almost always in at least the best of 7, you'd see that, right? It's important to oscillate between various builds so that your style isn't that predictable. Instead, Clem is just leaning into the same kind of play in a lot of these games. Safe, creating opportunities for himself, basically no risk at all.
And the thing is, if you're an actual step above everybody else in the world, why not?
Right.
Why not do something that is simultaneously safe but greedy, right? And that's basically what he's doing here. Okay, he's going for the 3rd command center after factory each time, and then he's alternating between Starport and 2nd Barracks, right? So it's either Hellion Banshee or Quick Stim with Marines. And, you know, he's just kind of alternating, kind of randomly doing it. So it's very hard to predict. It's very hard to choose a build that just counters that. And if you go in the wrong direction, like we saw in games 1 and 3, he's so far ahead that it doesn't feel like there's a chance.
$400,000 on the line for the winner. Clem is just one TVZ away, one win away from taking it. Cyril has to try to turn this whole thing around. It looks almost impossible, at least for the start here. It seems like Cyril's going to drive that push back. This is a smaller map. This is a tighter map, which means pushes are going to become a lot more important. In a map like the previous one, kind of up to the Terran to stay back and turtle and figure out how to kind of expand and grow. But we should have a game more in line with 1 through 3 than game 4 here.
Okay. You know, looking at the way that this game is being played thus far, right? It looks in many ways closer to the previous game so far, right? Like, Cyril hasn't actually taken any damage. He's blocked everything really well. Banshees are going to come. The Hellions are dancing back and forth right now, kind of seeing like, oh, is there a little hole here? Is there not? We already saw him lose the Reaper. It was like kind of a little bit of an overcommitment on those units earlier on. But he's still got good health. He's still got a good unit count. We'll see if he can get anything done here against Cyril right now.
For now, the Hellions are going to continue to harass and try to stop the creep tumors from spreading too much on the map. The Banshee actually on patrol out here, not even trying to dive in. It looks like he wants to wait for Cloak to finish before sending that in there.
Yeah. Seems kind of obvious what that's dancing for, right?
Yeah. That's going to come in a second here. We'll see if he actually gets any damage off. But everything looking very standard here in Game 5, where everything's on the line here. If Cyril can't stop Clem, he's out. And that's it. Clem is the world champion.
I actually still believe in Cyril. Like, he fixes problems so quickly. Like, the games 1 through 3, I think he figured out a lot of things. Game 4, he did, you know, he got himself into a very reasonable position, and Clem just kind of outdid him. But now he knows, like, okay, if I get into that position, I kind of know what to expect. So I think he can kind of play a little bit differently if we get back to that spot. Now the Cloak Banshee's coming in and doing a little bit of harassment here in the main base. Great pullback there from Cyril. Saves his queen, doesn't really take damage. The Banshees have some damage on them. They haven't really done very much yet.
Yeah, the Banshee's really not getting a whole lot done. They're going to be driven out here. Again, Clem playing fairly conservatively here. Definitely not wanting to overextend, which is saying a lot, because a lot of Terrans occasionally will try to run through with all their Hellions and just try to suicide onto the drones and get some value. Clem really the king of not overextending here.
Yeah, we have no hatchery cancels or anything yet. So far, this seems like it's the best game for Cyril. Clem getting his 2nd factory. You know, he has that 1-1 going. I think we'll see him add the armory any second now. Still trying to harass. Gets a couple drones. Not that big a deal. Cyril's already at 76 drones. I think losing a couple is not really going to affect him here.
So it's all going to be about this push. Now, this is a very standard push here from Clem. This is not something that we haven't seen before. If you're going to show somebody what a TVZ would look like and they didn't know the game, this would be it. But it's a push coming from Clem, and he's really shown some masterful control. He knows when to move in, when to move out. He's going to use that medevac to boost the tank over here to quickly try to set up a position, but already you can see that Serral's there. He's going to dive on that tank and wipe it out. With one tank down, it's a lot harder to try to get a position where you can actually advance on the Zerg.
This type of push, you're really looking to get rid of the 4th base. And I don't know that he's going to be able to do that here. He's got those Banshees still sitting over to the side. Has another command center started up now. He's trying to play a more aggressive game here. And Serral clears it easily. Easily.
And that's the kind of early mid-game moment we really were hoping to see from Serral. For Serral's sake here. He needed to shut down a push. That takes the wind out of the sails here for Clem in this position. Clem not able to find anything, not even really able to land anywhere on the ground. But hold on a second, we've got a counterattack here. How quickly can he actually get down here? He's going to go for targeting this down. He doesn't get it in time. Serral is playing the mid-game of his life right now.
Yes, he's playing beautifully. You know, Clem is playing more aggressively than he did in some of these other games. So he's kind of putting himself on the line, trying to force damage out. And Serral is parrying that damage. Incredibly important here for Serral.
Stim comes down here, clearing out these creep tumors. Clem trying to find any damage he can, but you can see Serral just has a lot more muscle on the ground. And you know, there's a period in TVZ where Terran can fight on the ground, and if they can kite, excuse me, they can kind of overcome the Zerg, and then they'll win and start to win the game. But there's the opposite where the Zerg starts to really take the fight, so then Terran can't be on the ground at all. They have to just keep picking up in medevacs. The more you see Terran pick up in medevacs over the next minute or two, the more you realize they're really not getting anything done. And Zerg is going to be able to shove out on the map with creep tumors everywhere.
The defense here of Serral looking extremely, extremely strong. This 5th base, can Clem do something against it? He sets up some Widow Mines, really important there. Nice lift off there since not that much came in. Reburrowing that very hurt Widow Mine. It actually gets blown up, doesn't do that well. Good defense here from Serral thus far.
And he's not really gotten a whole lot done. Serral perches back. He's going to let the Terran try to feed into this position, and he's going to try to collapse on it. A pickup here, it's a good move to go for these tanks. At the minimum, you want to clear the tanks out. Once again, killing the tanks denies another foothold for the Terran. A tech reset, so to speak. And things are looking better and better here for Serral. He's got quite a lot of money in the bank. He's nearly maxed out, as is Clem. We're going to get to the real clash in a second here as 2-2 is about to finish.
Yeah, this is some very important moments right now. Serral's trying to continually defend every single location. He's got such a beautiful drone count right now. He's killed a lot of siege tanks. His defense is just amazing. But, you know, Clem is still being very cost efficient. He's maxed out. He has 2-2. He has good tech. He's taking that 4th base. He's getting ready to take a 5th base. So still a lot of good things going for Clem. But again, I feel like this so far is maybe the best game for Serral.
Definitely the best game we've had from him for now. But no clear opportunities for Serral to win. I mean, it's definitely a game where the longer it goes on, Clem could recover, but you know, this is not a game where we're seeing, you know, the Terran go for the Zerg's knees and trip him up so many times that there's no way to really catch back up. Small drop over here as Lings are going to stream in. Clem going to get a decent trade here. Nothing too significant. There's another attack coming down here at 6 o'clock as 2 medevacs are still parked here on the map. It looks like this drone was intended for that base just south of that screenshot. And on pretty much all maps, you know, Zerg is going to be reaching into 2 different directions. And it's going to be harder the longer the game goes on. A great targeting there. You know, sometimes it's better to stim and stutter step into the drones and get damage there. Other times you got to know to just focus down that starting hatchery. And in that moment, that was the right play. So he takes a base out. He's got another position up here. And this is where Serral might be strained in that balancing act. A forced cancel when he killed the drone. He's going to chase that down and wipe it as well. The perimeter is weakening here for Serral. He's having a harder time reaching the 2 corners, unlike he did in the last game.
Yeah. This comes down heavily to the multitasking here of Clem. And notice that Serral hasn't really been able to put an attack down on Clem in quite some time. Clem now at this point has taken his 5th base. He's got sensor towers in great locations right now. There's some very good moves. Like we see the Vipers are being very cost efficient. We've seen some great parasitic bombs. You know, we see those 2 abducts there to clear out those medevacs in the back, so that's very, very good. They're both maxed out. They both don't have big banks. They're both at 2-2, right? So this is a very close game right now, but you're right. Like, Clem did start to get some damage, canceling the 5th, or, you know, killing the 5th, canceling the 6th. you know, Serral's being kept on lower bases than what he wants.
Lings are going to come forward here now. The Banes are going to come up, and it looks like Clem almost was hit by that attack from behind. A great tactic there from Serral to try to ram those Banes into him. He sees it, he picks up, he can regroup. Another counterattack is going to be on the map. Looks like it's going to go right through the middle here. What is actually up here to defend? It looks like almost nothing.
Ooh, this could be a very cool move here from Serral. I'd love to see him get aggressive on the other side of the map. Seesawing that action, instead of having Clem attack him everywhere at once, he's bringing a very strong force up and making Clem deal with that.
Yeah, he pulls in these two medevacs. Does seem like, again, Clem kind of always able to surround these positions. I do find it intriguing that Serral didn't dive in further with those Banes. I think it was probably the smart move there on that command center. But here it is, that tug of war in the map, and it just seems like Clem is so good at this. Clem is about to hit 3-3, so he's going to be the strongest he'll ever be in this game. I think the small link counters are great. It's a good way to at least drive SCVs out without wasting valuable banelings on something that could be used for a push.
Yeah, killing off a few SCVs here and there can be nice, but Clem's economy stays strong. Serral still on a more forward position on this map. He has remade a bunch of hatcheries at this point, right? So he has his core of 5 bases, a 6th base taken in the bottom left, a 7th towards that top right. So Serral really building his economy. You know, you can see the resource loss tab. It's not twice as much anymore for Clem, which is a relief for Serral fans, or really any StarCraft fans that are watching this World Finals.
He's going to go right by that Infestor, just in the blind spot of the scan. Is Serral going to punish, and if so, how? Another scan comes down here. Sniping those Vipers, nicely done, backing up. Now remember, there's even bases on both sides, so the concept that was, oh, hold on, he's gonna dive in.
Yeah,
wow.
He felt that one out right there. He's like, no, this is a Serral Infestor spot. So a great catch right there. Another Fungal does hit over here, but unable to capitalize upon it.
So, with even bases on each side of the map, it's the same problem that Zerg has. The further out they have to get and try to take bases, the easier it is for the Terran to hit it. And Terran need less bases in the game always than the Zerg. So the position that Serral had earlier on that was pretty comfortable is now becoming a problem here for him, as Clem is hitting both the top right and the bottom left over and over and basically wiping him away from his ability to mine more resources.
Serral still holding on to this base, brings some Ling Bane in, some great parasitic bombs as well, continuing to try to reduce that medevac count. A lot of Liberators, Mines, and Ghosts being made by Clem, continuing to try to pressure this base. I don't think Serral has any chance to save this one, but he continues to bring more Lings and Hydras up.
And that is it! It's over! Clem is your world champion, defeating Serral 5-0, taking home $400,000.
Doubling the prize money he's won, beating the greatest player in the world for the last 6 years. Clem has done it. He's brought Terran to another level and is your new world champion.
He's done it. We thought it was going to be close. We couldn't have been more wrong. We have never seen dominant performance like that ever in StarCraft II against a player who looked to be untouchable. Clem is your world champion.
Clem, you are the winner, and you hold your key now, which will be broken open by our Keymaster and placed into the trophy that represents your world championship that you have claimed. We welcome the Keymaster to the stage now to prepare our trophy. Every player was awarded a key at the beginning of this tournament. Every player that has lost has handed over their key to be crushed and potentially placed in the base of the trophy that Clem will take home and keep on his shelf to remember exactly what he achieved here today. Below this trophy lie the crushed keys of every other player. And now, the championship trophy is complete. You may take your trophy. Hold it high, Clem.
Ladies and gentlemen, your StarCraft II World Champion, Clem!
Not just a victory, but an incredibly decisive one. Clem, you dropped only 2 maps this entire tournament. I know you've been putting in work since you started playing online, offline. Everything has come to this. Clem, I have to ask you in this moment, how are you feeling?
Oh, I don't know what to say. Oh my god, it feels incredible. I feel like I'm dreaming right now.
The dream is alive.
But Clem, you do realize that you've been playing since the age of 10. You've been qualifying to international championships since the age of 14. And now, at the age of 22, you are a world champion. How does it feel for you right now?
That's crazy. I've been playing this game for like over 12 years now or something like this. And oh, that feels just insane. That's incredible.
I mean, I completely understand how you feel right now.
We'll give you some space, Clem, and when you're ready, I know you've had some words for your fans, your family, and all the supporters along the way. Now is the time you can share them.
I want to thank my dad, my sister, my mom, and the rest of my family who's watching this right now. Thank you so much. And I want to thank my friends as well who are watching the games always and supporting me for so long. And all the French fans, there is French fans who have been following me for like 10 years since I was a little kid, and they're still following me now, and that's just insane. And thank you so much, thank you so much.
Congratulations once again. Not only is your dream alive, but the dream of everyone who hopes to stand here one day knows what they can achieve. We will give you this trophy. Take it onward to the totem.
That is correct. You're gonna cement your win in history at the Esports World Cup Totem, and it's happening right now. So let's send it over to our studio. But one more time, ladies and gentlemen, the EWC StarCraft II winner, it is Clem.
Absolutely magical. From a young boy, a young unassuming boy whose dad taught him StarCraft II, to now being here on the World Championship stage and not only winning the World Championship 5-0, but winning it against Serral. What a victory. My mind goes straight away back to that game number 4 where he was impenetrable. Joining me, Pig, Zombie Grub, as well as States. This is amazing.
What did we just witness? I mean, I was almost angry that we weren't getting more games, but then you see Clem up there and you're like, he worked so hard for this. He worked his heart out, and I have never seen anyone do what he did in that series to make Serral's early game roach rushes that have destroyed every Terran player for the last 2 years look ineffectual, to be unbreakable in the late game, to trade 2-to-1 efficiency over 30 minutes straight there and just have no openings, to retarget every single Widow mine and make the unit look almost broken, but nobody in the world can do what he did with his micro.
No, absolutely not. Go ahead.
I mean, it's just, I'm speechless after watching it. This young kid who has grown up playing StarCraft II his entire life, and now on the biggest stage in RTS history, defeats the greatest of all-time StarCraft II player 5-0, and he beat him earlier in the tournament too. I mean, you could talk about a best of 5 potentially being a fluke. Of course, it's a best of 5, but a best of 9 against Serral, and he takes him down in such a convincing fashion. I mean, I have goosebumps. I was getting emotional watching it happen for this young kid from France to unlock all of his potential and unleash it on stage. I mean, watching this, it's beautiful. I'm proud. What an incredible moment.
That's the hilarious thing. Yes, it was a best of 9. Yes, it was the biggest finals, the biggest game of all time. And yet Clem absolutely shattered those expectations of it. It may as well have been a best of 5 and he just won 5-0. It's like, absolutely ridiculous, CG.
The other thing that I want to bring up, I'm going to have to bring up my phone because I have to read from something, right, is a stat. Something like he's lost maybe 20% of best of 5 pluses. Serral does not lose extended series, ever almost. And he just lost his first best of 7 plus since 2019. That is an incredible performance from Clem, absolutely dominating someone who is proven in the later stages of tournaments and just brushing him aside.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff that we've just witnessed here. It's not only the fact, again, that he won this Grand Finals 5-0, the previous series against the best Protoss here currently in today's modern age, absolutely smashes him. No map lost. And then before that, beats Serral, no map lost. There is no doubt, this is Clem's tournament, this is Clem's World Championship, and I couldn't be happier for him.
At no point did he back away from his playstyle. Sometimes players run into a wall, doing their own thing, they can't make it work at the highest level. He never stopped attacking from start to finish. That series against Hero, Hero was like, no, I'm going to be in your face. Clem was like, you will never keep me back. I will keep dropping, keep counterattacking. That was just such beautiful play. And I always feel like, you know, it's like a player at a certain point needs to reinvent themselves. Clem just rounded out his skill set while still being that same crazy micro, in-your-face aggressive player. And he showed, most importantly this tournament, the big change was maintaining the form that he's showed online for years. In the past, he's got nervous. He's got shaky on that stage. He hasn't performed to the level. Last year here in Riyadh at Gamers 8, he was forgetting key upgrades in late game against Reina and dropping in that series. This time, there was almost no mistakes. It was just cutting-edge TVZ, TVP, TVT play.
I actually want to pull back the veil a little bit because I think this is kind of a special moment, not only for Clem, but just in general for StarCraft II, because actually I came down here and our camera guys were sat watching the games, enthralled by the games, how exciting the games were, how exciting Clem was. I'm sat here explaining everything to them, how all of these units are working and everything's like that. So to watch Clem here, and they're so happy for Clem, I can see them smiling now. I don't even care, guys. Sorry. But to see that Clem has been able to be victorious here, just it's a magical moment, State.
I mean, I really just don't know what is left to say. He beat the best Protoss player, a hero who looked unstoppable in such convincing fashion, and then carried that momentum against the greatest Zerg of all time. And we had this best of 9. I'm still glad it was a best of 9, even though it was a 5-0, because Clem, he is an unstoppable force, man. You were talking about his micro, but even his macro, you watch him take these fights against Bailings, focusing every single one down, making Widow Mines look broken. Behind it, he's macroing perfectly. His supply is climbing, even in these crazy high APM scenarios. I don't know if we've ever seen Terran play at this high level.
Well, of course, we also have our tournament MVP as well, brought to you by Bravia, and of course, as if it would be anybody else, not only the champion here, but also it will be Team Liquid's Clem taking the tournament MVP's prize as well. Is there any surprise? After what he's been able to exude here on the stage in Riyadh, it's been wall-to-wall excellence from Clem ZG.
You know, I remember back to when Team Liquid picked him up, too. It was kind of a poorly kept secret, but before Katowice 2020, we knew that they're going to get 2 pickups. Clem was one of them, and we said, excellent pickup. Young star, going to get nothing but better. We did Katowice. Unfortunately, we had those years online. We couldn't really see him ascend offline, and he stumbled a little bit when we came back in 22. He heightened it up to 23 towards the end, and he brings it to the final conclusion at the World Championship in 2024. What an amazing pickup for Team Liquid 4 years ago.
Just undisputed. Undisputed here from Clem with the potential and all the potential in the world, and it's been fully realized. As you can see here, the totem for the Esports World Cup, his name is now etched on that alongside all the other champions from all the other games. The crushed keys, but only one will remain in the trophy as well. It will be Clem, as he now also claims the victory for StarCraft II here at the Esports World Cup for Team Liquid. And that now also means 1,000 points here for him, for EWC, for Team Liquid. That puts them in such good contention to hold on to that second place here, Pig. And $4 million for second place.
It's actually wild. I mean, what a great pickup he was for Team Liquid. It's so big. And there's just no asterisks next to this performance.
Agreed.
There's no
Absolutely.
question marks. You look at the killer's row he went through, and you look at how every series, it wasn't like, oh, if this game just went this different way, he would have lost. No, there's no questions. He was by far, in a way, the most dominant player in this tournament.
And oftentimes, I mean, you know, okay, so there are 2 narratives that can happen in our World Championship matches. Okay, you can go, let's take 2018, right? Serral finally wins the World Championship. To be fair, that shattered all expectations as well. 4-3, all the way down to the wire. What a hard-fought series. And then there's this narrative where Clem absolutely destroys the competition. There's no doubt. There's no question.
It felt like literally nobody could touch him this tournament. I mean, he came so close to basically sweeping the entire thing. You beat Hero 4-0, you beat Serral 5-0. Have we ever seen any playoffs performance like this in StarCraft II's history? I genuinely don't think we have. Yeah. This might be the peak of Terran gameplay for a singular tournament. I mean, I don't know what more to say. It is so stunning.
Because the Terrans have an unbelievable difficult time holding a candle to Serral, let's be real.
Yeah.
Andrew, arguably in the conversation would go every single time we have this conversation, doesn't hold a candle to Serral. Oliveira comes out with some crazy aggression and tries to beat him, but still doesn't take the series as a full thing. Let's take a look at the Gadia play of the day as well, as that is here for EWC, and see what it was. Probably Clem. Oh, yeah. Clem against Hero. Okay,
Clem versus Hero, starting this all the way back. I mean, we telestrated this because of how crazy it is, but Clem hitting at 3 different positions at once while also pushing into the natural in the third. He's taking down arguably the best PvT player in the world, the best Protoss player undoubtedly at this tournament, and he made it look clinical. He tested him with the multitasking. He microed to perfection, and Hero almost looked like he had no answers. He was trying all the tricks up his sleeves. Kira had an answer not Kira, excuse me, Clem had an answer for every single one. And I mean, what a stunning play. And he carried that same multitasking momentum all the way versus Hero, back against Serral. He was just on fire.
When a normal human is in those scenarios, it's like, you don't look at all 3 things. These ones you send in, you don't look at them. Clem's like actively stutter stepping back and forwards, and I'm like, which one is he looking at? And I realized he's actively just bouncing between 3 places and controlling them the entire time. It is just a new level of Terran play that we've only dreamt about.
And of course, let's check in with State as we have pro perspective. So a tech analyst moment to take a look at, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many different facets of Clem's gameplay in that series to break down, but I want to go first to... Let me pop in right here. The game number 1 against Serral. Now, Serral, he wanted to come in with some really big aggression in this opening game number 1. He's going for roaches. He's got queens in the overlords. He is committing to the all-in on only 44 drones, but Clem, he sniffs it out. He comes forward with the Marines. He pokes forward, forces these roaches to, you know, bide their time a little bit, and then has the intuition to blindly, through the fog of war, take these Marines on an intercept path where he had no idea these queens were coming in, and he catches 3 queens in this overlord. At this point, the rush is over. Intuition and game number 1 with Clem against Serral. Then, later on in the series, we have a position like this one. Absolute micro. Serral, with this Overlord coming in, he knew there was no defense here at the third base. There's no bunker. There's no Marines in position. The SAVs, they are ripe for the picking from these Lings. And Pig, we were talking about upstage. This is the kind of situation where Zerg comes in, they're expecting to kill a ton of SCVs. Well, they're expecting to kill
lose the game
all
there
of the Marines. Look at this micro from Clem. He hold positions, all of these SCVs. He's able to block the Lings from hitting the Marines. He loses 1 SCV in total, a handful of Marines, in a situation where Serral should absolutely be swinging the momentum of the game in his favor. I mean, what an incredible play. And then Kalaris, earlier on, you were talking about that game 4 where Clem looked absolutely unbreakable, and I am right there with you, because we saw, up until this point, a lot of early, a lot of mid-game engagements between Serral and Clem. Nothing late game like this. We have Ultras, we have Hydras coming in, but the camera just continues to pan down into the bottom left, and we have screens worth of Thors, of Liberators, of Ghosts microing back. This no man's land where the Zerg have absolutely no chance of breaking through. Clem, he really showed every facet of Terran play at the highest level, and it was inspirational to watch.
Yeah, if you gave me $1 for every time Serral has looked outclassed on a stage like this, I'd probably have about $2 or $3. Never, but most of those were from Clem.
Yeah.
They were from Clem or from another Zerg, for instance, Rogue. And we all know versus Protoss, he's kind of unbeatable. But I can't help but think back to the last 14 years of StarCraft II and how impossible people thought it was for the foreigners, the non-Koreans, to ever have a good Terran. Of course, we've had our little standouts. We've had all the way back to Jinro back in GSL. We had a couple Spoon Terran, right? But never had we had such confirmation, right, that it didn't have to be the beautiful phrase, Korean Terran, to see the absolute best Terran in the world. Now what you say, French Terran. That is the best Terran in the world.
Eloquently put, eloquently put. And of course, you guys at home as well can put your thoughts eloquently, as you can give us feedback as to how everything has gone on here at the Esports World Cup for StarCraft II and everything that is coming on as well. Basically, we're going to give you guys a QR code that you can go and scan on and give us feedback as to everything basically here for the Esports World Cup, because we want to make 2025 Esports World Cup bigger and better than ever. Even though actually the setup here is kind of insane, guys. It's
I don't know about bigger,
ridiculous.
but maybe they can still do better. I don't know about bigger though.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty big over here. Yeah. All right. Final thoughts. I'm going to give everybody the floor. State, you're first.
I mean, I feel like a broken record at this point, but what Clem performed over the course of this gauntlet of a tournament, I don't know if it will ever be matched again in the history of StarCraft II. This was him beating a Serral who looked unstoppable. This was him beating a hero who came so close to qualifying through the group stages and then fought out like a legend in the knockout bracket. Best of 3s, best of 5s, single elim to get here. And then on his birthday, he 4-0s him. I mean, this was a dream tournament. Clem, he could not have been better. I still have goosebumps thinking about it. I mean, what an honor to witness a performance like this.
Yeah. An honor, I suppose, is a good word for it. That was freaking fantastic. And just thinking to Clem last year in the same city here, he's going to have perhaps even better performances in the future, because last year is when he finally took down his nemesis in the Korean Terran Maru in General TVT, was stopped by a red-hot Zerg in the name of Raynor, and just continued improving over the year to get here, win the World Championship, put his name in StarCraft II's history books, and just be a fantastic character while doing it. Everyone loves cheering for Clem. The French guys are going crazy. It's a fantastic moment to be a StarCraft fan.
I can't add to any of this. I mean, I echo all the sentiments of both of you. It's been a fantastic week. We've witnessed so much high-level StarCraft. We've seen so many tiers as well. The downfall, so many players fell by the wayside. I especially loved Oliveira, what he brought to the tournament, what Hero brought to the tournament, as well as everybody else. And I'm just happy that I was able to be a part of it.
No, absolutely. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for joining us here. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world. Of course, that does it here for the Esports World Cup. For StarCraft II, we don't know what's next here. And but what I do know is that all this tournament has done is fortify and reinforce the fact that we have a beautiful game. We have the best esports players in the world. We have the best community in the world. And we have the best fans in the world. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, everybody for tuning in around the world here. Congratulations to our new world champion in Clem. I did say it felt like there was a little bit of destiny in the air for this young Frenchman. And now Clem is the very best in the world. For now, we'll see you next time.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?